You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Since the Equitable Life Assurance Society was founded 90 years ago, this country has changed in many ways. But in one respect, it is still the same. In those early days, people always spoke of America as the land of opportunity. Well, it still is the land of opportunity just as much as ever. In just a few minutes, in tonight's middle commercial, the Equitable Society will have a special message for listeners who agree with this philosophy. We will describe a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, Murder on the Midway.
The traveling carnival, once an institution, is fast disappearing from the American scene. Their gradual disappearance is a great pity, if only because it means that many a small-town child will grow up without ever having seen the fearless daredevil who did his dive from the high platform into a shallow tank of water. Nor shall he ever see the fabulous fat lady, the bearded lady, or the pretty young girl who was advertised as being able to shoot better than Annie Oakley. The majority of those shows which still manage to tour the country and bring joy to children of all ages are composed of old-timers who are the last link America has with the show business of yesterday. As such, they are deserving of our complete respect, for they have brought laughter and excitement wherever they went. Unfortunately for them, that respect is often withheld because a very few of the groups of traveling performers still among us are not more than transient groups of rogues, drunks, and common thieves. Tonight's case is the story of what went on at one of the latter type shows, both out front and backstage. Tonight's file opens at a traveling carnival which has just arrived in a small New England town. It is mid-afternoon, and Eddie Scott, a pitchman with the show, is walking down the Midway.
Eddie! Eddie, my boy!
What? Oh, hello, J.C.
May I have the pleasure of a few words with you?
Yeah, sure.
Eddie, I want to tell you about a magnificent plan I have.
Look...
Eddie, I like you, son. Like you. And I'm going to show my friendship in a concrete fashion.
Yeah, that's fine, J.C.
Don't go, my boy. Don't go. I'm going to move you to the head of the Midway.
Yeah, well...
I'll build you a stand that'll be the envy of every other performer with the J.C. Crawford Sunflower Carnival.
All right, but
You'll send thousands of watches a day.
Yeah, I know, J.C., but in the meantime, I got to go set up the stand I got now.
Wait, Eddie, wait. I don't want to impose, son, but I promised Lily Bell I'd bring her some horoscopes. Go by her tent, will you, and give her those rather ungainly crates, huh?
Well, look,
thank you, my boy.
Yeah, but look,
shall be happier and wiser. And because this is
Waller.
a special matinee...
Hey, Waller.
we have... Huh? Oh, hello, Eddie.
Hi, some horoscopes for Lily Bell. She inside?
Yeah, go ahead through, yeah. And ladies and gentlemen, we have brought this great attraction at tremendous expense to you. And what's on live?
Lily Bell.
Here we have here...
Eddie Scott.
Come on in. Hi, Eddie. What's playing?
J.C., give me these horoscopes, please.
No. Throw 'em by the trunk, will you?
Yeah, sure.
How late do we work?
How do I know?
Oh, didn't J.C. tell you?
He's loaded. Didn't even know his own name. You know something? He still don't lose that con. He got me to carry these things all the way over here. Hey, Lily Bell. What's this?
What?
There's jewelry in the trunk.
Leave it alone.
Looks like the McCoy.
Well, it ain't. It's costume junk for the act.
Oh. I never saw costume stuff like this. Well, I'll bet you
Blow,
could sell
Eddie.
that for the... Huh?
Put that stuff down and get out.
Meanwhile, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Taylor is just leaving the office of the agent in charge when he sees Agent Clinton Forrest in the hall.
Hello, Clint.
Oh, hi, Jim.
Oh, you saved me a trip. I'm just going by to your desk.
Yeah, why?
Well, as of a couple of minutes ago, we were assigned to the same case.
What is it?
A jewel theft took place sometime last night or early this morning aboard a train that left Boston at midnight. The Indian Head Limited.
Any description on the thief?
No one saw him.
Not even the person who was robbed?
No, the victim was an old lady traveling alone. When the porter tried to wake her this morning, she didn't respond. A doctor, who had the next compartment, was called. He said the old lady had been chloroformed.
Well.
When she was brought around, she said that she forgot to lock her compartment door, and that's the last thing she remembers.
Any value on what was stolen?
$23,000. Oh, we have got one lead.
What's that, Jim?
Well, the local police at a town called Harrisonville boarded the train as soon as the robbery was discovered. They found a small clump of dirt in the compartment. From its size and shape, it apparently had stuck to the arch of a man's shoe. The lab just reported that they've analyzed it, and it contains bits of sawdust, confetti, and popcorn.
Sounds like a circus.
Well, I checked with the railroad, and for part of the night, they were hauling 4 cars belonging to the J.C. Crawford Sunflower Carnival.
I see. Oh, where is that carnival now?
It's at Union City for a 5-day stand. The local police there have started preliminary investigation.
Well, Jim, the chief at Union City is a graduate of the FBI Academy.
Yeah, I know that. Clint, how about you getting a list of the stolen jewelry from the police up at Harrisonville? Then you can send out a stolen property flyer.
Okay. Where are you going?
Well, the SAC is sending me to Union City to investigate that carnival.
Lily Bell,
What is it, Walter?
I got to talk to you.
Look, we got trouble.
Huh?
Yeah, there was a cop around talking to old man Crawford about the jewelry.
How come?
Oh, I don't know.
How do you know somebody from the carnival took it?
Honey, you're the mind reader.
Very funny. What do we do now?
Just keep the stuff in your trunk and make sure nobody sees it.
It's too late.
Huh?
Somebody has seen it.
Who?
Eddie Scott.
Well, how did he see it?
Yeah, he brought in a crate of horoscopes. Told him to throw them next to my trunk. The next thing I know, he's got the stuff in his dukes.
Oh, fine.
Yeah. Asked me if it was real. I told him no and kicked him out.
That ain't good. He'll hear about the cop and get smart.
Should we bury the stuff?
No.
We just can't leave it in the trunk.
Walter, where are you?
It's J.C.
Yeah.
I'm back here, J.C.
Hey, you got a crowd, my boy. You're neglecting your spiel.
I'll be right out, sir.
What do we do?
No. Try to think of something. I'll see you later.
Pardon me.
Huh?
Are you J.C. Crawford?
Oh, yes, sir. J.C. Crawford in person and at your service.
Thank you. My name is Taylor. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
The FBI?
That's right, sir. Here are my credentials.
Oh. Yeah. That's a good picture of you.
Mr. Crawford, could We go someplace where we can talk?
Why, well, surely. Hey, let's go have a drink.
Well, I'd rather go where it's a little quieter, if you don't mind.
Well, this tent here. It's my office.
That's fine.
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Mr. Crawford, Chief Thompson of the local police told me that he's already spoken to you about the jewel theft on the train last night.
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
Have you any idea how many people you have traveling with this carnival?
Oh, I have indeed, sir. Answer is 55. 55 great performers in my show.
I'd like to question all of them as soon as possible.
Yeah, can't be done.
Oh, why not, Mr. Crawford?
Oh, busy. They're entertaining the grand citizens of this community.
Well, what time does the show close?
11 o'clock?
Can you arrange for me to question them after that?
Why, well, certainly. Be happy to.
Thanks.
Let's see. What time is it now?
It's a few minutes past 9.
Well, we got 2 hours till the show closes. I tell you what we ought to do.
What's that, sir?
Let's you and me go out and have a few friendly libations, huh?
No, thanks, Mr. Crawford.
Yeah, but
if you don't mind, I'd like to take a look around the lot.
Oh, well, all right. Here, take some passes.
Thanks.
And if you have need of my services before 11, you may find me at the end of the Midway. Can't miss the place. It has a large sign outside featuring the most beautiful words in the English language. We serve whiskey.
And now a question from L.J., whose birthday is July 25th. L.J., you were born under the sign of Leo, and therefore this is a favorable time for you. There is an old Turkish proverb, a man does not seek his luck, luck seeks its man. So you can see that even in ancient days, the Turks realized how important the position of the stars was to every one of us. And now for the next question. This one is from E.S., born on March the 22nd, which is the sign of Aries the Ram. He asks... I'm sorry, E.S. Your question cannot be answered. That's all for this show, folks. Oh.
Lily Bell.
Come in, Walter.
Say, what happened? Why did you cut the show?
Eddie Scott was out front. He sent me a note. It said, do I get cut in or do I tell what's in your trunk?
Oh. Well, we got to do something quick. The FBI's looking for the jewelry now.
How do you know?
Old man Crawford told me there was a G-man around to see him.
When?
About an hour ago. He's going to put the vacuum on all of us after the last show.
You think he'll dip into everybody's trunk?
Well, he could.
Lily Bell.
It's Eddie. What'll I do?
Talk to him. I'll step back here.
Okay. Come on in.
Hi, Lily Bell.
All right.
I'm sorry I broke up your act that way.
What do you want?
Like I told you in a note. I'd like to be cut in.
How much?
Well, I want to be fair about it.
Yeah.
What would you think of, say, 50%?
You want half?
That's right.
You expect to just walk in and cut yourself down the middle?
Uh-huh.
That ain't what you're getting.
It ain't?
No. Your cut's already been figured.
Oh. Oh. What is it?
This.
Huh?
Honey, that's the best fortune you've told in weeks.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to a very special kind of person. To the man or woman who can truthfully say to himself,
I'm on the way up.
can you speak those words and really mean them? Are you the kind of man whose neighbors will say,
look at the Barton's new car. Why, Ed's new job must be working out all right.
If you're that type of person, if you're absolutely confident that your earning power is going to increase in the next few years, if you have plenty of honest-to-goodness faith in your own future, then here's a suggestion. Investigate the Equitable Society's special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. A life insurance plan that offers you these three distinct advantages.
First, immediate protection.
The moment you sign the contract, you enjoy the peace of mind that comes from knowing that your wife and children have the protection they need.
Second, the Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future.
5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. In other words, your life insurance keeps in step with your income.
Third advantage, the Equitable plan is flexible at all times.
It can expand or contract as you see fit and offers you many desirable options which your Equitable Society representative will be glad to explain to you. So why not get in touch with him immediately? Phone him as soon as possible and ask for full details on the Equitable plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Murder on the Midway.
If you are like the ordinary person, you pick up your newspaper, notice a story about some local holdup or jewel theft, and you skip over it because you regard it as too insignificant to take up your time. It is, in your eyes, just another petty theft. But it is not petty, even though the amount stolen in any one robbery may be so small as to be negligible. Crime today is big business. And nothing illustrates that better than statistics gathered from a recent survey made by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. In one recent 6-month period, the value of property stolen in the United States amounted to well over $57 million. In order to garner that loot, 336,000 crimes were committed. Those are sobering facts. But even more noteworthy is the accompanying fact that in many of those crimes, the thief was aided in no small measure by the victim. Carelessness, such as the failure of the robbery victim in tonight's case to lock a compartment door when she went to sleep. Carelessness like that is an ally of the criminal, an ally without which his operations would be considerably lessened. Your FBI hopes that you will try to avoid such carelessness. By doing that, you will be hurting the chances for success of our common enemy, the criminal. Tonight's file continues later that night at the FBI field office.
Hello?
Hello, Clint. Jim Taylor.
Oh, hiya, Jim.
I think we may have something on that jewel theft.
Good.
I've just finished questioning the employees at the carnival. One of the pitchmen didn't show up and couldn't be found.
When was he last seen?
Earlier tonight. After the questioning was over, I went to his living quarters. It's a leaky tent here on the fairgrounds.
Find anything?
Yes, the small jewel box that was stolen from the old lady on the train was in his trunk.
Anything in the box?
No, it was empty.
What's this employee's name, Jim?
Edward Scott. Oh, I had a full description wired into the office by the local police here.
Good.
An alarm's already gone out from this point. Oh, Clint.
Yeah?
Will you ask the Bureau to have some flyers printed up?
Right. When do you think you'll be back?
Oh, I'm getting a train out of here in an hour. I'll see you in the office first thing in the morning.
Walter? Walter, I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, what's the matter?
Eddie's body is gone.
Is that all?
Look, put those darts down and talk to me. I want to know
Lily
what you-
Bell, I took him.
Huh?
I took him. You see, I heard the FBI guy talking to Crawford. He thinks Eddie did the job.
Because he didn't show up?
Well, that was one thing. Then he found the jewel box I stuck in Eddie's trunk.
Oh. Well, what'd you do with Eddie?
Dumped him.
Where?
He's safe. Pretty good, huh?
Walter, let's quit this show, huh?
Not yet. Not till things cool off. Hey, look.
What?
I got a bullseye. Left-handed.
Morning, Clint.
Morning, Jim.
Anything in yet on the Eddie Scott alarm?
Not a thing.
No.
I teletyped Scott's name and description to Washington. We ought to have something from them later in the day.
Mm-hmm. Now, Scott had no regular home, Clint. According to everything I could find out at the carnival, he used to get his mail care of Billboard magazine, and they'd forward it on to him.
Mm-hmm.
We've notified them to call the New York office as soon as they hear from Scott with his new address. Oh, pardon me, Clint.
Sure.
Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Hello, Mr. Taylor. This is Chief Jones at Union City.
Yes, Chief.
I've got some news on Eddie Scott. He's just been found dead.
Hey, what?
He was brought in a little while ago.
Chief, we'll be down there as soon as we can. Oh, Clint. Chief Jones said we could use his office.
Oh, fine.
Oh, you find anything out at the fairgrounds?
No, not a thing. I spoke to Crawford, but he had such a hangover, he wasn't very coherent.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I learned how Scott was found.
Where did they find him?
On a houseboat at the lake, a couple of miles up the road. Some kids were playing on the deck of the boat. They accidentally started a fire. Instead of running away, they called the fire department, and firemen found the body propped up in a closet.
Was the murder committed on the boat?
Well, it looks like Scott's murderer took his body up there to hide it.
How was he killed, Jim?
He was struck on the back of the head with a dull-edged weapon. Oh, possibly a hammer.
Are those Scott's effects on the table, Jim?
Yeah, that's it.
Have you examined them?
Yes, I've just been through them.
Find anything useful?
Well, this might be something.
This pad?
Yes, there's some indented writing on the top sheet here.
What does it say?
Well, hold it at the right angle and I'll read it for you. I got it. E.S., March 22nd.
Yeah?
Do I get cut in, or do I tell what's in your trunk?
Well, that E.S. probably stands for Eddie Scott.
Yes, I'm sure it does.
But what about the March 22nd and the rest of it?
Well, I've been trying to figure that part out, Clint. Scott had... Hey, wait a minute.
What?
I think this might be a lead. I remember the other night while I was at the carnival. There was a fortune teller.
And now a question from B.L., whose birthday is May 29th. B.L., you were born under the sign of Gemini.
Pretty corny, isn't she, Clint?
Yeah.
This would be the proper time to make the investment you asked about. However, you
I hope this works.
entering a new order
Jim,
in the near
if you're right, and she's the one Eddie Scott wrote that other note to, she's got to show some reaction when she gets the same note after he's dead.
In order to be sure which those days are, by
What made you think of her?
I saw her work when I was here last night. You see that wicker basket up there on the stage? Well, that's where she throws the slips of paper with the questions on them after she gives her answers.
your lucky days and which aren't. And now I have a question from E.S.
This is it, Clint.
Born on March the 22nd, which is the sign of Aries, the ram. In answer to your question, E.S.,
Look at her, Clint.
ladies and gentlemen, that concludes this show. Good night.
She's leaving, Jim.
Al. She's got a little tent right out in back of this one, Clint. Go get her. I'm going to grab that wicker basket up on the stage.
Coming through.
Let us through, please. Harness. See you later, Clint.
Yeah. Excuse me, please. Excuse me. Coming through. Thank you. Excuse me. Say, can you tell me how to get to the Great Lily Bell's tent?
Sure, it's right back there.
Oh, thanks. Hello?
Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
What do you want here?
I'd like to ask you some questions.
Go ahead.
Just how well do you know Eddie Scott?
I just knew him to say hello to.
What do you mean, knew him? Has anything happened to him?
I don't know. I don't know anything about him. I hardly knew him.
I think maybe we better do the rest of this questioning down at police headquarters.
Oh, no, you don't.
Huh?
Keep your hands over your head. See if he's got a gun on him, Lily Bell.
Okay. No, he hasn't.
Keep your hands in the air anyway. Get the stuff, Lily Bell. Let's get out of here.
What about this guy?
Get the stuff out of the trunk. I'll take care of him.
Okay.
Drop that gun.
Huh?
I said drop it.
Oh, no.
Now, get up. Come on, get up. And leave that gun right where it is.
Did you find the note that Eddie Scott wrote yesterday, Jim?
Yes, it was in the wicker basket up on the stage.
Good.
All right, Clint, let's throw the cuffs on both of them and get out of here.
Although charged with violation of the National Stolen Property Act, Walter Marshall and Lily Bell Adams were turned over to local authorities and convicted for the murder of Edward Scott. Walter Marshall was executed, and Lily Bell Adams received life imprisonment. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI was not solved because of any sudden inspiration or any lucky hunch. Few cases are solved that way. The arrest of the criminals portrayed in this file was brought about the same way almost every other arrest comes to pass, as a result of calm, deliberate, painstaking investigation, plus, and this is a very big plus, the close and valuable cooperation of local police. Your FBI is proud of the fact that more than 97% of all persons arrested by special agents in the past year were later convicted after a fair trial in a court of law. That is a superlative record, and your FBI wishes to take this opportunity to acknowledge publicly that it would have been impossible to obtain such a margin of convictions if it had not been for the invaluable aid rendered to special agents in every part of the nation. Only through this kind of teamwork between law enforcement agencies can any real progress be made in the war against crime.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Old-timers in the life insurance profession have a saying that may interest you. They say,
You can judge a man by the life insurance he buys.
in other words, veteran insurance men have noticed that their customers who make small-scale insurance plans seldom get very far. On the other hand, the type of man who thinks big, who invests in a forward-looking program like the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up, is the man who usually does get to the top. So why not line yourself up with the successful men of tomorrow? Ask your Equitable Society representative to give you full facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A story that reveals a ghoulish attempt to evade the law. Its subject, bank theft. Its title, The Traveling Corpse.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. This is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Traveling Corpse, on This is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Since the Equitable Life Assurance Society was founded 90 years ago, this country has changed in many ways. But in one respect, it is still the same. In those early days, people always spoke of America as the land of opportunity. Well, it still is the land of opportunity just as much as ever. In just a few minutes, in tonight's middle commercial, the Equitable Society will have a special message for listeners who agree with this philosophy. We will describe a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Telltale Ransom.
It is impossible to make any review of the field of crime and not feel genuinely concerned over the number of criminals who are not only free, but who are operating in almost every large city in the country. They run gambling houses, horse rooms, or control the numbers racket. In some cases, they are able to operate because of local political protection. Protection which enables them to escape public censure by occasionally sacrificing a menial in the organization to the police. That makes the records look good. In other cases, it is simply a matter of the local police being undermanned, underpaid, or both. Whatever the reason, though, the fact is that there is a criminal population throughout the country, and through their various enterprises, they are bleeding the public of money it can ill afford to throw away. Tonight, we have selected a file for dramatization which will give you an insight into one particular type of criminal operation. By telling you the story of the men who conceived and completed that operation, kidnapping. Tonight's file opens in a cemetery located on the outskirts of a large Midwestern city. It is late at night, and the eerie quiet is broken only by the sound of two men digging.
You sure it's here, Joey?
Uh-huh.
We've been digging for 40 minutes.
Yeah, I buried it here myself.
All right, then find it yourself.
Okay, I will. Hey, I got it, Fergie.
Let's see it.
Wait till I get it out. Give me a hand, will you?
It can't be that heavy.
It's stuck.
Now, wait. Yeah. There you are. Good. Open it.
Wait a second. Don't look bad, huh? There's 1,000 in each bundle.
Yeah, you take out 10 bundles.
Right. 2, 4, 6, 9, 10.
Now, give me the rest.
How about my markers?
You want them tonight?
Yeah.
I'll come back to the joint with me.
Okay.
Joey.
What?
One thing. Wait 6 months before you spend that 10 G's.
Why?
That's still too hot. A guy who gets caught spending that stuff could get himself thrown on a jug. Or in the river.
A few days later, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is at his desk when Agent Lou Mitchell approaches.
Jim Taylor?
Yes, that's right.
Lou Mitchell. I just signed in this morning.
Oh, I heard about that, Lou. It's nice to see you.
Same here, Jim. SAC assigned me to work with you.
Oh, it's fine. Which office you from, Lou?
New Orleans.
Ah, you're just in time to start on a new case, or I should say the reopening of an old one.
What kind is it?
Kidnapping. 4 months ago, a man named Frank Stillwell was kidnapped. He was the local policy king.
Oh?
His wife got a ransom note asking for $50,000. She took it to the local police, who sent her here with it.
Oh, you were on the case then?
That's right. We naturally told her we would do nothing to jeopardize her husband's safety, so she decided to pay the money.
Uh-huh.
She got it from her bank, and we made a list of the serial numbers on the bills. Then she arranged to make the payoff.
Oh, what was her husband's story after he was released?
Well, they never did release him, Lou. The body was found a few days later.
Oh?
He was killed by bullets from a 7.65 millimeter Luger.
Not many of them around anymore.
No, there aren't. Well, we questioned 5 suspects, racketeers. We got nowhere with them. Since then, we haven't gotten a single break until today.
What happened today?
One of the ransom bills showed up in a delicatessen on the north side. The clerk had clipped the list of serial numbers from one of those crime magazines.
Did he know where he got the bill?
Yes, from a Miss Inez Whitfield. She lives at the, where's that? Oh, here it is, at the Austin Apartments. Lou.
Yeah?
Why don't you get out the Stillwell file and go over it, huh? I'm going over and find out where Miss Whitfield got that money.
Just a minute. Oh, hello, Gene.
Hi.
Did you stop for some candy?
Mm-hmm. Here.
Oh, thanks, honey. I know I shouldn't eat it right after lunch, but these are my favorite. Oh.
Inez, what'd you call me for?
It was on account of the cops.
What cops?
Oh, these are awful good, weren't they?
Inez, what cops are you talking about?
The one that was here.
Hmm?
There was a guy up here this morning.
What kind of a guy?
From the FBI.
What do you want?
Gene, where'd you get that money you gave me?
I want it in the crap game. Why?
It's hot.
Inez, will you please tell me what this is all about?
The money you gave me was part of the ransom money in the Stillwell kidnapping.
What?
That's what the FBI guy told me.
Put that candy down for a minute so I can understand you.
I said, that's what the FBI guy told me.
Well,
What's the matter?
I didn't think he'd do it.
Honey, where are you going?
I'm going to try to find somebody. I'll see you later.
Studying the Stillwell file, Lou?
Well, just about finished with it.
Find anything that we overlooked?
Oh, only one thing.
Hmm?
All I could find after the date the body was discovered was a single statement from Miss Stillwell.
Oh, she refused to see us or the local police.
Why?
Well, my guess is that the kidnappers threatened her life if she talked.
Oh, you think she might talk now?
Well, she's not even in the country anymore, Lou.
Huh?
Yeah, she went to England. She's going to live there.
Oh. Well, how about you? Did you get anything from Miss Whitfield?
Very little. She didn't have the slightest idea where she got that bill. Because, well, to use her words, she's been on a mad shopping spree.
Well, you've got to go on a shopping spree with large bills to get 20s in your change, Jim.
Well, there's not much chance of proving she doesn't.
I suppose you're right.
Lou, I'm going to go in and see the SAC.
What about?
If it's all right with him, I'm going to question every one of the old suspects.
The number is 7. Pay to come and take the line. Next shooter. Step back, boys. Make room for the players. Remember, boys, you can't accumulate unless you speculate. Bet a lot, win a lot. New shooter coming out. The point is 9. 3-2 on a 9. Don't get shut out. Get your bets down. Here he comes. 8 the hard way. Pay the 8.
Fergie?
Huh?
I give the stick to one of the boys. I want to talk to you.
How about later, Gene?
I want to talk to you now.
Okay, yeah. Hey, Tommy.
Yeah?
Here's the stick. Take the game for one.
Sure.
All right, let's go back to the office, Gene.
Okay.
Okay, man. You got a new man to shoot against. Break me. Go ahead. Let's see. Go.
What's on your mind?
I'll tell you when we get inside.
Go ahead, Gene.
Thanks. Grab a chair. Yeah. Now, let's have it.
We had a crap game at my house night before last.
Running competition to me, Gene?
This was just a couple of the guys.
Oh.
I beat Joey Stevens for a chunk. It turned out to be hot money.
Now, what's that got to do with me, Gene?
I know he hangs around here a lot.
He ain't been in tonight. I've been here since we opened. What was the money hot from?
Remember when Frank Stillwell got snatched?
Uh-huh.
Joey went to a cemetery to pick up the dough. He came back with no money, just a satchel full of paper. That's what he said he got.
Were you in on that job?
I don't remember, Fergie. Where's Joey living?
I don't know. I'll tell you what I'll do, Gene. I'll try to locate him. As soon as I do, I'll call you.
Who's there?
It's me, Joey.
Who's me?
Fergie.
Oh. Come on in, Fergie. How come you're not working?
There was a guy at the joint looking for you.
When?
A little while ago.
Who was it?
Gene Russell.
Oh.
He tells me you shot crap with him the other night.
Yeah. I went for a glob.
So I understand.
He threw 8 straight passes.
Joey, he was in on that Stillwell snatch, wasn't he?
Yeah.
And it wasn't very smart of you not to remember what I told you.
When?
The night in the cemetery. I said the money was too hot to spend. It could get a guy in trouble. You should have listened to me, Joey.
I couldn't help it.
If Russell finds out I have 40 G's of that money, he's going to get mad at me.
Nobody's going to tell him.
That's what I came up here to ensure.
What do you mean?
Joey, Well, I'm going to have to kill you.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to a very special kind of person. Next Tuesday, March 15th, is the final day for income tax returns. Here and there in America are men and women who, as they drop their tax returns in the mailbox, will say to themselves,
"It won't be long before I'll be paying a tax on a bigger income than I get today. And sooner or later, I'm going to make the top brackets. I'm on the way up."
Is that the way you feel about yourself? Is your confidence in your future success firm and unshakable? Then you're sure to be interested in the Equitable Society's special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up. Yes, this plan appeals to the successful men of tomorrow because of 3 important features.
First, immediate protection.
The moment you sign the contract, you enjoy the peace of mind that comes from knowing that your wife and children have the protection they need.
Second, the Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future.
5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. In other words, your life insurance keeps in step with your income.
Third advantage, the Equitable plan is flexible at all times.
It can expand or contract as you see fit and offers you many desirable options, which your Equitable Society representative will be glad to explain to you. So why not get in touch with him immediately? Phone him and ask for full details on the Equitable plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Telltale Ransom.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation is an organization which attacks the job of fighting crime from the scientific rather than the emotional angle. The solutions to crimes come because certain facts align themselves and point a steady finger at one particular suspect. One of the things it is important for a special agent investigating any case to know is the motive behind the crime. As their study of the field continues, it has become more and more apparent to the members of your FBI that murder, to mention one crime, is committed for only a small variety of reasons. Profit, passion, and revenge top the miniature list of motives in that order. It is possible to catalog the reasons behind the more than 7,000 murders committed in this country last year. It is impossible, however, to answer another question concerning those killings. That question is, what type of person committed the murder? No matter how much experience any law enforcement officer has had, it is impossible for him to answer that question because there is no pat answer to it. Some of the killers were rich, some poor. They came from every section of the country and every conceivable background. They had little in common except one thing. Each believed he had the right to take another person's life. The fact that in the eyes of the law virtually no reason is sufficient for murder made little difference to them. And each of them, in addition to killing, was also guilty of stealing. Stealing for himself a motto which once belonged exclusively to a late dictator. A motto which reads, I am the law. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Lou, we've got 4 of the 5 suspects in the Stillwell case.
Have you questioned any of them yet, Jim?
No, we're waiting to get them all.
Who's missing?
Joey Stevens.
Oh, he's the one who said he was at the State Theater the night of the kidnapping.
Yeah, that's right. And he had ticket stubs that were sold that night to prove it.
When did he move from the address we have on it?
Oh, about a month ago.
Oh. Jim, we got an answer back on that request you sent to Scotland Yard on Mrs. Stillwell.
No? What did it say?
Well, she was located, but she refused to talk.
Yeah, well, I think that angle of the case is hopeless now. Oh, I've got it, Lou. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, that's right. You have? Where? Will I write that down? Go ahead. 82nd Street. Fine. Thanks very much, Sergeant. We'll get right over there. Lou, there was Sergeant O'Reilly at headquarters. They've located an address for Joey Stevens.
Good.
Let's get down there.
All right, new shooter coming out. Get your bets down. Here he comes. The number is 10. 2-1 plain and 8-1 the hard way. Bet a lot, win a lot. Bets down. Here he comes. Natural 7. Pay to come and take the line. Next shooter. Step back, boys, unless you're going to play.
Hello, Fergie.
Hi, Gene. Want a little action?
I want to talk to you.
Gene, I can't leave the game every time.
I said I want to talk to you.
Okay. Tommy, take the stick and run a game.
Sure.
Come on, Gene.
New man with a stick, boys. Get back with your stuff. Here's the next shooter. Take it there. Don't get shut
Go
up.
ahead, Gene.
Thanks. Seen Joey yet?
No, I haven't.
I didn't think you would.
What do you mean?
You don't want to.
Gene, I give you my word. I sent Tommy out last night, and I went looking for him myself today. He just ain't around.
I ran into a guy named Paul Carroll. You know him?
No.
He's a friend of Joey's.
No.
Joey showed him something yesterday. $40,000 worth of markers. Every one of them was signed Paid Fergie.
Oh, them. They were from a game. He ran up a $40,000 tab, finally paid it back.
Why didn't you tell me about it last night?
I didn't remember.
A guy like Joey Stevens pays you 40 G's and you don't remember?
Look, it ain't any of my business where Joey Stevens gets his money, is it?
Not unless you're in on the deal, too.
What are you talking about?
I'm going to find Joey Stevens. When I do, I'll explain it to you.
Well, let's see. This apartment, 317 here.
Stevens must have the next one on his side.
Yeah, I guess so, Lou. Yep, this is it. Hey, It's open. Come on, let's go in.
All right.
I'm glad we brought that search warrant along.
Yeah.
Lou?
What?
No wonder the door was open. Take a look in here.
Joey Stevens?
Yeah. He's dead. Not too long ago either. Look, he's still bleeding.
There's a knife, Jim.
Yeah, I see it.
It might have some prints on it.
Well, let's not touch anything around here till the coroner gets here, huh?
I wonder if there's a phone in here.
There it is, right over there.
Oh, yeah.
Lou, you call the police, huh? I'll take a look around.
Right. Police headquarters, please. Hello. FBI Special Agent Mitchell speaking. Yes. We're up at 313, West 82nd Street, apartment 315. Uh-huh. Found a man stabbed to death. Name's Joey Stevens. That's right. Uh-huh. Goodbye. They'll be right over, Jim.
Lou, look what I found in a shoe in the closet.
Ransom money?
Well, the top bill is. I checked that with the list. I assume the rest of it came from the same place.
Jim, from what I saw on Stevens' record, he wasn't a big enough operator to handle the Stillwell kidnapping alone.
No, I don't think he did. No, I also found these keys. They're for a safe deposit box.
Oh.
Well, now all we got to do is find the right bank.
There's one on this corner, Jim.
Hey, that's right. Lou, I'm going over there.
Gene,
Yeah.
what's a commoner?
A what?
A commoner.
How should I know?
That's what the guy is.
What guy?
The guy the princess is going with.
Inez, turn to the comics. Read those.
But, Gene, how
Let me
you
have
gonna-
another piece of toast.
Here.
Thank you. And some more coffee.
The pot's right in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
Gene,
Yeah.
don't you know this guy?
The guy that's going to marry the princess?
No, this guy who's got his picture in the paper, Joey Stevens.
What about him?
He was killed.
What?
Cops found him last night.
Let me see that paper.
See?
So he tried to keep Joey quiet.
Huh?
Never mind.
Well, aren't you going to finish your breakfast?
No, I'll see you later.
Well, where are you going?
To collect $40,000.
Mr. Taylor is in the second room on the left, Mr. Mitchell, just beyond the sign that says safe deposit boxes.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I see you found the right place, Jim.
Oh, hi, Lou. Yeah, I got a court order to open the box. I found another $4,000 of the ransom money.
Anything else?
Well, there's a sheet of stationery from the Hotel Central. It's the first page of a letter.
Stevens?
Yeah, it says, Dear Joey, I got your letter. You don't have to worry about a thing. When you get out, you can step right back into your old job and make believe you never went away. Things are going pretty good, except that I had a mild beef with FS.
FS. That could be Frank Stillwell, Jim.
Uh-huh.
Is that all the letter says?
Well, that's all there is on this page. Second page isn't here.
Why would Stevens keep that in his safe deposit box?
Probably because of this map here on the other side.
Pretty crude map.
I know this section, Lou.
Where is it?
It's the cemetery where Mrs. Stillwell paid the ransom.
Joey must have been the one who collected.
Yeah. Oh, Lou, you want to make a copy of this map on another sheet of paper?
What for?
So you can look around up there while I go down to the Hotel Central. I'm going to try and find out who wrote this letter to Joey Stevens.
Inez!
Here I am, honey.
Well, come on, girl. Don't drink alone. Make one for me.
Well, what are you so happy about all of a sudden?
Remember what I said here when I left?
You got it?
Naturally.
Oh, honey, you're a beautiful man.
And 40 G's more beautiful than it was a couple of hours ago.
You want me to carry it for luck?
I ain't even had one drink yet.
Coming up.
Thanks. You expecting somebody?
Nah, you know better than that, honey.
Answer it. Get rid of whoever it is.
Okay.
Then we're going out. We got some celebrating to do.
Well.
Hello.
Oh. Honey, it's the man from the FBI.
Huh?
What do you want?
I've come here for Mr. Russell.
Me?
Well, how'd you know we were
I
friends?
saw your picture in his hotel room.
What right did you have to go to my hotel room?
A legally issued search warrant. Oh, I found something else in your hotel room, this Luger. If it turns out to be the gun I think it is, you'll be charged with murder.
Gene Russell was tried and convicted for the murder of Frank Stillwell and sentenced to be executed. A similar sentence was imposed upon George Fergie Ferguson for the murder of Joey Stevens. When Special Agent Taylor arrived at the Hotel Central, he inspected a list of the hotel's guests. When he came to the name of one of the suspects in the Stillwell case, Gene Russell, he thought he had come to the right place. When he learned that a sample of Russell's handwriting matched the writing on the sheet of stationery found in Joey Stevens' safe deposit box, he was fairly certain that Russell was the man he had been hunting for. And when ballistics proved that the gun found in Russell's room was indeed the same gun which had been used to kill Frank Stillwell, Russell had no alternative but to confess. And so, another kidnapping was solved by your FBI, solved some 4 months after it had taken place. It would have been solved if none of the ransom money had been spent for 10 years, because the Federal Bureau of Investigation does not close kidnapping files, or any other kind, until the job is done, until the crime is solved, until the criminal is brought to justice.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Tom, if I told you a certain man owns an equitable society policy for men and women on the way up, what would you say that indicated about him?
Well, Mr. Keating, I'd say the chances are he really is on the way up.
Exactly. That's why they say a man is known by the life insurance he owns. So, if you have confidence in yourself and your future, why not act accordingly? Get in touch with your Equitable Society representative soon and ask him to give you all the facts on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A factual account of a new and vicious pattern of crime. Its subject, swindling. Its title, The Baby Rental Racket.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Carol Smith, Frank Albertson, Tom Holland, Frank Lovejoy, Sidney Miller, and George Offerman, Jr. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Baby Rental Racket, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Since the Equitable Life Assurance Society was founded 90 years ago, this country has changed in many ways. But in one respect, it is still the same. In those early days, people always spoke of America as the land of opportunity. Well, it still is the land of opportunity just as much as ever. In just a few minutes, in tonight's middle commercial, the Equitable Society will have a special message for listeners who agree with this philosophy. We will describe a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Baby Rental Racket.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation has just completed its annual survey into the field of crime. This study covers the period from January 1st to the end of December 1948. It contains more statistics than we could bring you if we read you nothing else for the entire time allotted to the program. Let us give you two facts gathered from this current report. The first is, the Federal Bureau of Investigation received and analyzed more fingerprints of persons arrested during the year just past than in any other year since the FBI was created. That means that the crime wave, which showed some sign of letting up, is now in the process of engulfing us, and will, unless strong measures are taken and taken immediately. The other fact we bring you is from the crime report. Arrest records reflect that 1 out of every 20 persons in the United States has been arrested and fingerprinted, which means that the fingerprint arrest file now contains the names of an army of people, an army totaling more than 7 million. Tonight's file opens in an amusement park located on the outskirts of a large eastern city. It is early evening. A young woman approaches one of the concessions on the Midway.
Miss?
Yeah?
Does, Gloria Butler work here?
Uh-huh.
Well, could I see her?
Sure. Go right through that door.
Oh, thanks. Hi, Gloria.
Susie!
Uh-huh.
Well, gee, this is a surprise. Where have you been?
Out of town.
Oh? How'd you know I was working here?
I asked around. Hey, what are you sitting way up there for?
Oh, it's my job.
To swing 5 feet off the ground in a chair?
Uh-huh.
What kind of a job is that?
Did you see the customers throwing baseballs at the target when you were out front?
Yeah.
Well, when one of them hits the bullseye, I fall out of the chair and into that pool of water.
You what?
You see?
Yeah.
It's lots of fun.
Oh, it must be.
Now I go up again.
Yeah. Gloria, you still got your baby?
Oh, sure.
How old is the kid now?
Almost a year.
That's just right.
What's just right?
The age.
Just right for what?
When are you finished?
I get relieved in 20 minutes.
For how long?
Half an hour.
Good. I'll meet you as soon as you get off.
Okay, where?
Next door at the beer garden?
Okay. I'll be there as soon as I change my clothes.
Hey, Sue, is that your friend?
Where?
There at the door.
Oh, yeah.
She looks moxie.
What do you want, Mrs. Einstein? Hi, Gloria.
Hello, Sue.
I'd like you to meet my husband. Fred, this is Gloria.
It's a genuine pleasure.
Nice to meet you. Sit down.
Thanks.
Sue tells me you're married to George Butler.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I haven't seen George in quite a while. What's he doing now?
3 years.
Oh, that's too bad.
Fred, Gloria hasn't got much time.
All right. Yeah, I guess we might as well get down to business. Gloria, how much do you make at the concession?
$35 a week, and a new bathing suit every month.
How would you like to make $100 a week?
100?
Uh-huh.
Oh, gee, that'd be great.
All you gotta do is lend us your kid.
Lend him? Lend you Junior?
Yeah, you see, we've got a list of people who want to adopt a baby.
You want me to sell Junior?
Gloria, wait till Fred explains the whole thing.
We take Junior to them, and they adopt him on approval. For that, they pay us $400.
Uh-huh.
Then we tell them if they decide they want to keep the baby after they've had it a week, it'll cost them another $400.
Uh-huh.
When we go back after the week is up, though, we tell them that the price is $4,000, not $400, and we get the kid back.
Oh, that'll never work.
It's been working for 2 years.
Huh? You've been doing this for 2 years?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, why don't you keep using the same kid?
Well, we did, but he outgrew the part.
Huh?
Well, he got big and ugly, and nobody wanted him.
Oh.
What do you say, Gloria? How does the deal sound to you?
Well, it sounds okay, but I'm just wondering if...
About what?
Well, whether all that easy money is going to hurt my career.
What, you mean dodging baseball?
Look, you just go along with us, honey. We'll have you playing third base for the Giants.
A few weeks later, at the FBI pistol range, Special Agent Jim Taylor is finishing his practice round when local policeman Earl Dawson approaches.
High shooting.
Huh? Oh, hello, Earl.
Hi, Jim.
Didn't know I had an audience. Well, you going over on the line, or you want to share this target with me?
I'll use this one.
Okay.
I'm glad you're here. Saves me a trip up to your office.
Oh? What'd you want up there, Earl?
Oh, I've been investigating a local racket. Want some help?
What kind of a racket?
It's a new one on me. It's the adoption by approval gimmick.
I don't think I've run into that one.
Well, the swindlers find a family that wants to adopt a baby.
Well, there are plenty of those.
Then they actually deliver a baby to the family and say they'll take care of the necessary adoption papers.
Uh-huh.
All that, of course, is done after the family makes a down payment.
What happens then?
Well, after the people get to like the child, the swindlers come and ask for a tremendous second payment.
Oh, brother. That's even worse than the old black market racket. Hey, you need some bullets, sir?
Oh, no, thanks.
I suppose they pick families who couldn't possibly pay the second installment, so they'll be sure of getting the baby back.
That's exactly what they do, Jim.
Uh-huh. Have you gotten any lead at all on who's working this racket?
Oh, yeah, I've got a complete description.
From one of the victims?
From a half a dozen of them.
Oh.
The descriptions we've gotten are all so similar, they must be right. Here they are.
Oh, fine, thanks. I tell you, Earl, I'll have ident check on this and see if we have anything on him.
Well, I've had to stop a couple of complainants from coming up to your office about this man to press kidnapping charges.
We have no jurisdiction there.
That's what I told him. Well, I think I'll get in some practice, Jim.
Okay, Earl. Oh, and as soon as I get any answer from ident, I'll get in touch with you.
Come on, Junior. What, you want a bottle? All right, here, take your bottle. Oh, go ahead, Junior. Please. Oh, Sue?
Yeah?
Oh, come on in here, will you?
Coming.
Oh, don't ever leave me alone with the kid, Sue. I've asked you a million times.
You wouldn't have so much trouble if you didn't try to feed it with one hand and read the racing form with the other.
Now, don't change the subject. I've asked you not to leave me with the kid. I don't like kids. Now, here, take him.
Okay.
Oh. Where have you been?
To see Gloria. She sent for me.
Why?
She says she'd like to see Junior.
What for?
I don't know.
Well, did you tell her we're taking good care of him?
Sure.
After all, he's worth more healthy.
That's what I said.
Well, you better dress the kid up real cute. I made an appointment for this afternoon.
Another customer?
Uh-huh.
Well, Gloria's going to call me later. What'll I tell her?
About what?
About seeing the kid.
Oh. Tell her to come up here next Friday. We'll have it back by then.
Okay.
Hey, look.
What?
Well, the kid spilled some milk. on the name of a horse in the second race.
Well?
Maybe I should hook him up with everything in the first and then bet some doubles.
Oh, fine.
Well, look, maybe the kid knows
Go
something.
get his blanket. Just let's worry about his health, not his handicapping.
But
if he stays healthy, he'll win us more money than citation.
Busy, Jim?
Oh, hello, Earl. No, come on in. Grab a chair, guy.
Thanks. Say, you know those pictures you got for me from Washington?
On Fred Hamilton?
Yeah, they were the right ones.
Oh, swell.
The last victim, a family named Jackson, identified him as the one who tried to swindle them.
Earl, I learned that we've been looking for Hamilton ourselves for violation of the National Stolen Property Act.
Well, that brings you in it, too.
Yeah? Have you spoken to the latest victims?
I spoke to Mr. Jackson. His wife wasn't up to being interviewed.
Well, that's understandable.
Hamilton gave Mr. Jackson a check to cash after the first payment. The check, which was on an out-of-state bank, was returned unpaid.
Well, that's another count against him.
Jim, can I get a complete file on Hamilton?
Sure, Earl. If we haven't got it here in the office, Washington can send it along.
Fine.
Earl, I'd like to have you do me a favor, if you will.
Sure, name it.
I'd like a list of the previous victims. After I've interviewed them, then we can go to work.
Fred?
Yeah.
Where you been?
Working.
Gloria's here.
Oh, hi, Gloria.
Hi. She just told me she's been up to see her husband.
Oh, how is he?
Fine. She, told him about our little business.
He liked it, huh?
Well, no. George says I should stick to my own profession.
You mean he doesn't want you to work with us?
Well, he says Junior's too young to be working.
Gloria, did you tell him how good we were doing?
Well, yeah, but he don't care.
But you can't quit now, Gloria. We're just starting to get...
Still, look. It's not me. It's George. He says it would be all right if Junior was learning something, but he ain't.
Well, you go right back
Sue,
and tell...
I think George is right.
Huh?
Well, he's entitled not to have his own kid working if he doesn't want to.
But...
If George wants to call it off, it's off.
Oh, gee, I'm glad you ain't mad about this.
Mad? Why should I be mad? You've got a right to quit if you want to. Now, look, Gloria, you go on home, and I'll get Junior and bring him out to your house tonight, huh? Now, run along.
Well, goodbye, Fred. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Gloria.
Have you blown your top? Here we just to start to get this thing going, and you get big-hearted and tell her we'll give her the kid back.
Oh, relax.
How can I?
I'll explain the whole thing to you.
Okay, start explaining.
I had to get rid of her.
Why?
We got trouble with the kid.
What happened?
Well, I went out to see Mr. and Mrs. Mason.
I know.
There.
You said you were going.
Well, like I always do, I said the second payment on the baby wasn't $400, but $4,000.
Yeah?
Well, Mrs. Mason started to cry, and Mr. Mason asked her to stop.
Fred, get to the point. Where is Junior?
Mr. Mason gave me 4 G's and really bought him.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to a very special kind of person. Last Tuesday was, as you remember, the last day for filing your income tax return. Perhaps as you sat at your desk filling out your form, this thought occurred to you.
2 or 3 years from now, I'm going to be paying a tax on a far bigger income than this. I know I'm going to get ahead. I know I'm on the way up.
If a thought like that entered your head, if you really have faith in your future success, then you're the man we'd like to talk to. Here at the Equitable Society, we have a life insurance plan that really speaks your language. It was designed for someone like you, for the man or woman on the way up. You'll understand why when you consider its 3 important features.
First, immediate protection.
The moment you sign the contract, you enjoy the peace of mind that comes from knowing that your wife and children have the protection they need.
Second, the Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future.
5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. In other words, your life insurance keeps in step with your income.
Third advantage, the Equitable plan is flexible at all times.
It can expand or contract as you see fit and offers you many desirable options, which your Equitable Society representative will be glad to explain to you. So why not get in touch with him? Phone him and ask for full details on the equitable plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's Equitable.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Baby Rental Racket.
Criminals who can bring themselves to perpetrate the crime enacted in tonight's case from the files of your FBI must be shabby people. It would, however, be a mistake to assume that their clothing would necessarily be shabby or that they would have any external sign that they were anything but decent, law-abiding citizens. It is unfortunate that criminals, even those with long records, do not necessarily show any result of their previous acts. One notorious swindler who had spent as much time in jail as out was able to pose as a doctor and to convince legitimate doctors that he was a bone surgeon of the first water. Many an ex-racketeer who grew up during the Prohibition era is now a sophisticated, easy-to-meet person who might deceive you into believing he was harmless and had put his criminal days behind him. No, there isn't any way to recognize the lawbreaker. For that reason, it is impossible to tell you any way to avoid contact with him, except for the obvious and the best way. If you receive any offer, any proposition, which on the face of it promises to bring you something a little more quickly than you expected, whether that be a baby or anything else, examine the offer very carefully. After doing that, if you have the slightest suspicion, pick up your phone and call your local police. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Sorry I kept you waiting, Jim.
Oh, that's all right, Earl.
I waited around down at headquarters until the last possible minute, hoping we'd get some word on that Fred Hamilton alarm.
We didn't get anything on it up here either. Oh, the SAC wants us to distribute pictures of Hamilton to the newspapers.
Uh-huh. You want to have the copies made, or shall I?
Well, you've got the originals. Why don't you have them made, huh?
Okay.
If that doesn't flush him out, I don't know what will.
Oh, by the way, 2 more complaints came in just before I left headquarters.
Oh?
One from a family named King and one named Leonard.
Pardon me, Earl.
Yeah, sure, Jim.
Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, just a moment, please, Earl. It's for you.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yeah, Bill. What's that? She is fine. Hold on to her. We'll be right down. So long. That was Bill Jordan down at headquarters.
Oh,
Jim.
what did he want?
They've just had a visitor down there.
Who?
The mother of the baby Fred Hamilton was using. And she's ready to talk.
Come on, let's get down there.
Fred,
Yes, dear.
put down the racing form.
Honey, I blew a bet in the 6th race, and I'm trying to
Look,
figure
the
out how...
woman with the new kid is on her way up from the lobby.
Well, what do you want me to do? Dress formal?
This is a new town with new suckers. We're going to have to nail her kid.
Okay.
That must be her. I'll get it. Mrs. Drew?
That's right.
Oh, please come in.
Thanks.
Fred,
Hmm?
this is Mrs. Drew.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Drew?
How do you do?
My wife tells me that she discussed this deal with you on the telephone.
Yes, she told me I was going to get $50 a week for lending you my baby.
That's right.
But she didn't tell me why you want Tommy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mrs. Drew. I thought I did explain that.
No, you didn't. I do need this money very badly, but I don't want to do anything that's wrong.
Mrs. Drew, did you ever hear of Jackie Coogan?
Of course.
And Margaret O'Brien?
Yes.
And Freddie Bartholomew?
The English boy.
That's right. You think they were big stars?
Why, certainly.
Well, they were nothing compared to what your baby is going to be. I'm going to produce a picture called Baby Star, and your child is going to have the lead in it.
Oh, how did you happen to pick my baby?
Well, I have talent scouts all over the world. And don't worry about the starting salary. In a few years, your baby will be making a lot more than $50 a week.
Oh, really?
Mrs. Drew, how does $6,000 a week sound to you?
$6,000?
Certainly. Gable gets it. No reason your son shouldn't.
What do you say, Mrs. Drew?
Well, I guess there's nothing I can do but accept your offer.
That's the whole story, Mrs. Butler. Huh?
That's right, Mr. Taylor.
You've left out nothing between the time Mrs. Hamilton approached you at the amusement park where you were working and right now.
Oh, no, sir.
You haven't told me yet how you found out that you had been swindled.
Well, I went to their apartment, and there was no answer. So I went back the next day, and there still wasn't. Well, when I couldn't even call them on the telephone, I figured there must be something wrong.
I see.
So I went to the people in the next apartment, and they said they saw Fred and Sue move out.
And that's when you decided to go to the police?
Yes, sir.
Well, the local police and the FBI are making every effort to locate your baby, Mrs. Butler, but frankly, you don't deserve to have the child.
I didn't know what I was doing.
After what you've told me, that's a little hard to believe.
Jim, we've located Mrs. Butler's child.
Oh, Laura.
Thanks.
Don't thank me. Thank the men in the 17th Precinct. They found him.
Where was he?
With a family named Mason up in Hawthorne Avenue.
That's right. They were on the list.
What list is that?
Well, Fred used to get the names of the people he sold the baby to off a list he had.
Have you any idea where he got that list?
No, sir.
Did she give you any help, Jim?
Well, some. One thing we know now is what Mrs. Hamilton looks like. Mrs. Butler here gave me a complete description on her.
That might come in handy.
Earl, why don't you go out and interview the people who bought this baby the last time?
All right, Jim.
Meanwhile, I'll go over to the Hamiltons' old apartment and see if I can find out there where they've gone.
I hope you had better luck than I did, Jim.
Couldn't the Masons give you anything, Earl?
Oh, they might be able to in a couple of days, but not now.
No, how come?
Well, they're both pretty well along in years. This is a terrible shock to them.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Did you get anything at the apartment?
I spoke to the same neighbor who told Mrs. Butler they saw the Hamiltons move out. They told me an express man picked up the Hamilton trunk.
They shouldn't be too tough to trace then, Jim.
Well, I checked at the express company. I found the trunk had been shipped to Centerville with instructions that it was to be held at the station until the Hamiltons picked it up.
Maybe we can get them when they come to get it.
It's too late for that, Earl. I called the railroad station in Centerville. It's already been claimed.
Ah, too bad.
And the apartment they lived in had already been rented, so there was no point in trying to find any clues there that might tell us where they went. Oh, pardon me, Earl. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, that's right. You have? Good. She was? When? What was her job there? Oh, yes. Yes, that's a big help. Thanks very much. Goodbye. Earl, that was your ident section.
Oh?
I gave them Mrs. Hamilton's description. They checked on her. She has a record. She was arrested for stealing $2,000 from the Henderson Street adoption home.
What was a woman like that doing at the adoption home?
She was employed there as a clerk in the bookkeeper's office. And I've got a feeling that the money's not all she stole. All right, Earl, let's get out to the adoption home.
Is this the block we want, Sue?
I don't know. Wait till I take a look at the list.
I know this is the right street, but I forget the number.
I'll have it in a minute.
Oh, quiet, baby.
A. Anderson, here it is. 711 Elm Drive.
Well, that'll be right near the next corner. Oh, Sue, will you do something to make this kid stop crying?
What can I do? We don't want the bottle.
Well, try it again.
All right. Here.
You see?
You'll make some child a wonderful mother.
Never mind the jokes. Oh, this is the place here. Now, you take the kid.
Come on, Tony.
Hey.
That's a good boy. Say, this is quite a joint the Andersons have.
I'm sorry I didn't ask for more dough.
Probably could have got a G.
Now, easy on the language. You're supposed to be the baby's nurse.
Okay. Fred.
Huh?
Get that scratch sheet out of the kid's blanket.
Oh. Is this the Anderson residence?
Yes, that's right.
We've brought the baby.
Yes, so I see.
May we come in?
No.
Huh?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. You're both under arrest.
What? Well, do something, Fred.
He will, Mrs. Hamilton. The first thing he'll do is return that baby wherever it belongs. Then we'll all go down to headquarters together.
Fred and Sue Hamilton were turned over to local authorities, and both were sentenced to long terms in a penitentiary. Special Agent Taylor's theory was that Mrs. Hamilton had stolen not only money from the Henderson Street adoption home, but also a list of prospective foster parents. Records at the home revealed a list containing the names of every one of the previous victims. Since those victims had successively been named Jackson, King, Leonard, and Mason, it became obvious that the Hamiltons worked the list in alphabetical order. For that reason, Special Agent Taylor stationed himself at the home of Mr. and Mrs. Anderson when he arrived in Centerville, with what results you have already witnessed. In tonight's case, your FBI cooperated with a local law enforcement agency on what was almost entirely a local violation. Such cooperation is the general rule and not the exception. But for the most part, it is the local police who give their aid to a special agent, who help him close a file on a criminal who has violated a federal statute. For that cooperation, the Federal Bureau of Investigation takes this opportunity publicly to thank the local police throughout the nation for the help they have given special agents, and which, even as you hear this, they are continuing to give.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. But right now, I want to tell you an interesting fact every insurance man knows. It's this.
The type of life insurance you buy shows the type of man you are.
And the type of life insurance that appeals most strongly to men who are earmarked for future success is the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. By purchasing a plan like this, you make a promise to yourself that you are going to get ahead. So don't delay. Call your Equitable representative soon and get the inside story of this unique plan that's geared for you men and women who have faith in yourselves. Or tonight, write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A story concerning one of the nation's prevalent law enforcement problems. Its subject, jewel theft. Its title, The Vanishing Blonde.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Alice Backus, Joan Banks, Colleen Collins, Whitfield Connor, Jerry Hausner, and Leon Ledoux. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Vanishing Blonde, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Since the Equitable Life Assurance Society was founded 90 years ago, this country has changed in many ways. But in one respect, it is still the same. In those early days, people always spoke of America as the land of opportunity. Well, it still is the land of opportunity just as much as ever. In just a few minutes, in tonight's middle commercial, the Equitable Society will have a special message for listeners who agree with this philosophy. We will describe a special life insurance plan for men and women on the way up, offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Comeback Kid.
It is part of the American heritage that a young boy in this country learns that it is 90 feet between home plate and first base before he learns that there are 2 United States senators elected from each state. Americans love sports. Nowhere else in the world have people ever paid more than $1 million, as they have 6 times in this country, to see 2 men fight for the privilege of being heavyweight champion of the world. Each year, football fans spend millions to watch their favorite teams in action, and basketball fans still more millions. People pay that money because sports is an important thing in our lives, and for that reason, it is too bad that a criminal element has infiltrated around the edges of certain sports. The reasons for that infiltration are varied. There's a certain amount of easy money that attracts these petty larceny hoodlums, but the greatest attraction is that it gives them a chance to mix socially with decent human beings, a chance they would otherwise never get. Tonight's file is a graphic illustration of this. Tonight's file opens at a prize-fighting camp located on the outskirts of a large eastern city. It is mid-afternoon, and as a slow, awkward heavyweight beats the big bag, a man with an unlighted cigar in his mouth watches and comments.
Up with the left, Charlie. Up, up.
Hey, you're wasting your time, Leo.
Oh, he never looks good in camp, George.
He looks worse when he fights.
Hook. Don't swing. Hook. Now get that shoulder into it. 12 inches. That's all the punch has got to travel. Now, come on, Charlie. Get with it.
Leo, why don't you send him to the glue factory?
Mr. Troy?
Yeah.
I'm Red Daniels. Artie Belmont called you about me.
Oh, yeah. Keep working, Charlie. You a friend of Artie Belmont?
He used to write about my fights a lot. He liked me.
Yeah? How long you been around?
Since a little before the war.
It's a lot of mileage.
Well, I was in the Army for 5 years.
How come you need a manager?
Guy that used to handle me died.
Oh.
What do you weigh in at?
160.
How'd you do before the Army?
Win 18, lose 2.
Prelims?
Oh, sir, I fought on top of the card at the arena.
And I wasn't in the fight, Racket, then. All right, Charlie, rest a minute.
Leo, this guy is giving you a routine.
No, I'm not.
Look, if you fought in a man at the arena, why do you need someone to do you the favor to handle you?
When I got out of the Army, a lot of guys wanted to handle me.
Well, why don't you go with them?
This leg was shot up while I was overseas. It's only just now getting better.
Is it all better?
Almost. When I get real tired, it drags just a little.
Maybe you can work it out.
And you give me a chance?
You got any dough?
No.
You know what that means, Leo. You go for his room and scarf.
I'll pay for myself with the first fight. Look, Mr. Troy, this means a lot to me.
Well, go up to the main house, get a locker, and put some trunks on. I want to take a look at you before I say okay.
Thanks, Mr. Troy. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Here we go again.
You know, this guy may have something.
Oh, sure. That's what you always say. Look, Leo, our touch is larceny. That's a business we know something about. But fighters, we don't...
Quit beefing.
I got a right to beef when I have to feed bums like that.
George, this joint is on my tab. So are the fighters. Now, I don't want to hear any more about it.
But you can't.
Come on, Charlie, get back to that bag.
The next day, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is standing in front of a huge map when Agent Stanley Webster approaches.
Oh, Jim. Oh, morning, Stan.
Well, you trying to find a shortcut home?
No, not exactly.
What are the pins for?
Well, each one represents a different hijacking.
That we've worked on?
No.
I didn't think so.
This yellow pin up here, that's the one we're on now.
What are the others?
Well, they're all recent, but they're under local jurisdiction.
Oh.
That one happened last night. However, they're all the work of one man.
One man?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be pretty tough for him to hijack a truck alone?
Not the way he does it. He uses a state trooper's uniform. He flags down the truck, pulls out a gun, and makes the driver get out of the cab. And he ties him up, and off he goes.
Great. Any idea where?
No, none so far. That's why I'm studying the map.
How much of a description have we got?
So little that it's almost negligible.
Well, that's a nice way to start on a case.
Well, there have been some leads, but they've all turned out to be false.
Has the last truck turned up yet?
No, not yet. Well, Stan, I'm going down to the garage and get a car.
Yeah, what for?
I think I'll drive out and study the roads where these hijackings have been taking place and see if I can find a lead.
That you, George?
Yeah, Leo.
Where you been?
Getting rid of the truck.
No.
Where's the whiskey?
Over there.
Did you go into town?
Uh-huh.
How did you make out?
Well, I got Red Daniels on Monday's card at the Grove. Of course, it's only a prelim.
Leo, wait a minute. You were going in to get rid of that last load we lifted. Instead, you booked this kid here.
Who is it?
That's me, Red Daniels.
Oh, come in, Red. How's the leg?
That's coming pretty good.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. We fight Monday night.
This Monday?
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Troy, the leg ain't that good yet.
Been doing road work, ain't you?
Yeah.
Had massages, stuff like that?
Sure, but...
We fight Monday.
Can't I have another week?
No.
But, Mr. Troy...
Look, how long do you think I'm going to go for feeding and sleeping you here? What am I, a charity?
Look, I'm not asking for
Red.
charity.
We fight Monday night.
Okay.
There. You see? You waste your time getting matches for bums like that, and you forget all about contacting the boys and getting rid of the stuff.
I got rid of the stuff.
Huh?
Got top dough for it, too.
Oh.
I got another truck all spotted for you. You take it tonight.
Hi, Jim. I thought you were out inspecting that truck the police found.
Oh, I was.
Did you get anything?
I not only didn't get anything, but there was another hijacking last night.
No. By the same man?
That's right.
Has an alarm gone out?
Yeah. I think we might get a little quicker action this time.
Why?
This was a refrigerated truck.
What'd you get this time? Meat?
No, butter.
Well, that's just as easy to get rid of.
Yeah.
You know, we've been on this case 5 days now, and we're still no further than we were when we started.
Except for another pin there on the map.
Yeah. I guess those truck drivers don't read the papers.
Well, even if they did read about it, Stan, they'd still have to stop when a state trooper flags them down.
I suppose so.
Oh, I added these blue pins here this morning. They each represent the place where the truck was recovered.
Uh-huh. They're pretty well spread out.
Yeah. Well, you can't keep a surveillance on every one of those roads. It'd take more men than... Oh, pardon me, Stan.
Yeah, sure.
Special Agent Taylor speaking.
This is Sergeant Caldwell, the Heights Precinct, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, Sergeant.
We just got a phone call from a man named Jenkins.
Yeah?
He's a printer who lives up in this neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he read a story in the paper about last night's hijacking. He says when he came home this morning about 4 o'clock, he saw the missing truck.
Oh? How did he know it was the one that was stolen?
We read the description in this morning's paper.
Oh, where was it?
Heading into the Green Acres Flight Camp.
Oh, isn't that a reputable training camp, Sergeant?
It used to be. It's pretty run down now.
Oh, I didn't know that. Can you go over there and check around the place?
One of our men is on his way out there now.
Good.
As soon as we hear anything, I'll call you.
To the left, Red, to the left. Come on, this is the last round. Hit him with anything. He'll fall down.
Leo.
Go to your left. Go to your left.
Leo, I've been looking all over the arena for you.
This Red's a dog, a real dog. Lost every round.
Listen to that, will you? Leo, I just spoke to Charlie at the camp. He called me. A cop came around.
On business?
Yeah. He was looking for the truck I grabbed last night.
Well, what brought him to our joint?
Somebody saw me driving it in.
It ain't there now, is it?
I ditched it right after you came into town.
Oh, good. Well, the fight's over.
Charlie stalled the cop, told him he didn't know nothing about it. But the guy's coming back to see you. How do we handle it?
Yeah, wait a minute. Here comes the decision. That bum.
Look, Leo, forget about Daniels and think about how we'll square this beef. What can we do?
Well, I think I got that figured.
Huh?
We need a car, George. The hotter the better.
What for?
To drive Daniels back to camp.
To drive to... I don't get it.
I got dough invested in that guy, and I'm getting it back.
Leo, I'm sorry about tonight.
Uh-huh.
I tried. The leg went bad in the fourth. That's why I couldn't go to his left.
Uh-huh.
When I went down, that's when I hurt the leg. He didn't hit me. I fell. Didn't it look like I fell, George?
I didn't get there till the last heat.
Well, I did. Hey, you don't think that guy could hit hard enough to knock me down?
Red, you know what I think? I think you're the worst stiff I ever handled.
Oh, wait a minute, Leo. You knew about my leg.
Sure.
You knew I wasn't ready.
You won't be ready, ever. And I'm the guy that's stuck for it.
Money stuck?
That's right.
What about the purse tonight?
Your end wouldn't pay for 2 days' board.
And suppose you let me know just how much more you got coming. You won't get stuck for it. I'll get a job and pay you back every time of it.
I can't wait, Red. I'm collecting right now. Pull off the road, George. We got some work to do.
We will reopen tonight's FBI file in just a moment. Now, a special message to a very special kind of person. To the man or woman who can truthfully say to himself,
I'm on the way up.
Is that how you feel about yourself? Are you determined that someday your boss will say to you,
This is your new office, Tom. Keep on the way you're going. We'll make you a partner in a year or two.
Be frank with yourself. Do those words, on the way up, describe you? Are you confidently looking forward to greater responsibilities and salary increases in the next few years? If so, you will be particularly interested in a special life insurance plan for men of your type. It's known as the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. It offers you these 3 important advantages.
First, immediate protection.
The moment you sign the contract, you enjoy the peace of mind that comes from knowing that your wife and children have the protection they need.
Second, the Equitable plan provides for readjustments in the future.
5 years from now, when you're making more money, you can make up your mind whether you want more protection or bigger cash values. Or you may decide to work out a retirement program. In other words, your life insurance keeps in step with your income.
Third advantage, the Equitable plan is flexible at all times.
It can expand or contract as you see fit, and offers you many desirable options, which your Equitable Society representative will be glad to explain to you. So why not get in touch with him? Phone him and ask for full details on the Equitable plan for people on the way up. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Comeback Kid.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation cooperates in bringing this series of official programs because it believes that it is to your best interest and to theirs to acquaint you with a criminal in our midst. With your greater knowledge of his habits, his mental processes, and his character, you are better able to help fight the crime wave And through your enhanced ability, your FBI is also better able to do its job. Tonight's file was chosen because it is an example of how criminals will attempt to frame a decent, innocent person, forgetting what the possible consequences might be. That willingness to frame an innocent citizen sometimes comes as a shock to people. Why it does is something of a mystery, since by now it should have been accepted in every quarter that there is no shred of decency in any one of the many different species of lawbreakers. There are differences in criminals, differences so great that no single yardstick can be found against which to measure a stranger and pronounce him a criminal or a respectable citizen. They're different in appearance, in demeanor, in dress, and in almost everything else. However, they do manage to band together under one single banner, a banner which contains the unspoken motto of virtually every criminal, whether he be guilty of arson, theft, or murder. That motto, which determines their every act, is, "What's in it for me?" Tonight's file continues in a corridor at a local hospital.
Dr. Cianciamino. Dr. Cianciamino. Call the office, please.
Got here as soon as I could, Stan.
Well, there wasn't any need to hurry, Jim.
What brought you here?
I think the hijackings may be cleaned up.
Oh, how?
There was a stolen car found wrecked on Route 17.
Uh-huh.
Police found a fighter named Billy Daniels behind the wheel.
Daniels. His nickname Red?
Yeah.
I remember him.
The car was found near the Green Acres fight camp, and in the back seat, police found a state trooper's uniform.
Oh, how long ago was all this?
Why, apparently the car was wrecked last night, but it wasn't found until early this morning.
How badly was Daniels hurt?
His head was pretty badly bruised. He's still in a coma.
No idea when the doctor will let anybody talk to him?
No, not yet.
Well, I guess I did my road work for nothing.
What's that, Jim?
I went up to where the police found that refrigerated truck.
Oh.
I got some prints off the rearview mirror and also off the wheel.
Good, off the wheel.
Yeah. Truck driver was wearing gloves, so these prints must belong to Daniels.
Did you drop them at the office?
Mm-hmm. Ident is checking on them now.
Well, looks like all we have to do is wait for Daniels to come to and arrest him.
We've also got to find out where that loot was kept.
Sounds to me like it was probably the fight camp.
You know, that's what I think too, Stan. I'm going up there and take a look around.
No. Stay up on your toes, Freddie. Punch some air. Yeah, now that's better. Now shorten the punch, about 12 inches.
Pardon me.
Huh?
Mr. Troy?
Uh-huh.
I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Huh? Well, I guess they're legit.
I wonder if I can ask you a few questions, Mr. Troy.
About what?
Red Daniels?
Sure.
You're Daniels' manager, aren't you?
Uh-huh. Is he in trouble?
Yeah.
What's the rap?
Well, we think he may have been involved in some hijackings.
No kidding.
A number of trucks have been held up lately. The thief impersonated a state trooper.
Yeah?
A wrecked car was found last night. Daniels was at the wheel. In the back of the car, we found a bogus state trooper's uniform.
Well, how do you like that?
You know anything about this?
No.
Well, Daniels is in the hospital now. We haven't been able to question him yet.
He's still alive?
Yes, but he's in a coma.
Well, what hospital?
Memorial.
I never figured Red for anything like that. Although he did flash a lot of dough lately.
Oh. Large amount?
Yeah, a couple of grand anyway. Told me he scored it in a crap game.
Well, Mr. Troy, one of the stolen trucks was seen coming up here to your camp.
Here?
You suppose Daniels kept the loot up here?
Well, of course not. How could he without my knowing about it?
Would you mind taking a look at this list for me?
Huh? What is it?
Oh, it's a list of the dates the hijackings were committed on.
Oh. What do you want me to do?
See if you can remember any of those dates and tell me whether Daniels was absent from camp.
Uh-huh. Well, let's see. Yeah, here's one I'm sure about.
Oh, which one is that?
March the 19th.
May I ask you how you know?
Well, it's my brother Harry's birthday.
Oh, I see.
Had a big party up here for him that night, and Daniels wasn't here. Said he had a big date. From what you say, I guess he did.
Oh, thanks. Oh, could I have the list back, please?
Oh, sure, here.
Well, looks like the best thing I can do is get back to the office and swear out a warrant for Daniels' arrest.
Hello.
Leo?
Yeah.
George.
Where you been?
Out.
I've been trying to get you.
Why?
We got trouble.
What kind?
Red didn't die.
How do you know?
There was an FBI guy here.
For what?
To see me.
Did Red talk?
Not yet. He's in a coma.
Oh.
I put the finger on him now.
They think he did the jobs?
Yeah, they do now. But if he comes out of it, he'll blow the whole thing. Now get over here as soon as you can.
Any word from the doctor yet, Stan?
Yeah. Daniels came to for about 10 minutes, but he passed out again.
Get a chance to talk to him?
No, but he made a statement to the doctor.
Oh?
He said he was hit on the head while he was riding back to the training camp.
By whom?
Leo Troy.
Well, that's going to be a little hard to prove.
Daniels says there was another man in the car at the time.
Oh, who?
Someone named George. He doesn't know his second name.
Any description on him?
Yeah. Black hair, dark skin, and about the same size as Daniels.
Well, we'll be able to tell later on if Daniels is telling us the truth.
Yeah? How?
Well, I've covered quite a bit of ground since I left here. The first thing I did was examine the car that Daniels was found in.
Mm-hmm. You get anything?
Some prints off the steering wheel, some others off the right rear door handle.
Good. Then what?
Then I went to see Leo Troy. Oh, I got his fingerprints.
How?
Handed him a sheet of paper with the dates of the hijackings on it. You know, Stan, I think Troy's mixed up in this, too.
Have you brought any of the prints to the office?
No, I came by here to pick you up first. Come on, let's get over there.
Okay.
Oh, there's one other thing to check.
What's that?
That state trooper's uniform. While I'm working with ident on the prints, will you see if you can find out where it comes from? Stan, it looks as if Daniels was telling us the truth.
Really?
Yes, the prints I found on the steering wheel of the sedan match the prints I got off the stolen truck.
Are they Leo Troy's?
No, we don't know whose they are.
Not on file.
Well, we haven't got enough prints here to find out. Whoever this is hasn't got a listing in the single fingerprint file.
That's too bad.
Oh, the prints I got off the right rear door handle were identified, though.
Who belongs to them?
Leo Troy.
Well, that should be enough for us to pick him up.
Well, let's wait until we can find out who that other man is. The one Daniels said was in the car.
The one called George?
Yeah.
You know, I thought for a while I'd be able to get a definite lead on him.
Oh, how?
From the trooper's uniform.
Oh, what did you get?
Well, there were some hairs in the gap. They were jet black. Now, Daniels has red hair and Troy's gray.
Daniels said this George had black hair.
Yeah, I also found out that the uniform was rented.
Huh?
The costume company said it was taken by a man named Peter Thompson, who gave his address as 618 West Oak Street.
Oak?
Yeah, I think Thompson is this man George.
Hey, there's no 600 block on West Oak?
Yeah, they found that out when the uniform wasn't returned in time.
How long ago was it rented?
A couple of months ago. Why?
As I remember it was spotless.
Yeah, it was.
Where's that trooper's uniform now?
Back at my desk.
Come on, I want to see something.
Leo?
Oh, hi, George. Got a load of that kid in there. Pretty classy, huh? Bert Turner sent him to me.
Oh, the only fighter I'm interested in is Red Daniels.
Hey, you don't have to be anymore.
What do you mean?
Poor Red died.
Hey.
Jab with the left, kid.
Leo.
Jab. That's
Leo,
it.
how do you know?
What?
How do you know Red died?
I called the hospital. Told him I was his manager. Got it right from his doc.
Oh. Well, that saves us lots of trouble, huh?
Uh-huh.
I had us all booked on a plane.
Well, you can forget that now. That's it, kid. You're looking good.
New fighter, Mr. Troy?
Huh?
Remember me?
Yeah, you're from the FBI.
That's right.
I just heard about Red Daniels kicking over. It's too bad.
Well, I'm afraid that isn't exactly true.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I asked the hospital to give that information to anyone other than his family who called. No, Red Daniels is still alive.
What?
Hey, what is this?
A way of ensuring that you wouldn't leave town, Phillips.
How do you know my name?
It's on one of these warrants.
Warrants?
I'm here to arrest you both for the thefts you tried to hang on Red Daniels.
Leo Troy and George Phillips were tried and convicted in a federal court and sentenced to 25 years in prison for theft from interstate shipment. The reasoning which Special Agent Taylor used to arrive at the clue which led to the identification of George Phillips was that in order to be spotless, the state trooper's uniform had to have been cleaned very recently. There was a cleaning mark on the inside of the jacket, a cleaning mark which led to the correct tailor and from him to George Phillips. Phillips was then followed to Troy's fight camp. There was infinite skill required in the investigation of tonight's case, infinite skill by the two special agents, the local police department, and the identification section and crime laboratory of your FBI. All their skills were blended together to produce the two arrests and subsequent convictions. However, even more satisfying was the fact that your FBI established the innocence of a man who was being framed. The files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation are replete with cases of similarly innocent men being cleared, and your FBI points with pride to those cases, for they are constant living proof of the lengths to which every special agent is trained to go to protect not only your life and your property, but also your personal liberty.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Not long ago, a famous American industrialist gave some very inspiring advice to young men. He said,
"Think in terms of a big future for yourself, and the chances are you'll have one."
Yes, and one good way to think in terms of a big future for yourself is to look into the kind of life insurance which was designed for people who expect to get ahead. That's the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Merely by investigating this interesting Equitable plan, you give convincing proof of your faith in your future success. So why not build up your morale by getting in touch with your Equitable representative? Ask him for facts and figures on the Equitable Society's plan for men and women on the way up. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A graphic story of crime in a mountain wilderness. Its subject, robbery. Its title, The Highland Holdup.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Bill Conrad, Tom Holland, Peter Leeds, John Stevenson, and Roland Winters. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Highland Holdup on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. A-H-O. A-H-O.
When my husband died, AHO saved our home for the children and me.
AHO stands for Assured Home Ownership. It's the name of a unique plan created by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. A low-cost first mortgage is combined with life insurance protection. So, the homeowner gets extra security. And if he should die, his widow inherits her home free and clear. In just 14 minutes, the Equitable Society will give you further information. Listen carefully for more details on this ideal plan for homeowners offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Bogus Healer.
Having recently completed another of its surveys into the field of crime, the Federal Bureau of Investigation now makes the results of that survey available to you, the listeners of this official program. The facts marshaled in this study do not make pleasant reading, for whatever the economic picture might be in other fields, business is booming in crime. Compared with the last pre-war survey, it shows that almost every crime is being committed from 4 to 68% more often. It shows that the value of property stolen in the past year in the United States amounted to more than $119 million, or slightly less than $1 for every man, woman, and child in the country. In communities where the citizens took an active part in the war against crime, the figures showed an appreciable decrease. In the communities where the people regarded the local conditions as being a matter of concern only to the police, but not to them, there was a marked increase. Criminals are like any other brand of insect life. They tend to congregate where conditions are most favorable. The police will do their share, and if backed by your support, they will help you see to it that your city has no welcome mat out when the criminals are looking for a place to call home. Tonight's file opens in the waiting room of a small sanitarium located on the outskirts of a western city. A middle-aged woman sits reading a magazine when the door opens.
Mrs. Wilson?
Yes.
Dr. Smith will see you now.
Oh, thank you, nurse.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mrs. Wilson.
Good morning, Doctor.
And how do you feel today?
Oh, terribly tired.
I was afraid you would be. Miss Perkins,
Yes, Doctor?
may I have Mrs. Wilson's x-rays, please?
Yes.
Doctor, what do they show?
I'll let you see for yourself.
Is it serious?
I'm afraid so.
Oh, dear.
Here you are, Dr. Smith.
Thank you. Now, here, let me hold this up to the light for you, Miss Wilson. You see that white line?
Yes, mm-hmm.
That indicates the source of all your trouble. Your tiredness, your headaches, everything.
Just that little line?
Yes. And, there's something else.
What is it?
You see that blur at the end of the white line?
Right there?
Yes, that's right.
Uh-huh, yes.
Mrs. Wilson, that blur indicates the presence of a malignant growth.
You mean?
I'm afraid it's cancer.
Oh, no.
No. Don't be alarmed. I'm sure we've caught it early enough. It can be cured.
Oh. Doctor, how?
Well, the method I use is highly technical.
I see.
I must caution you, however, that it's quite expensive.
Oh, I don't care. When can we start the treatments, Doctor?
In a day or so. As soon as I've prepared everything I'll need.
Oh.
I'll call you as soon as I'm ready.
Yes, thank you, Doctor.
You're very welcome. And until you hear from me, get as much rest as you can.
Yes. Yes, I will, Doctor. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Eric,
What is it, Alma?
has she really got cancer?
How would I know?
The next afternoon, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is in the teletype room when Agent Ken Randall approaches.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, hi, Ken.
The SAC told me to check with you.
Yeah, we're on a robbery case.
Jewels?
No, radium. 2 needles of it were stolen last night from the X-ray room at Memorial Hospital.
Any description on the thief?
Complete, including his name.
Oh, who is he?
A man named George Auburn.
Know anything else about him?
Well, Auburn used to work at the hospital. He's reported to be a chronic alcoholic.
What was his job there?
He'd been an orderly.
Do they still have his address?
Oh, we checked there, but he'd already moved.
No forwarding address, I presume.
All the local police are checking all the neighborhood bars for him now.
How do we get in on this?
Well, an attendant noticed that Auburn was driving a car with California license plates.
Hmm.
When the radium was discovered missing, the attendant realized that Auburn must have taken it, so he gave the police the license number. They checked. It's a stolen car, and Auburn drove it across the state line.
A drunk carrying radium around is a menace, Jim.
Mm-hmm.
If he opens one of those packages, it would give anyone near him the worst kind of burn.
Yeah, I know.
What have you done?
Well, I've just sent out an alarm on Auburn and on the car. Ken, let's go back up to my desk, get his record, and study it. Maybe we'll get some lead on where he's headed.
Grace Wilson.
Oh, hello, Lucy.
Well, isn't this wonderful?
Oh, what a surprise.
I heard you were staying here at the resort, but I certainly didn't expect to run into you the very first minute I arrived.
Oh, it's grand to see you, honey.
Oh, goodness. Isn't this a beautiful place?
Yes, it is.
How long have you been here?
Almost 2 weeks.
Well, I must say it seems to have done you a world of good. I've never seen you looking better.
Well, I'm afraid looks are deceiving.
What do you mean?
My doctor tells me I'm a very sick woman.
Oh, Grace. I thought you promised all of us you wouldn't go to see any new doctors.
But this one's different, Lucy. He's a wonderful man.
What's his name?
Dr. Smith. He's a specialist.
In what?
Oh, everything.
Oh, Grace.
Well, he is. His nurse told me.
How did you happen to go to him in the first place?
He had an ad in the paper.
A doctor with an ad in the paper?
It was a very dignified ad, Lucy.
Mm-hmm. Has he told you what's wrong with you?
Yes.
What is it?
Cancer?
Grace.
Oh, but it's not hopeless, Lucy. Dr. Smith says he caught it in an early stage and he can cure it.
Grace, I don't believe you have cancer.
But, Lucy,
Now,
surely...
look, dear, how much do you know about this doctor? What makes you so willing to accept his diagnosis?
He's a very fine man, Lucy.
What school did he go to?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Might be worthwhile to check on him before you go back.
Oh, please don't be silly.
When are you going to see him again?
He's going to call me.
When?
Well, as soon as he's ready to give me another treatment.
All right. I'll give you a few questions to ask him.
Ken, anything come in on that George Auburn alarm?
Not a thing, Jim.
I think I found something in his record that'll help.
Good. What is it?
While Auburn was working at the hospital, there were regular disappearances of valuable drugs.
Is he an addict?
No, and he wasn't suspected of the thefts until one night he came to work drunk and was fired. A few hours later, they found some morphine missing. He was picked up the next morning, but he didn't have the morphine on him.
Did he admit he'd stolen it?
Well, he said he'd been drinking and didn't remember. The police put a surveillance on him. That afternoon, Auburn went to the office of a man calling himself Dr. Eric Gray. The local police got a search warrant, went through Gray's office, and found the morphine there.
Was this a legitimate doctor?
No, it turned out that he was a quack who allegedly treated people for cancer. He was using the stolen drugs on his patients. One of them died through his mistreatment.
Oh.
That's pretty shocking, isn't it?
Yes. Where is this Gray now?
I wish we knew. He wasn't in his office at the time of the search. He must have been tipped off in some way. By the time the police tried to arrest him, he'd fled from the state.
How much could you dig up on him?
Mostly that he's going to be awfully tough to find.
He must be operating again.
Yeah, that's logical. Ken, I'm also convinced that if we locate Gray, we'll find Auburn.
Alma. Alma.
Yes?
Will you come here, please?
Sure.
Oh, I've just had a session with Mrs. Wilson. She has a friend who has been trying to talk her out of coming here.
Eric, I'm afraid you've got more trouble.
What do you mean?
George Auburn was just here.
What?
He wanted to see you.
Where is he now?
He went back into town.
What for?
I don't know.
How did he know where we were?
He called my mother.
Well, how did she know?
I wrote her.
Alma, I asked you not to write anyone.
I'm sorry, Eric.
Well, that helps a lot. Mrs. Wilson's the wealthiest patient I've ever handled. I'm not going to lose her because of that drunken idiot Auburn. He said he'd be back, of course.
Oh, yes.
Well, I want to see him as soon as he arrives.
Ken, this could be a lead.
On the bogus doctor?
No, on Auburn. A report came in from the traffic control station at Johnson City.
Did the stolen car go through?
Yeah, Auburn was driving it.
Oh, how come they didn't stop him?
Oh, it's just one of those things, Ken. The officer didn't think about the alarm until after he had let Auburn drive away.
Oh, that's dandy.
Well, we might still catch up to him. Here. Take a look at this map, will you? Where are we? Oh, here. See this road here?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's the road the control station is on. It's not the main highway. Now, here, this is where the hospital is that was robbed.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the traffic control station. Now, why would anybody use that road when the highway was available?
Think he did it to avoid the police?
No, there's no reason for him to suspect that there was an alarm out on him. No. Mm-mm. I believe he took this route in order to get to this town over here. Farwell. Ken, there's a train that'll get into Farwell in the morning, and I think we ought to be on it.
Eric,
Yes?
Auburn's here.
Oh, send him in.
Go in, George.
Thank you. Well, greetings, Doc. Good to see you.
Alma, close the door, please. See that we're not disturbed.
Surely.
Quite a setup you got here, Doc. I like it even better than the last place. Makes you look almost legitimate.
Why did you come here?
Well, I guess you'd say for a variety of reasons. Partly nostalgia, not seeing you in so long, and partly business.
I'm not interested in the business phases. In fact, I'm not interested in you.
Oh, now, Doc, that's a very unkind thing to say. And after all the trouble I went through, too.
What do you mean?
I brought you something, a present. Something that will be a boon to your medical career.
What are you talking about?
You're the man who cures cancer, aren't you? I got something that might really help you do it. Got it right here in this little container. You know what it is, Doc? Radium.
That's real radium?
Uh-huh. I borrowed it from the hospital.
You get out of here and take that stuff with you.
Now, wait a minute, Doc. This is hardly the treatment I expected. I spent my last dough getting here to see you. I thought I might negotiate a little sale with this precious ingredient.
Auburn, I'm ordering you to leave.
Doc, I think you should be reminded of something. The cops back home are still looking for you. I could be real mean and tell them where you are. Now, ordinarily, I wouldn't think of doing such a thing, especially to an old pal like you. But if you're going to take that attitude, if you're going to be that in hospital, then I might have to report you to the gentleman in blue.
You're charming.
Now, how about putting me up for the night, Doc? I've had a long day and a quantity of whiskey. I think if I had a good night's sleep, you might find me easier to negotiate with in the morning.
Very well. You can stay.
Splendid.
You wait here a moment. I'll have Alma show you to your room.
Thank you, sir. I consider you a fine host and a very sporting fellow.
Alma,
I'm in here.
Auburn's spending the night.
What?
I had no choice. He threatened to turn me into the police. Show him to his room, will you?
Eric, if you let him stay tonight, he'll move right in.
I have a way of preventing that.
How?
I'll kill him.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI protects American citizens and American homes. Now, a word about another type of home protection. A plan which not only safeguards the owner during his lifetime, but also continues to protect his widow if he should die. Just listen in on this telephone conversation between a young widow and her father.
Hello?
Dad, listen to this news. A representative of the Equitable Society just called to deliver the canceled mortgage on our house.
Yes, Fred told me that you'd own the house free and clear if he should die.
Not only that, Dad, the Equitable man handed me a check for all the money Fred paid to reduce the mortgage during his lifetime.
This young woman's husband didn't have just an ordinary mortgage. He had an Equitable, assured home ownership plan. In this plan, a low-cost first mortgage is integrated with life insurance protection. That's why the widow inherited a house that's hers free and clear. What's more, every dollar previously paid to reduce the mortgage was returned.
Our plan had been operating for several years, so my refund check amounted to over $2,300.
Now let's run over some other features of the Equitable Society's assured home ownership plan. First, there's the cash fund which builds up in the owner's lifetime and which may be used whenever sickness or unemployment threaten home security. Second, this cash fund may be used to cancel the mortgage well ahead of schedule. Equitable Society records show that many 20-year mortgages have been completely paid off in just about 15 years. Finally, the mortgage interest is only 4%, and there's a liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. So, for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an equitable, assured home ownership plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Bogus Healer.
The number of people who die of cancer each year in the United States, people from every section of the country and from every walk of life, is more than twice as great as the number of servicemen killed in any year during World War II. It is certainly tragic that it should be necessary for the Federal Bureau of Investigation to warn you that throughout the nation there are quacks similar to the one portrayed on tonight's program. If you should make the mistake of giving one of them the opportunity, he will not only mulct you of your money, but he might even, as has been pointed out, cost you your very life. According to medical authorities, certain forms of cancer, caught in their early stages, can be cured. But do not conduct your own diagnosis. If you suspect cancer, go to a reputable doctor who is quite likely to find that you do not have cancer at all. Beware of the charlatans who call themselves doctors without the legal right to do so. They are the ones who promise every patient anything the patient wants to hear. It is also well to remember that these quacks cannot affect recovery in any cancer case, no matter how early it is caught. So if you happen across one of them, across a pseudo-doctor who promises to cure cancer in any stage, do your duty to yourself and to your fellow citizens. Go to the nearest phone and call your local police. Tonight's file continues in a room at the Farwell police station.
What have you got there, Jim?
Oh, it's a map of the territory between the traffic control station and here.
Oh, let's lay it out.
Okay. Hold that corner down there, will you?
Yeah.
Now, let's take a look. Where is it? Oh, here's the traffic station where Auburn was seen. Let's put a pin there, huh?
Mm-hmm. Got it.
Here's the gas station where he stopped last night at 8:30.
Check.
Now we'll jump all the way down into town. He parked his car in front of a liquor store on 2nd. Here it is, 2nd and Main at 9:45. Put a pin there, will you?
Okay.
The last pin. The last pin goes back up here, other side of town. That's a station where he got air for a bad tire. That was at 10 o'clock sharp. Now, that means the car came all the way through town to the liquor store, then headed back the way it came. So we can discard everything past this last gas station so far as searching is concerned.
Right.
However, we must assume that Auburn was headed for some place in Farwell or up here on the outskirts. So we'll confine our search from this pencil line to this one.
Well, I'll take the territory north of Main Street.
Right.
Have you got the copies of Auburn's picture?
Yeah. Here you are.
Good.
Okay, let's start looking, Ken. Check back here every half hour.
Good morning, Dr. Smith.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Wilson.
Oh, Doctor, this is Mrs. Douglas. She's the friend I told you about.
How do you do, Mrs.
Hello.
Douglas?
Doctor, I'd like to talk to you for a few minutes, if I may.
Well, certainly. Just as soon as I finish Mrs. Wilson's treatment.
Oh, may I speak with you before you treat Mrs. Wilson?
Well.
You see, one thing I wanted to discuss is the way you're treating her.
Oh, precisely what is it you'd like to know?
Your qualifications.
Well, I'm not used to having them questioned.
Well, I'm not used to having my closest friend treated for cancer.
Perhaps you'd like to see Mrs. Wilson's x-rays.
Oh, no, thank you. I never could read them.
Well, then I do wish you'd get to the point.
I understand that Mrs. Wilson came to you through an advertisement in the newspaper.
That's right.
May I see your medical diploma, please?
It burned when I had a fire in my last office.
What school is it from?
I don't see what importance that has.
Grace. Yes. Unless you see some satisfactory proof that this gentleman is qualified to treat you, I not only would refuse to be his patient, but I'd call the police.
Oh, Lucy, please.
Mrs. Wilson, I release you as my patient.
Oh, but, Doctor, she
If
didn't...
you have to hesitate about remaining under my care even for a second, I must wash my hands of the entire case.
Oh, please, Dr. Smith,
I'm sorry. Nothing can change my decision. I must request that you both leave.
Oh, dear. Well, all right.
Good day.
Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye.
Alma. Alma.
Yes, what is it?
Go pack our bags. We're getting out of here.
Jim, I hear the police located our bogus doctor.
That's right, Ken.
How did that happen?
Well, a woman named Mrs. Douglas called in here while we were out. She registered a complaint against a man named Dr. Smith. He was treating a friend of hers for cancer, but she stopped it. The sergeant on duty who took the call went right over to the address the woman gave, but the doctor and his nurse had gone. But he did find George Auburn there. He'd been poisoned.
Dead?
No, fortunately, he was able to be revived.
How about the radio?
This Smith and his nurse took that with them.
Are they traveling in the stolen car, Jim?
No, Smith is using his own car.
Any description on that one?
No, none at all.
Oh, fine.
Auburn was questioned after being revived, but he was unable to give any rational statements to the police doctor.
Oh, we're stymied again.
Not entirely, Ken. A neighbor saw Smith and the girl turn onto Highway 9, headed west.
How long ago did they leave?
Within the last 15 minutes.
You sure?
Yes, the woman who registered the complaint said she and a friend were there 15 minutes ago. Ken, if the university can help us, we might be able to catch them. Come on.
How'd you know there was a drawbridge on this road? It's not on the map.
Now, this is the way our train came last night. That's what gave me the idea of having it open now to stop Smith and the girl. Hey, it's working. Stop the car, Ken. Come on, let's get up and walk.
Right. I'll slide out that way, Jim.
Okay. Here, will you carry the case?
Yeah, right.
Swallow. One of these cars right along here.
We're very close.
Mm-hmm. This is the car. Would you step out of the car, please?
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
What do you want?
2 needles of radium, for one thing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
A Geiger counter never lies. You hear it? Now, both of you will please step out onto the road.
George Auburn was sentenced in a federal court to 10 years for violation of the National Motor Theft Act. For his mistreatment of a former patient, which caused the patient's death, the bogus doctor was turned over to local authorities for prosecution of manslaughter. Every special agent of the Federal Bureau of Investigation undergoes a rigorous period of training before he gets his credentials. That training includes many things: the use of firearms, the art of investigation, a smattering of law, the taking and the giving of evidence so that it is presentable in court, and other courses that enable the graduate better to do his job. One of those courses teaches the would-be agent how to adapt the latest in science to his use. Teaches him, for instance, that the Geiger counter can help him locate a criminal who might otherwise almost be beyond reach, even as the bogus doctor would have been in tonight's case. Every special agent, like every other person, possesses intuition, and there are times when the temptation to follow that intuition is almost overpowering. But the Federal Bureau of Investigation has taught its members that there is a mightier weapon, and that weapon is the one which led to the solution of tonight's case. That weapon is knowledge.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, a word to the wives. Let's consider the Equitable Society's assured home ownership plan from the woman's point of view. While her husband lives, she has extra protection from the plan's special cash fund, which can be used if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. If her husband dies, the mortgage is automatically canceled. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative without delay, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A factual account of the pursuit and arrest of a cunning criminal. Its subject, blackmail. Its title, The Larcenous Landlady.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Eleanor Audley, B. Benaderet, Rye Billsbury, Herb Butterfield, Bill Johnstone, and Mary Schiff. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Larcenous Landlady on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. AHO. In a few minutes, two Equitable Society policyholders will tell you how AHO saved them from a mortgage foreclosure.
AHO means Assured Home Ownership.
It's a home-saving plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. It combines a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. Result?
A mortgage that's practically foreclosure-proof.
Listen carefully to the Equitable Society's middle commercial. You'll get full information on this ideal plan for homeowners offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Larcenous Landlady.
The crime situation in the United States today is one which gives pause even to the most optimistic among us. For the records gathered in the past 12 months by the Federal Bureau of Investigation show that not only were more crimes committed last year than the year before, an increase which placed the number of major crimes at over the 1,600,000 mark, but also saw a greater number of repeaters arrested. In the language of law enforcement, a repeater is one who is arrested and who has a previous arrest record. Last year, more than 54% of those arrested by the members of your FBI and by the members of local police departments belonged in that category. No further proof should be needed that it is impossible to convince the real criminal, the one who seeks to make his living at it, that crime does not pay. The usual progression in those records is that the first arrest comes at an early age, and in a few years, the side of one long sheet of paper is filled with small notations. Notations which read, convicted March 13th, 6 months. Convicted December 10th, 1 to 5 years. And so they go, with the criminal never giving up, always striving to commit that impossible thing, a perfect crime. Tonight's file opens on a small farm located some distance from a large eastern city. It is early afternoon. Inside the farmhouse, 2 women sit reading. A gray-haired man is standing by the window. He turns to one of the women and says,
Julia,
Yes, Wilbur?
someone coming up the walk.
Oh, it must be Mr. Lincoln.
Who's Mr. Lincoln?
Lily, must you know everything?
Well, I'm curious, too.
Curiosity kills the cat, Wilbur. Lily, go let him in.
Okay.
Is this Mrs. York's health farm?
Uh-huh.
Well, ask the man in, Lily.
Come on in.
Oh, thanks.
Are you Mr. Lincoln?
Yeah, that's right.
This is Miss Fulton, Mr. Lincoln.
Hello.
Miss Fulton.
Oh, yes, and that's Mr. Norton.
Oh, hi.
Hello.
Come with me into the next room, please.
All right.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Have a chair?
Yeah, thanks.
Now, Mr. Lincoln, before I rent you a room, I'll have to explain certain rules of the house. We absolutely bar 3 types of people.
Oh? Like who?
Kidnappers, blackmailers, and firebugs.
Oh.
May I ask why you came here?
I robbed a bank.
How nice. Did you get a lot of money?
$20,000.
You're hot, I suppose.
Real hot.
You'll find our temperature very helpful.
Who are those people I just met?
Your fellow boarders.
Oh?
Mr. Norton came here to hide out 10 years ago and liked the place so well he became a permanent guest.
How about the dame? What's her racket?
Beauty parlors.
She works in them?
No, she holds them up.
Oh.
Oh, one other thing, Mr. Lincoln.
No, what's that?
No mail.
Why not?
It's a house rule.
But I'm going to hear from my brother.
Have him address you care of General Delivery in Phillipsville.
Okay. Can I see my room?
Surely, it's out back here. Come along.
Say,
Yes,
I hear you used to steal a little yourself.
that's right.
What was your touch?
Well, I don't like to seem immodest, but in my younger days, I was known as Queen of the Forgers. In fact, I'm still wanted by the police in 7 states.
3 weeks later, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is just greeting Agent Fred Austin.
Hello, Fred.
Hiya, Jim. Good to see you again.
I just found out this morning you were being assigned here. Why didn't you let me know?
I wasn't sure myself until 2 days ago.
It's going to be nice working on a case with you again. Sit down. I'll fill you in on the background.
Good.
3 weeks ago, a woman named Mrs. Horace Jefferson went to the local police, and they sent her up here. She told me that she had been extorted by a man named John Lincoln.
When?
Oh, she had made a payment of $20,000 that day in cash. In return, she was to get some rather indiscreet letters that she had written to this Mr. Lincoln.
Did she get the letters?
No, that's why she came up here.
I wish I could work up some sympathy for her, Jim, but I'm getting a little tired of having people pay extortioners and then come to us.
Well, after the talk we had, I don't think she's likely to do any more, Fred.
What about Lincoln? Is he using an alias?
No, that's the name on his record.
He had a previous record as an extortioner?
A previous complaint about him. He's never been caught since he started this new tack.
What had he been arrested for?
Oh, various forms of larceny. The extortion complaint was from a woman in Ohio. She got the same kind of letter Mrs. Jefferson received, one which threatened bodily harm. And after paying, she, too, failed to get her letters.
Did Mrs. Jefferson know where Lincoln was living?
Yeah, she told us. We almost caught him before he checked out of the hotel. Then, inadvertently, we almost caught him again.
What do you mean?
Well, there was a hit-and-run accident about 10 miles north of here on the highway. Local police set up a roadblock near Phillipsville to try and find the car that was involved.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Lincoln was on a bus that was stopped by the roadblock. He must have thought the police were looking for him because he got off the bus and ran for it.
How did you find out it was Lincoln?
Well, the bus driver told the police, and they examined the baggage the man had left behind. The extortion letters were in his valise.
Any idea where he went?
No, none at all.
Well, where do we go from there, Jim?
I don't know, Fred. I've written to the local police in every city where Lincoln was ever arrested. I requested copies of their records on him.
Good.
Maybe we can get a lead from one of them and then swing into action.
Wilbur?
Yes, Julia?
Want to see a pretty signature. Look. Cedar Barra. Well, don't you think it's good?
Julia, I want to say something.
Yes?
I've been very comfortable here all these years. I've enjoyed you. I've enjoyed your guests, but...
What is it, Wilbur?
Well, I'm afraid the time has come for me to leave.
Why?
Did you see this magazine section of the Sunday paper?
No.
There's a whole page about Mr. Lincoln.
Oh, that's nice.
Julia, he isn't a bank robber. He's wanted for extortion.
Heavens. I can't believe it.
It's the truth. Look here.
Well, I declare. Where is he now?
Out for a walk with Lily.
Well, the minute he returns from the walk, I shall order him to pack and leave.
Cigarette, Lily?
No, thanks. Hey, we ought to be going in the house. It's almost supper time.
Okay. But let's hear the rest of it.
About me?
Yeah.
Well, it's all pretty much the same. After the first beauty shop stick-up, I decided to stay in that field. That's what I've been doing ever since.
Oh, I see.
You know, well, I don't want this to sound like a beef, but if I had it to do over again, I'd have gone to high school, even to college, instead of wasting all that time with the gun.
Don't sound wasted to me.
Yeah, but I could have been learning stuff, getting smart. With a good education, I could be stealing big.
Could be. Oh, go ahead.
Thanks.
Oh, hi, Mr. Norton.
Mrs. York wants to see you.
What about?
Oh, she'll tell you herself. Julia,
Yes, Wilbur?
they're back.
I'm coming.
What's all this about?
Oh, you'll see in a minute, Miss Fulton.
Mr. Lincoln,
Yeah?
I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
What?
Why?
Look at this.
What?
This article in the newspaper. It's about him.
Well, let me see that.
Imagine him trying to pass himself off as a respectable bank robber.
You're an extortioner?
Yeah, that's right.
We have no room here for your kind.
Look, I'm paying my rent, ain't I?
There are more important things than money.
Good for you, Julia.
Mrs. York.
What?
Don't you think you're being kind of narrow-minded?
I do not.
There's lots of things worse than extortion.
I'll be the judge of that.
Now, wait a minute. I'm not leaving, Grandma.
Young man, this is my farm.
You don't want to lose it, do you? You could if I blew a whistle on you.
Oh, you.
The cops would move right in on this whole setup.
You mean you'd turn her in?
That's right.
You scoundrel.
Huh? Do I stay, Grandma?
Yes.
Fred, did you stop by the teletype room?
Yes, Jim.
Anything come in on the Lincoln alarm?
Not as of about 5 minutes ago.
Then I think we have to make a trip.
Where to?
Well, I read those arrest records I got on Lincoln. I learned that he's got a brother named Marty. The first time Lincoln was arrested, this brother posted bail for him.
Where does he live?
Well, at that time, he was at an address in Pittsburgh. I called the Pittsburgh office, and I asked them to check on him.
Get a report back yet?
Yeah, they found he'd moved to a hotel in Cincinnati. I called the Cincinnati office. They tried to locate him there.
No luck again?
Missed him by a couple of months. Hotel manager said that all he knew is the brother told him he was moving to Mid-City.
What does his brother do?
Oh, as far as we can find out, he's legitimate. At least he has no record.
How about the Mid-City police?
I've teletyped them and asked them to start a search. While they're doing that, let's take a plane and get out there.
Better?
You're not getting as much milk out of her as you used to, Julia.
Well, I guess maybe she's getting a little old.
Mrs. York! Mrs. York!
Something wrong, Lily?
John's gone.
Mr. Lincoln?
Yeah.
I knew that.
Huh?
He checked out this morning.
He what?
Best news I've heard in years.
When'd he leave?
About an hour ago. Lily, there are more fish in the sea than him.
I'm going back to the house. I'll see you later.
I didn't think you'd be able to get rid of him this quick, Julia.
It was easy.
How'd you do it?
I read his mail.
How'd that help?
Well, he got a couple of letters from his brother. His brother's the one who's holding the extortion money for him.
The $20,000?
Mm-hmm.
How'd you know that?
It was right in one of the letters.
Oh.
So I practiced the brother's handwriting. Then I wrote a letter to Mr. Lincoln, making believe it was his brother who wrote it. I sent it to a friend of mine who lives in Mid-City, and he mailed it back.
That's where the brother lives?
Yes.
What did you say in the letter that made him get out so quick?
I said the coast was clear and that he should come to Mid-City.
Oh, he's going to be quite surprised when he finds his brother didn't write that letter.
John Lincoln's got more than one surprise coming to him.
What do you mean?
I also forged a letter to his brother.
What for?
To have him send the $20,000 in extortion money here by parcel post.
Oh, he'll never do that, Julia. That was silly.
You think so? It arrived this morning.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI protects American citizens and American homes. Now, a typical case from the files of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Let's have Mr. and Mrs. Howard Farnham tell you about it.
Last winter, a car skidded into Howard's car. Well, Howard had to spend almost 2 months in the hospital.
I'm a salesman on commission. My income dropped to nothing a week.
Then our mortgage payment came due, and not 1 cent in the bank. And then, well, Howard, you tell them.
Well, I suddenly remembered the cash fund in my Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. My Equitable Society representative had told me it could be used when emergencies like sickness or unemployment threatened home ownership. The cash fund in our plan not only covered the mortgage payment, but helped with the hospital bills.
You see, the Farnham's Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan combines a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. The insurance element creates the emergency cash fund.
This fund may also be used to pay off the mortgage well ahead of schedule.
Right. By using this fund, many 20-year mortgages have been paid off in about 15 years. Under the Assured Home Ownership Plan, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society not only cancels the mortgage, but also returns to the widow every dollar her husband had paid to reduce the principal. Finally, during its life, the mortgage draws interest at only 4%, and there's a liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. So, for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Society. The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Larcenous Landlady.
The apparent lack of sympathy for Mrs. Jefferson, the extorted woman, on the part of the two special agents is not, as you might imagine, a callousness brought on by association with a great number of extortion cases. It couldn't be, because every special agent is trained to regard every violation as being of equal importance. No crime is given less attention than any other, and no criminal is searched for with any less diligence than another. However, the special agents of your FBI would be something less than human if they did not regard the actions of Mrs. Jefferson with some annoyance. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has long been joined with other law enforcement agencies in trying to educate the public to the fact that any money you turn over to the extortioner is only a down payment. There is no attempt made to total the amount of money paid every year to extortioners because the figures are impossible to obtain. However, it seems safe to say that it runs heavily into the millions, and that not one extortioner in 100 has ever been satisfied with one payment. On this program tonight, we repeat the advice given before. No matter what it is that you may be trying to hide, should anyone attempt to extort any money from you under threat of exposure, tell him you'll pay. Make an appointment to meet him, and then call your local police. Tonight's file continues at Mid-City Police Headquarters.
Fred, anything come in on the Lincoln alarm?
No, Jim.
Oh, I learned one thing while I was out.
What's that?
John Lincoln has been here in Mid-City. Whether he still is another question.
How do you know he was here?
I went over to see his brother.
He told you?
No, he said he hadn't seen John in a year.
Then how...
Well, I saw him in his office. Well, when I left there, I decided to check at his home.
And?
There wasn't anyone in his apartment, but when I showed John Lincoln's picture to the doorman of the building, he said that he recognized him.
From where?
He said he'd been there just this morning.
Yeah, sounds like we're getting someplace.
Mm-hmm. Well, the doorman then told me that John had left a little while after he arrived.
Did you have a surveillance set up in case he returns?
Yeah. Doorman said he called a cab for John, and he knows the cabbie pretty well.
Good. If we can find where he went from his brothers, we might be able to pick him up pretty quickly.
Yeah. Oh, Fred, I wish you'd go down and re-interview the brother.
What for?
Tell him the things we know. See if he'll change his mind and cooperate with us.
Okay.
Meanwhile, I'll stay here and wait for a call from the doorman. He said he'd phone as soon as he located that cabbie.
Anybody here?
Who's that?
Hello, Lily.
John.
Where is everybody?
I thought you'd gone.
I came back.
Why'd you leave without telling me?
I'll explain that later. Where's Grandma?
She went to the movies.
Old man Norton with her?
Yeah. I'm glad you did come back.
I had to. Grandma clipped me for my bundle.
What?
She took me for 20 G's.
How?
She wrote a letter to my brother. Asked him to send all my money here.
But why should he?
She wrote it in my handwriting.
Oh.
I came here to collect.
You'll have a tough job getting it away from her.
Lily, you got a gun?
Sure, I got a gun. What am I, a dressmaker?
Let me have it.
Why?
I might need a little convincer when they come back.
Well, it's pretty small.
Does it shoot?
Sure.
Then it's big enough. Look, honey. You told me the other day you want to graduate into a higher line of larceny. Is that right?
That's right.
Well, you work along with me on this. You help me get the 20 G's back. You just found yourself a partner.
Ready to make another trip, Fred?
Why?
I finally got to talk to the cab driver after the doorman located him.
Did he remember John Lincoln?
Yeah, said he took him out to the airport.
Good.
Well, I went to the airport. I talked to every ticket clerk on duty.
Any of them recognize the picture?
Yes, one of them sold him a ticket earlier in the day.
Where to?
Phillipsville. That's the place where Lincoln jumped the bus and left his luggage.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, did you get anything from his brother that might be a lead?
Just something that ties in with your story.
Oh, what's that?
He finally decided to cooperate with us. He told me that while John was hiding out, he wrote to him care of General Delivery, Phillipsville.
Oh. He didn't know anything else about the hideout?
No. And I think he was telling me all he knew.
And there's only one thing left for us to do, Fred. Let's take the next plane to Phillipsville. Get anything, Fred?
No, no one remembers seeing Lincoln today.
That could mean he's still here in Phillipsville.
Yes, but where? Did you check the cab line?
Yeah, no luck.
What about the bus that runs into the city?
The driver who met that plane isn't back yet. Fred, why don't you wait here for him?
Where are you going?
To the post office to see if Lincoln's been there today.
Get anything at the post office, Jim?
No. Guy was there a couple of hours ago. He was looking for a package that was addressed to him. The postmaster told him it was picked up by a woman named Mrs. Julia York.
Who is she?
Postmaster didn't know. I checked local records. I got nothing on her.
Well, what now?
Let's check every hotel and rooming house in town.
I covered every hotel. No luck, Jim.
Fred, I think this envelope might be the lead we want.
Where did you get that?
At the bus company.
What's in it?
The remains of an eyeglass lens that John Lincoln broke when he jumped off that bus at the roadblock. Let's go.
Thank you for the movie, Wilbur.
I'm glad you liked it.
I didn't say I did.
Oh?
Wilbur, I just don't like gangster pictures. All that shooting and killing just makes me shudder.
Well, they are pretty spicy.
Goodness, you'd think they'd make a picture once in a while about, well, someone like my dear departed husband. He never carried a gun in his life, and he must have stolen a dozen fortunes. There'd be romance in that, Wilbur. High adventure. It would show that...
The lights are on in the house, Julia.
Oh. Well, Lily probably left them on. She may be sitting up reading.
I suppose. Go ahead, Julia.
Thank you, Wilbur.
Greetings, Grandma. Surprised?
Not necessarily. Lots of times folks fall in love with this place and just want to come back.
That's right, Julia. There's a tug here.
Yeah, I felt it.
I'm complimented that you returned, Mr. Lincoln, but I'm sorry to announce that we've rented your room.
Quit stalling, Mrs. York. He knows all about what you did.
What's she talking about, Wilbur?
I have no idea.
You think this will give you an idea?
Mr. Lincoln, the rules of this house do not permit the use of firearms in the living room.
Get up the dough, Grandma.
You want your rent money back?
He wants the dough you clipped from him. The dough his brother sent to you.
Lily, are you on his side?
What if I am?
Shame on you.
Look, I've had enough of this. I'm not much when it comes to guns, but unless I get some action, I'm pulling this trigger.
Let's have that gun, Lincoln. Throw it on the floor. Go on. That's it.
Good for you, young man.
Oh, who are you? Special agent of the FBI.
Oh, Henry.
All of you here are under arrest.
John Lincoln was found guilty in federal court and sentenced to serve 5 years for extortion. With his arrest, the other guests at the hideout were identified, and it was found that they were wanted in a dozen different states. Combining the knowledge that John Lincoln wore thick glasses with the fact that he had stayed in the vicinity of Phillipsville for 3.5 weeks led Special Agent Taylor to question every optometrist in the area. Since this was done at night, and because it had to be done in a hurry, the two special agents were forced to track down each of the people on their list. Some were at the movies, some at restaurants, some visiting friends. But finally, the two agents located an optometrist who, upon being shown John Lincoln's picture, positively identified the blackmailer as having been one of his customers. After a quick trip back to the store to go through the delivery slips, Special Agents Taylor and Austin learned the address to which the new glasses had been delivered. In that manner, your FBI was able not only to capture an extortioner and to put out of business the hideaway for criminals run by the old lady, but also to apprehend 2 other criminals wanted by the local police, and thus further to protect you, the American people, from the onslaughts of these particular criminals.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, one last word to homeowners about the kind of mortgage you get in the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan.
First, it's a mortgage that's practically foreclosure-proof.
Right. If the owner dies, the mortgage is automatically canceled. During his life, the cash fund protects against emergencies such as illness and unemployment.
Second, it's a mortgage that draws interest at only 4%.
So, what are you waiting for? See your Equitable Society representative soon for full information about the Assured Home Ownership Plan designed for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A story revealing the operations of 2 contriving female criminals. Its subject, larceny. Its title, The Lonely Hearts Racket.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Tony Barrett, Marlo Dwyer, Frank Lovejoy, Paul McVeigh, and Peggy Weber. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Lonely Hearts Racket, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. A-H-O. A-H-O. All over America, thousands of families now own their homes free and clear because they found out the meaning of the letters A-H-O. They stand for Assured Home Ownership, a money-saving, home-saving plan created by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. This plan combines a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. In 14 minutes, the Equitable Society will give you further information. Please listen carefully for more details on this ideal plan for homeowners offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Lonely Hearts Racket.
Crime is enjoying unparalleled prosperity. For the American criminal, the boom is on. In studying the records not only of the past year, but also of the pre-war years, it is apparent that this nation is not only not making any progress in fighting the crime wave, but is actually losing ground. That fact points up the inevitable corollary that unless some real progress is made in the near future, unless some important victories are won against that army of criminals, the crime wave may engulf us all. However, defeat at their hands is not inevitable. Even as it wasn't inevitable when the Axis forces held democracy by the throat during World War II. Victory against the legion of crime can be won, but it will only be won the way any war is won, by the combined efforts of all the people. Tonight's file opens in a neighborhood dance hall located in the residential section of one of our large eastern cities. A group of people is scattered about the hall, obviously waiting the commencement of festivities. A young man appears on the bandstand and calls out to the crowd.
Quiet, please. May I have quiet? Ladies and gentlemen, you know why we're all here tonight. As members of the Neighborhood Friendship Club, we are availing ourselves of the opportunity to meet and dance with new friends. As usual at these gatherings, the music will be supplied by Happy Miller and his Friendship Five. Now, I know that none of you are acquainted now, but as the music commences, I suggest that you go to the nearest member of the opposite sex and, well, just dance. All right, friends, here we go.
There's a better crowd than I thought there'd be, Mary.
Uh-huh.
Not too much competition. Hey, guy with the high collar. He's heading over here. He's gonna pick you.
Oh, he's kind of old, Ethel.
Harold Flynn, don't come here, honey.
Hello.
Hello.
May would you like to dance?
Is it all right, Ethel?
Yes, dear. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, I guess we can start right here.
All right.
What's your name?
Mary Franklin.
Oh.
What's yours?
Tom Cook. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
I'm afraid I'm not too good a dancer.
Oh, you're fine.
Miss Franklin.
Yes?
I don't want to sound forward, but... Well, I don't understand how a pretty girl like you happens to be here. I mean, you shouldn't need a friendship club.
Oh, well, my sister and I, she was sitting there with me. We just moved here.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, that's all right.
Is this your first time here?
Yes.
Mine, too.
Oh.
I don't get a chance to go out much. My work takes up a good deal of my time.
Oh, what do you do?
I have my own business.
Oh, really? What kind?
Paper boxes. I make them.
Oh, that must be very interesting.
Oh, it is. We just licked a problem today that we'd been working on for months. An oversized carton proposition. You like to hear about it?
Oh, I'd love to.
Well, this was a real challenge. Unexpected things are always happening in the paper box business. That's why I enjoy it so, I guess.
Oh, I'm sure that's it.
For instance, every customer has different ideas and different tastes.
Oh?
Some like to have a box that's long and not too wide. Others like a square box, except they don't like it exactly square. Oh, say, I hope I'm not talking too much about the box business.
Oh, not at all. I love to hear about it.
You're sure?
Oh, yes.
Well, then, here's a fact about cartons that very few people know.
Oh, what's that?
Well, you know the corrugated lining that's on the inside of cartons that they ship candy? When you figure, Miss Franklin, all the places that boxes like I make go to, Europe, Asia, all over the world, it makes you pretty proud.
I'm sure it does.
Oh, goodness. This must be the last dance.
Oh, I guess it is.
Well, I certainly owe you an apology. I didn't mean to monopolize your whole evening.
I've liked it.
Honest?
Yes.
Miss Franklin, I don't wish to seem forward, but I wonder if I could possibly see you again sometime. Maybe.
Yes. Yes, you can.
Honest?
Yes.
Well, how about, say, well, tomorrow night?
All right.
Will your sister mind?
Oh, of course not.
All right, then it's a date.
Yes.
Say, I just thought of something.
What?
If you can meet me early enough, I'll take you down and show you some boxes.
Oh, Tom, I'm having so much fun. Oh, this is the first time I've been to an amusement park in months.
Oh, I come here a lot.
Oh?
Alone.
Oh.
Tunnel of Love, the most romantic boat ride in the world. One ride is all you
Have
need.
have you ever been in this place?
The Tunnel of Love?
Uh-huh.
No. It looks interesting, though.
Well, you wait right here. I'll buy the ticket.
All right.
The Tunnel of Love, the greatest ride on the Midway. No girl can resist the man.
Come on, Mary.
All right.
The ticket seller said to take this first boat. Here, let me help you. Be careful.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Coming in riding.
Well, here we go.
For 25 cents. It's the biggest, the best ride on the Midway. More than half a mile of romance.
Mary,
Yes.
I want you to know something.
What?
These past 2 weeks have been the most wonderful 2 weeks in my whole life.
Really?
I don't wish to appear forward, but I just never have known a friend like you.
That's very nice.
You see, I've never had much chance to do these things before. But with working and all, I didn't get to, make friends. That's why I went to the Friendship Club.
Well, I'm glad you did. We wouldn't have met.
I know. Mary, I wish we could keep on having these good times together.
I do, too.
I mean, under, more permanent circumstances. By that, I mean...
I think I know.
That the matter I'm discussing is marriage?
Yes.
How are you inclined toward it, Mary?
Well, my sister Ethel has always said that when the right party came along, and if she approved of him, too...
Mary, let's go see your sister tonight.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is studying some photographs when Agent Earl Harrison approaches.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, hi, Earl. Grab a chair.
Thanks. Well, what's up?
Here. Take a look at these pictures, will you? We're looking for those two women.
Why?
Well, the young girl married the man in that picture about 10 days ago.
That's no crime, Jim. What do we want them for?
Assault. They left on their honeymoon trip in his car, and they took that older woman along with them.
Uh-huh.
Allegedly, she was only riding as far as our fair city, and then they were going on the honeymoon by themselves. Well, they drove along until they came to a wooded section upstate. As it started to get dark, the older one, who poses as the younger one's sister, asked the man to stop the car. As soon as he did, she sapped him with a jackhandle.
Sounds like a nice little lady.
Oh, yeah. Well, they left him deep in the woods. He was a week getting out.
He must have been in pretty bad shape.
He still is. He's at General Hospital now.
How do we get in on this, Jim?
Well, for one thing, they crossed the state line, and we've had some previous complaints about this pair. They're wanted on flight to avoid prosecution.
Oh.
The older woman has been working the racket quite a while with other partners.
What makes you think they're here in town?
Well, the husband thought they'd head here.
Oh.
I know that isn't much to work on, Earl, but let's see if we can't build it up into something.
Mary.
What?
I went to see your Mr. Cook, honey. He's ripe and hanging on the vine. The last two men you married were dead broke compared to him. He's got $5,000 cash at his apartment that we can cut up right off the bat.
Ethel.
What?
Do we have to go through with this one?
Of course we've got to go through with it. Why?
Well, I'd like not to.
Huh?
Oh, he's too nice.
Too nice for what? To be taken?
He reminds me of my father.
Honey, if your father had as much money as he has, I'd work this racket on him.
Oh, but you
Well,
don't...
do a little remembering, kid. Remember where I found you, working for cakes in that clip joint. Remember what's happened since. Clothes, good living. Might deserve some loyalty.
Oh, I know, but I can't do it.
Yes, you can. And you are.
got some news on those women, Jim.
Oh, what did you find, Earl?
Well, I don't know whether they're here now, but they were last Wednesday.
Oh?
That car the woman drove off in turned up.
Where?
At a used car dealer's.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what are you doing with all those pictures?
Oh, I went back over some of the complaints on the older woman. I found that she had the young girl meet the victim through a Lonely Hearts Club.
Oh.
So I sent the description on both women to every such club in town, and they sent back pictures of all the girls they have on file who come even close to answering the details.
I see.
Earl, why don't you stay on that used car angle, huh? Meanwhile, I'll try and finish up here with the pictures.
Okay.
If we get any kind of a quick lead, we might be able to arrest both of them before they get a chance to swindle some new victim.
Just a minute. Oh, hello, Tom.
Hello, Mary. Where's Ethel?
Oh, she's out.
Good. I wanted to talk to you alone.
What for?
Mary, I got a call from the Friendship Club. They asked me about some girl the police are looking for. She married some man, and then she and a woman who poses as her sister robbed this man.
Oh.
Mary, you won't get mad if I tell you something, will you?
No.
The club said they remembered you and Ethel being at the dance. That you were dancing with me, and they asked me if I ever saw you again. They said if I did, the police wanted these women.
What'd you tell them?
I told them I didn't know who they were talking about.
Oh.
Mary, is it you?
Yes.
Mary.
Oh, Ethel forced me to do it. You've got to believe that. She lent me a lot of money and told me I didn't have to pay it back. And then all of a sudden she said that if I didn't pay her, I had to work with her, and I didn't have a job, and... Oh, what do you care?
But, Mary, I do care. I told you I loved you. Well, I still do.
Huh?
Mary, let's get married anyway.
Oh, Tom, I want to, but... Oh, Tom, look out. Oh,
yes.
Oh, Tom.
That was a very touching scene, honey, but you're still working with me. Now reach in his pocket, grab his keys. Let's go.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI protects American citizens and American homes. And speaking of home protection, did you know that out of all the millions of homeowners in this country, each year only about 5,000 families have an experience like this?
Peggy, I've got a big surprise for you. Look, here's the mortgage on our home. It's canceled, paid in full.
Jim, that's wonderful. But how did you do it? Well, I thought we were going to be paying for the next 5 years.
The secret is that Jim didn't have just an ordinary mortgage on his home. He had an Equitable Society assured home ownership plan. In this plan, a low-cost first mortgage is teamed up with life insurance protection. Jim, suppose you tell us how that worked out in your case.
Well, thanks to the life insurance element in this Equitable plan, a growing cash fund was created. Each year it got bigger. Finally, at the end of about 15 years, there was enough money in the fund to pay off our 20-year mortgage. So now, long before we expected to, we own our house free and clear.
Now let's consider three other advantages of the Equitable Society assured home ownership plan. First, the cash fund may also be used if sickness or unemployment threaten home security.
It was a friend in need when Jim had his operation back in 1942.
Second advantage, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society not only cancels the mortgage, but also returns to the widow every dollar her husband had paid to reduce the principal. Finally, during its life, the mortgage draws interest at only 4%, and there's a liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. So for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable assured home ownership plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative, or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Lonely Hearts Racket.
If it comes as any kind of a surprise to you that the criminals in tonight's case from the files of your FBI are both women, then perhaps you'd be interested in knowing one of the facts gathered by the Federal Bureau of Investigation in its recent crime survey. That survey showed that during the past year, more than 76,000 women were arrested. Compared to the total number of people arrested, which was more than 750,000, 76,000 may not seem like much. However, analyze it another way. Break it down and learn that the figure represents an average of more than 200 women arrested every day throughout the year. Nor are their crimes listed in the minor category. More than 8,000 of those women were arrested for larceny and theft. Should you be under the further misconception that women are not habitually given to breaking the law, that once they are arrested, they change their habits for the better, you're in for another surprise. More than 44% of all women arrested in the last year in the United States had previous fingerprint arrest records. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Jim, I just finished talking to the dealer who bought the car from the two women.
And?
He paid them cash.
Oh, I was afraid of that.
And they gave him the Hotel Park West as their address.
Did you check?
Yes, neither of them ever stayed there.
Well, I came a little closer, but not much. I found her picture in that file.
From which club?
The Friendship Club. I called and spoke to the secretary and gave him the number that was on the back of the picture.
Did you get anything from him?
Yes, the girl's name, or at least the one she's using now, is Mary Franklin.
That's a help.
Yeah, he said that he's sure he saw her at a dance they had a couple of weeks ago. And he's also sure that she was dancing with a man named Tom Cook.
Have you spoken to Cook?
Well, he lives 3 blocks from here, so I got his address and went over there.
How'd you make out?
Well, according to the superintendent, the two women had just been there. They had Cook's set of keys and let themselves into his apartment.
Well, did you talk to Cook?
No, he wasn't there. Or at his place of business.
How about an address on that Miss Franklin? Did the club give you that?
Oh, yeah. Turned out to be a vacant lot.
Oh, fine.
Pardon me, Elwood. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, that's right. He is? Or when? Yeah. Yes, thanks. I'll be right over. Goodbye. That was the local police, Earl.
Yeah?
Tom Cook has just shown up there. I'm going over to see if I can get a lead from him.
Want to see this movie magazine, Mary?
No, thanks.
How about going up to the club car for a drink?
No, thanks.
You can have one sent back to the compartment.
No, thanks.
Mary, you still sore because I whacked that guy?
Well, you shouldn't have done it.
And leave that much money for somebody else to clip him? Oh, no. Look, while I was waiting for you to come back to the apartment, I clipped an ad from the Lonely Hearts magazine. Listen to this. Middle-aged man, widower, wealthy, no children, no real friends, would like to exchange pictures and letters with nice girl in East. Does that sound like fried chicken, or doesn't it? Now, look, Mary, I'm getting a little tired of this. You act like you're doing me a favor. I can get a lot of other girls to work with. Now, get with it. We send this guy a picture, loving letter. We're back in business.
Cook?
Yes, sir.
I'm FBI Special Agent Taylor. Here are my credentials.
Pleased to meet you, Mr. Taylor.
Oh, Mr. Cook, before I ask you any questions, would you identify the girl in this picture for me, please?
Yes, sir. That's Mary.
Mary Franklin? Is that the name she gave you?
Yes, sir.
From what I understand, you met her at a Friendship Club dance.
About 2 weeks ago.
Oh, why did you tell the club secretary that you hadn't seen her?
I wanted to give her a chance to explain. You have to understand, Mr. Taylor, Mary didn't hit me or do anything. She's afraid of her sister, and she does what her sister tells her. We were going to be married.
I see. I assume you know by now that Miss Franklin and her accomplice visited your apartment. You know why they went there?
Yes, sir. I called the superintendent and asked him to look for a box in my bedroom. It was gone.
Oh, what kind of a box?
A cardboard box with $5,000 in it.
How did they know it was there?
I told Miss Franklin's sister.
Oh. Where did they live?
Apartment 31 at 719 West Hudson Street.
31 at 719 West?
Yes, sir.
West Hudson Street. Thank you, Mr. Cook. I'm going over to their apartment.
What for? They've gone.
Well, maybe we can find out where they went. If we do, let's hope we still have time to get your money back. Earl, they really left this apartment in a shambles, huh?
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to find anything here, even if we knew what we were looking for.
Nothing in this closet.
Nothing in the desk either.
No? Well, let's take a look in the bedroom, huh?
Right.
Where did I find the light switch? There we are. Earl, you take the closet, huh?
Okay.
Let's see if there's anything in the wastebasket.
This cupboard is bare.
Huh?
What have you got there, Jim?
It's a Lonely Hearts magazine. It was here in the wastebasket.
Oh.
No. No loose pieces of paper in it, right? Hey, wait a minute. Yeah. Hey, Earl, look at this page.
Yeah.
It's full of Lonely Heart ads, but one has been cut out. Hey, this could mean something. Come on, let's get going.
Just a minute.
Hello, Mary.
Tom.
I'm so glad I found you.
Oh, Tom, you shouldn't have come here.
Well, if it isn't out of town, Elmer.
Ethel.
It's getting to be a habit running into you.
Ethel, what are you doing with a gun?
I'll put it away as soon as Mr. Cook writes a letter.
What kind of letter?
Saying I never took a dime of your money.
But, Miss Franklin, I can't do that.
Then we'll just have to tie you up. Mary, get the clothesline.
No, I won't.
Then I guess I'll have to tie both of you up.
You just stand where you are.
Huh?
Grab the gun, Earl.
Right, Jim.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI.
Mr. Taylor, that's my cardboard box. There in the corner.
Fine, we'll take it along as evidence. All right, come on, you two. We've got a cell reserved for you at headquarters.
Ethel Shelby was tried in a federal court and sentenced to 10 years for violation of the National Stolen Property Act. Her accomplice, Mary Franklin, was given a 2-year sentence and was then placed on probation. When Special Agent Taylor found the Lonely Hearts magazine with part of a page torn out, he called the offices of the publication to learn whose ad was in the missing portion. When he got that information, he contacted the gentleman who had inserted the ad and asked him to be on the lookout for either a picture of Miss Franklin or a letter from her. As soon as they arrived, the two special agents learned the new address of the pair. And so, another case from the files of your FBI was closed, and closed successfully. In this case, as in so many others, it was necessary to ask the local police for help. And, as has constantly been the experience of every special agent, once that cooperation was requested, it was given, and given in the fullest measure. With the number of special agents under 4,000, which means approximately one special agent for every 35,000 people in the country, it would obviously be impossible for your FBI to operate without the help they get from law enforcement agencies throughout the nation. This is an effort to thank them publicly for that past support, and to hope that all future cooperative efforts will be as successful as the one dramatized tonight. We'll end with the conviction of the criminals.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, a quick summing up of the advantages of the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, created to protect you against the two greatest dangers in home mortgages.
First danger, the death of the breadwinner.
In this Equitable Plan, the widow inherits her home free and clear.
Second danger, illness or hard times.
The Equitable Plan provides a growing cash fund that's always ready when emergencies threaten home security. For full information, get in touch with your Equitable Society representative without delay. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A timely story of crime on the high seas. Its subject, extortion. Its title, The Tropical Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Parley Bear, Alice Backus, Bill Hawes, Charlotte Lawrence, and George Offerman, Jr. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Tropical Shakedown on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcast.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. A-H-O. A-H-O.
When my husband died, AHO saved our home.
AHO stands for Assured Home Ownership, a unique plan created by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. A low-cost first mortgage is combined with life insurance protection, so the homeowner gets extra security. And if he should die, his widow inherits her home free and clear. In just 14 minutes, the Equitable Society will give you more details on this ideal plan for homeowners offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Tropical Shakedown.
It is only natural that the members of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, who spend their days and often their nights in a constant fight against crime, should have learned certain things about the 7.5 million people who have fingerprint arrest records, or about those who have committed one of the graver offenses. Those agents know, for instance, that there is no such thing as the typical criminal. They know, too, that many lawbreakers are above the average in IQ, and they know how cunning, how quick can be the mind of the criminal. Those special agents are aware of the fact that behind the more than 13,000 murders committed in this country last year lay a small variety of reasons, with revenge, passion, and profit topping the list. Yes, they have amassed a sizable store of knowledge about crime and about criminals, these men who stand as your last line of defense against the lawbreaker. But the thing they regard as having the most significance is that there is no way of foreseeing where the next crime will take place. For crime knows no geography. It can take place in a teeming city, on a desolate farm far from any neighbor. It can happen on the desert, or on a lush, ocean-going luxury liner. Tonight's file opens on the deck of the SS Honolulu Queen. It is late afternoon, and the Queen is just starting to pull out of the pier at Honolulu for the long trip across to the Pacific.
I feel sad about leaving Radio Stratton. Well, we'd better throw the rest of these streamers. Oh, do you want some of them?
No, thanks, dear.
Here you are, madam. Have some of mine if you like.
No, thank you.
How are you today, Arthur?
Oh, hello, Judge.
Who is this man?
Oh, he used to hang around the plantation.
Is he a judge?
Oh, no, of course not.
This is all really touching, wouldn't you say?
Yes. Yes, it is. Arthur, I think we should go below.
All right, Mother.
Arthur.
Yes?
Before you go, may I have a word with you?
What do you want?
Arthur, I find myself in a rather embarrassing position.
All right, Mother.
Wait, Arthur, wait. You see, I came aboard rather hurriedly without going through the formality of purchasing a ticket.
Well, they'll sell you one. See the person.
Well, that's the embarrassing part. I happen to find myself lacking the necessary funds with which to conduct the negotiation.
Why are you telling all this to me?
Because you're paying my fare.
What?
I have some convincing reasons why you should, son. I'll come down to your stateroom later and discuss them.
I'll answer it, Arthur.
All right.
Good evening, madam.
What do you want?
I'd like to speak to your son, if I may.
My son is resting.
But when I spoke to him on deck...
Yes, he told me about your conversation, and under no condition will he pay your fare.
Not even if I brought out certain facts about your son? Facts that have to do with his army career?
Oh. Come in.
Well, thank you, madam. Thank you.
Mother, why did you bring...
I told her I wished to discuss your army career. Oh, you see, I am aware of the fact that certain authorities would appreciate knowing your whereabouts.
Who told you that?
You did, madam.
What?
Yes. You wrote those long letters to Arthur at the plantation.
I never showed you any of Mother's letters.
From time to time, there arose the opportunity for me to go through your room. You should have locked those letters up, son.
Reading my letters was highly unethical.
But they were most informative. In them I read that Arthur was an army deserter, that you supplied money for him to come to Hawaii, that you got him a job at the plantation.
Mother, he can't prove any of that.
Young man, I was not bestowed the judicial title for nothing. I had each of those letters photostated.
Well, just exactly what do you want?
Madam, I'd appreciate your seeing the purcher. Tell him I'm a close personal friend. Say that I came down to see you off and was persuaded to stay aboard and make the trip with you. When you have completed that transaction, we can make the other arrangements.
What other arrangements?
Pocket money, social contacts, all the little amenities that befit a gentleman at sea.
Meanwhile, at an FBI field office on the West Coast, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent George Patterson.
George.
Yes, Jim.
We just got a report in on the Arthur Madison desertion file.
Madison? I don't think I know that one. Is that one of the files we got when Jefferson was transferred?
That's right.
I haven't had a chance to get through all of them yet.
Oh? Well, this Arthur Madison is a wealthy widow's only son. When this peacetime draft came along, she tried to keep him out.
How?
Well, the first thing she tried was a fake medical record. It said the son had a very bad heart condition.
Uh-huh.
When that didn't work, she sold everything she owned and put the money in a safe deposit box at the Forest Bank so she could claim hardship. She said if her son were drafted, she wouldn't have any means of support.
Nice people.
Well, no, none of her subterfuges worked, though, and finally her son was drafted. He was sent to an induction center and from there to a basic training camp. After about a month of that, he deserted.
I assume a surveillance was set up at the mother's house.
Yes, but he never appeared.
How much do you know about the Madisons, Jim?
Well, according to the psychiatrist who interviewed the boy when he was inducted and the officers who tried to train him, he's rather helpless without his mother, and she's the indulgent type.
I see. You said a report came in on the case. Somebody see him?
No, the superintendent of the apartment house where Mrs. Madison lived called in here.
What did he have?
Well, Mrs. Madison has moved out, and according to something the superintendent overheard, she was going to join her son.
Any idea where she went?
No, he didn't hear her say anything about that.
Have we got a description of Mrs. Madison, Jim?
Yes, and let's start circulating it, George, and see if we can find out where she's headed for.
Here, let me wrap your feet, Arthur.
Oh, Mother.
That's what the blanket is for.
I'm really not chilly, Mother.
Now, you know the way you take cold, dear.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Madison.
Oh.
You seem somewhat less than overjoyed to see me.
What do you want?
I detest bothering you again, madam, but I happen to find myself in that deplorable condition once more.
Drunk?
Oh, madam, I refer to my lack of negotiable security.
Why, I gave you $50 after breakfast. What did you do with it?
I've been playing the horse game.
Why, Mother, the tickets are only 50 cents apiece. I played yesterday and I won.
Proving that talent is hardly an integral part of the game. Mrs. Madison, kindly let me have $50. I have some friends waiting for me to buy them a drink.
Very well.
I want you to know that I am not unappreciative of these favors.
Here you are.
Oh, thank you, madam. Thank you. I'll try to make this last, at least till dinner.
Well, at least we only have to put up with him for one more day.
Where is this place we're going?
Well, it's called Greenwood Lodge, and it's near Pacific City.
But won't you have to go back home?
Oh, no, dear. I've sold everything and converted it into cash, and it's all in the safe deposit box.
Oh, I see.
Once we get to Greenwood Lodge, neither the judge nor anyone else can bother us.
Jim, for a time this morning, I thought I was going to find out the Madison.
Why, George? What happened?
I had to go down near Fort Bradshaw on the Masterson case, and while I was there, I decided I'd try to follow Madison's trail from the time he deserted.
And?
I got a lead at the fort that took me to the Hotel Dalton.
Well, George, we knew he went there.
I know, I saw it in the file, but I got a little further than that.
Oh, how?
I went through the telephone slips at the hotel for the day that Madison checked in.
Find anything?
Yes. He made a long-distance call.
Oh, where to?
A number here in town. I checked the number, and it was his mother's. I figured that he might have called her for money, so I went to the Western Union office.
Anything there?
Yes. Arthur Madison got a money order that day for $2,500.
You did find something.
But that's where the trail ended.
Oh. Well, George, let's try to figure something out.
Like what?
Well, young Madison calls his mother. She sends him $2,500.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if he were coming home, he wouldn't need that much money.
Right.
Well, I think we have to assume that he used that money to travel quite a distance. Now, she's on her way to meet him. Oh, excuse me. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, that's right. Are you sure? When? Well, thank you very much. Yes. Yes, that's a great help. Thanks again. Goodbye. That was the superintendent at Mrs. Madison's apartment house again.
Well, what did he have to say?
He ran into a friend of Mrs. Madison's on the street a little while ago, and she told him that Mrs. Madison had gone to Hawaii.
Wow.
George, let's get down to the radio room. Notify the Honolulu office.
Good evening, Mrs. Madison. Arthur. I trust that you enjoyed the captain's dinner.
Come along, Mother.
Wait, I'll stroll with you.
Oh, don't bother.
Oh, it's a pleasure, madam, a pleasure. These things always make me sad. The last day at sea means that so many friendships made on shipboard are about to be broken. Oh, I know they all promise that they'll write to each other and see each other, but somehow they never do.
Well, I'm glad the trip is over.
You lack sentiment, my boy. Shall we take a turn about the deck?
No, thank you.
I prefer that you do, madam.
What?
I have a very important matter to discuss with you. Will you reconsider, madam?
Very well.
Ah, splendid woman, your mother, splendid. Go ahead, both of you.
After you, Mother.
Thank you, dear.
Look at that moon. Just one great romantic glow.
Did you ask us here to discuss the moon?
Oh, forgive me. I asked you here, Mrs. Madison, to correct an erroneous impression under which you've been laboring.
And what is that?
Well, first I should tell you that I departed from the island of Oahu for the express purpose of making this voyage with you.
What?
I stole enough money there for my passage. Unfortunately, on my last day in Honolulu, I met a gentleman who persuaded me to engage in a small game of cards.
And, of course, you lost.
Every penny I had stolen. That's why I had to come aboard without my passage being paid for in advance. You see, I never had any intention of seeing you merely for the purpose of getting a free trip to the States. I really...
Will you please get to the point, Mr. Kennedy?
I am. I mean to collect substantially for my knowledge about your son, Mrs. Madison.
But I've already paid for your suite. I've given you $250 in cash.
A mere pittance.
Well, how much do you expect?
$25,000.
What?
And until I get it, I shall remain your constant guest.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI protects American citizens and American homes. Now a word about a plan which not only safeguards the homeowner during his lifetime, but also continues to protect his widow if he should die. Here's what happens.
Good morning, Mrs. Remsen. I'm George Stanton.
Oh, you're the representative of the Equitable Society who sold my husband his assured home ownership plan.
Right. Here's the canceled mortgage on your home. And here's a check for $3,375 from the Equitable Society. That covers all the payments your husband made to reduce the principal of the mortgage.
This woman's husband had an Equitable assured home ownership plan. The widow inherited a house that's hers free and clear. What's more, every dollar her husband previously paid to reduce the mortgage was returned to her.
My husband always said the children and I would be well taken care of.
Now some other features of the Equitable Society's assured home ownership plan. First, there's the cash fund, which builds up in the owner's lifetime, and which may be used whenever sickness or unemployment threaten home security. Second, this cash fund may be used to cancel the mortgage well ahead of schedule. Equitable Society records show that many 20-year mortgages have been completely paid off in just about 15 years. Finally, the mortgage interest is only 4%, and there's a liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. So for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable assured home ownership plan, combining a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative, or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Tropical Shakedown.
Extortion is an ancient crime. Payment or receipt of it was made a felony by Queen Elizabeth of England as far back as 1601. In those days, it was a tribute of money, corn, cattle, or household possessions exacted in the north of England and the south of Scotland by roving groups for protection from pillage. That was the 16th century. And it will afford you some idea of how little crime has changed when you realize that exactly the same situation, the payment by people for protection, existed in virtually every section of this country in the 1920s, almost 400 years later. In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, you see an extortioner at work on a mother and her son, two people who have themselves conspired to break the law. However, even they would be better off going to the police, as your FBI hopes you will do if an attempt should be made to extort you. Sometimes going to the police will involve public censure, or invite the derision of your acquaintances, or even, as in this case, force you to confess a crime. But as an organization which has dealt at long length with extortion and extortioners, the Federal Bureau of Investigation can tell you with certainty that any of those are better than being an extortion victim. Better and much less expensive, because your first payment is not the last. It is merely a down payment on perpetual misery. Tonight's file continues in the local FBI field office.
George, this report just came in by radio from the Honolulu office. I located Mrs. Madison. She was staying at the Imperial Hotel.
Was staying?
Well, she and her son left there last week on the SS Honolulu Queen.
Then all we have to do is meet the boat.
The Honolulu Queen docked at 8 this morning.
Oh, fine.
I went down to the pier, though, and I talked to the purser. He confirmed the fact that Mrs. Madison and her son had been aboard.
Do you have any idea where they went?
No, none at all.
Well, then we're right back where we started.
Oh, a new factor's been added, though.
What's that?
Well, the Honolulu office asked us to apprehend a man named Robert Kennedy.
Who's he?
He's charged with having robbed a plantation owner 2 weeks ago on a government reservation at Oahu.
How come he was able to slip through onto the boat?
Well, the theft wasn't discovered until yesterday.
Did the purser confirm Kennedy as a passenger?
Yes, and he told me that Mrs. Madison paid for his passage.
How did that happen?
I'd like to know that myself.
Sounds like an odd combination.
Well, maybe it'll make them easier to find. I've just had an alarm sent out on all of them. Now, come on, George. Let's check all the local hotels.
Mother! Oh, Arthur, dear, I'm so sorry.
What for?
Making you run so much. We'd better hurry on, dear.
Yes, all right. Oh, is this our car?
Yes, yes, come on.
Oh, I'm breathless.
Oh, I know, you poor boy.
Oh.
Our compartment is right at this end.
It's all right.
Here we are.
Oh, after you.
Thank you, dear. Oh, my, it's good to sit down.
Oh, Mother. You know I hate to ride backwards.
Oh, I forgot, son. I'm sorry, dear.
Yeah. I never thought I'd be able to pack and get over here on time.
Well, I couldn't help it, Arthur. It was necessary.
Why?
Well, I called you just as soon as I left the bank.
What bank?
The one where I had the safe deposit box. You see, I went there with Mr. Kennedy.
Mother, you didn't give him that money, did you?
Well, dear, when I went there with him, I didn't see any way out of it.
Oh, Mother.
But when we got to the section of the bank where the safe deposit boxes are, I asked Mr. Kennedy to wait while I went in. And after I emptied the box, I saw that there was another exit. That's when I left and called you.
Well, what about Kennedy?
Well, so far as I know, Arthur, he's still there waiting for me.
Jim, is this where the Madisons are staying?
We're staying, George. They've already checked in.
But the boat didn't get in until this morning.
I know. They reserved this suite for overnight, but something happened to make them change their mind.
You know what it was?
No, not for certain. I spoke to the telephone operator, and she said that she remembered a call coming in for young Madison.
From?
A woman. Shortly after that call, he came down with packed bags, paid the bill, and checked out.
Where was his mother?
Well, she had left here earlier in the day. I suspect that she's the one who called.
How about Kennedy?
He checked in with him.
And left with him, too?
No, he's still registered here. He's not in, though.
Get anything else?
No, that's it.
Oh, I picked up those search warrants.
Oh, fine. Well, let's go upstairs and take a look at Kennedy's room and the Madison suite.
Kennedy travels light, doesn't he, Jim?
Hope we find more than that in the Madison suite.
It's right down the hall, isn't it?
Yes, George. It's 411.
409. It's the next door on this side.
Yeah. This is it.
Here's the key, Jim.
Oh, fine, thanks. Go ahead, George.
Right.
Let's take this room first, huh?
Okay.
If we don't get anything in here, George, we'll each take a bedroom.
Right. Say, Jim, are you sure the maid hasn't cleaned this place?
Positive.
The young Madison must have packed everything that wasn't nailed down.
Oh, George.
What is it?
Look, this blotter, it's been used.
Well?
Well, the manager told me they put new writing equipment in all the rooms this morning. How do I hold this blotter up to that mirror?
Okay. There's the letter B and numbers 1642.
Can you make out those other numbers there underneath?
They look like a 1, a 3, and a 7. Yes, that's it. 137.
George, I think I've got it. Young Madison checked out of here about 1:15, and he was in a hurry.
What about it?
Or maybe 1:37 is the time of something, like a departure time.
For a plane or train?
Yes, and my vote is a train.
Why?
Well, that B1642 could be the number of a Pullman car. Let's check the railroad station at once.
Mother.
Yes, son?
Must I maintain this rigid a schedule?
What do you mean, dear?
Well, walks at a certain hour, vitamin pills at a certain hour.
Why, you've been under a terrific strain, darling. You need building up.
I know, but...
Now, Mother knows best, dear. Come into the cottage and take your nap.
Well, all right. But I'm warning you now, I won't sleep, Mother.
No, Arthur.
No, I mean it.
That's your will of your own.
Allow me, Mother.
Thank you, darling.
You're welcome.
Greetings.
What are you doing here?
Well, to be truthful, madam, I found myself a trifle bored waiting for you at the bank, so I...
Get out of here.
Arthur, my boy, your mother and I can discuss this alone. Please be quiet.
How did you know we were here?
I took the liberty of going through your purse one day aboard ship. Found a letter from this hotel confirming your reservations.
Why, you're no better than a common thief.
Mrs. Madison, your character analysis is of no interest to me. I came here for my money.
Well, I won't pay you a penny.
Good for you, Mother.
I don't want to seem ungentlemanly, Mrs. Madison, but you'll pay me, or your son goes to jail.
Oh, no, I won't. Put up your hands.
What?
This is a challenge.
Arthur, don't fight, please.
Sorry, Mother, but I...
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Madison, shall I continue to strike him, or will you pay?
You won't have to pay a thing, Mrs. Madison.
Just who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
The FBI?
Yes, and I'm taking all three of you back to headquarters.
Robert Kennedy, alias the Judge, was tried, convicted, and sentenced to 10 years for fraud on the high seas. He also received a 25-year sentence for robbery of the plantation owner in Oahu. Arthur Madison, on expression of his mother's insistence that he join the Army, was given this opportunity and is now on his way to complete rehabilitation. One of the things which enabled the two special agents in tonight's case to close the file so quickly was the close cooperation they received from the Honolulu FBI field office. This kind of cooperation has come to be a part of the workings of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, has given to every agent the warm feeling that he is never working alone, but as part of a team, as part of a great organization which has been entrusted with more and more important work as the years have passed. 100 years ago, Ralph Waldo Emerson wrote the line that read, "An institution is but the lengthened shadow of one man." And never was that more true than in the case of your FBI. The real growth of the Federal Bureau of Investigation dates back to May 10th, 1924, exactly 25 years ago this week, when a young lawyer assumed the direction of the Corps of Federal Law Enforcement Officers. That young lawyer has made your FBI not only the greatest instrument for fighting crime in the history of the nation, but has also made the initials FBI synonymous in every quarter with the protection of the national security in time of peace as well as war. That young lawyer's name was and is J. Edgar Hoover. And we who are privileged to work with him take this opportunity to congratulate him on a quarter of a century of distinguished public service to his fellow citizens and to his country.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, a word to the wives. Let's consider the Equitable Society's assured home ownership plan from the woman's point of view. While her husband lives, the home she lives in has extra protection from the plan's special cash fund, which can be used if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. If her husband dies, the mortgage is automatically canceled. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A factual account of an old-time gangster's return to crime. Its subject, hijacking. Its title, Apprentice of Larceny.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Eleanor Audley, Bill Johnstone, Terry Kilburn, and Carlton Young. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Apprentice of Larceny on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. A-H-O. A-H-O. In a few minutes, two Equitable Society policyholders will tell you how AHO saved them from a mortgage foreclosure.
AHO means Assured Home Ownership.
It's the name of a money-saving, home-saving plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. It combines a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. Result?
A mortgage that's practically foreclosure-proof.
So, please listen carefully to the Equitable Society's middle commercial on this program. You'll get full information on this ideal plan for homeowners offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, Apprentice of Larceny.
Pick up the latest edition of your daily paper or listen to the news on your local radio station, and you will have later crime statistics than even the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Unfortunately, though, you will only have the facts as they pertain to your community, and crime is nationwide. It might be, if you live in a particularly law-abiding city, that a day will go by without a murder, maybe even 2 days. But while you are enjoying that pitifully short holiday, the American army of criminals is at work. Its members never rest. For when one sleeps, another wakes to take his place. And between them, they manage to murder an average of 20 people in this country every single day. In an era of large numbers, of millions and billions, 20 may not seem like very many people to you. But over the period of a year, and these are the figures as gathered for the past 12 months by your FBI, 13,010 people were murdered. If you are still unimpressed, then regard the fact that when D-Day came in Europe and millions of troops of all nations were thrown into the breach, when every available weapon was blazing, fewer men were killed. Fewer men and died here in this year of peace. Night File opens in a corner saloon located in the downtown district of a large Midwestern city. It is early afternoon. A lone customer sits at the bar drinking beer. A young man enters. He goes to the jukebox, unlocks it, and removes the coins. Then he calls to the bartender.
Say, Pete.
Yeah, what do you want?
Can I see a minute?
Yeah. Yeah, what's on your mind?
There wasn't much dough in there.
Well, people just ain't playing the jukebox the way they used to.
Why not?
The television. It's just as good, and it's for free.
But you make money on the box.
I make more on the television. Customers sit here and watch the fights for a couple of hours, drink a lot of beer.
Pete, you'll have to take it out.
Are you kidding?
No.
Look, all right. I'll throw the jukebox out first, and you with it. Now get out of here.
Huh?
You heard me. Get out.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Did I hear him call you Albright, kid?
That's right. That's my name.
You any relative of Duke Albright?
He was my father.
No kidding.
Uh-huh.
I used to work for your old man.
Huh?
You ain't acting like his kid, though. Letting a bum like this talk to you that way.
Look, mister, you stay out of this.
Kid, you want him to take the television set out?
Sure.
Ask him once more.
He's got his mind made up.
I'll ask him for you. Mister, you gonna take the television set out?
No. And you can pay for your beer and get out of here with him.
Kid, now you make him take it out.
How?
You see this beer mug?
Uh-huh.
You bring it back slow and let it go. Come on, kid, let's go. Another drink, kid?
Not right now. I guess I've been talking too much, huh?
Of course not.
You see, Al, it's just that... Well, you don't know what it's like to be the son of a guy who's been a big success. Everybody expects so much of you.
Yeah, that figures.
They expect you should talk like him, act like him, and do like him. Well, I just couldn't be that.
Don't you like Larceny, kid?
Oh, sure. But I just ain't like my pop.
Look, Danny, your old man started in 23, worse off than you are now. Inside of a year, he's got his own territory. I know. I was driving a beer truck for him then. By the time he got sent away in 29, Big Duke owned this whole city.
Yeah, but it was easier in those days.
It's never been easy, Danny. There's only one way to get successful. You gotta work at it. If your old man was alive today, he'd still be the biggest guy in town.
With jukeboxes?
With anything. And you can be the same thing. Danny, where's your family pride?
Oh, I got that all right.
Well, then use it. All you gotta do to be a big man is change your way of working.
What do you mean?
Well, take that thing that happened back in the other saloon. You see the way I settled it?
Uh-huh.
Muscle, that's what does it. You gotta show him muscle or you get no place.
But, Al, I can't. I just ain't a muscle guy.
Then I'll be one for you.
Huh?
We'll be partners.
Gee, I don't know what...
It's good business for me, kid. You can use my muscle. I use your name. Only one thing.
What?
From now on, act like you're Duke. Duke Jr.
I'll try. What do we do, Al?
What do you mean?
Well, the bartender in that joint was right. There's no dough in jukeboxes anymore. Television knocked it out.
Then let's go into the television business.
Oh, that takes dough.
For what?
The sets, they cost a lot of money.
Duke. We'll steal them.
A few days later, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor meets Agent Michael Drew in the hall.
Hello, Mike.
Oh, hello, Jim.
I was hoping to see you before I signed out. There's been another hijacking.
Oh, where?
Out on Route 11 between Ridgewood and here.
When did it happen?
Early this morning, about 4:30.
Any details?
Yes, a gray sedan forced the truck to pull over to the side of the highway and stop. 2 men were in the sedan. One got out, drew a gun, and forced the driver to step down.
Mm-hmm.
They tied the driver up, slugged him, and threw him into the ditch beside the road, and then the 2 of them drove off.
Leaving the gray sedan? Huh?
Yeah, I've already checked on it. It was stolen sometime during the night.
Oh?
Nobody noticed the driver in the ditch until about half an hour ago. They untied him, and he called the local police, who asked him to contact us.
What was in the truck?
Television sets. $20,000 worth.
Pretty good haul.
I'd say the thieves apparently were looking for this particular truck, too.
Why?
One of them told the driver he was an hour behind schedule.
Well, that might be an inside job.
Now, we'll check on that angle, Mike. Oh, the truck was seen here this morning.
By whom?
One of the local police. That was before the alarm went out.
Well, how do you know it was the same truck?
It had a banner across the front of it advertising a plot.
Any description of the thieves?
No, not yet. The driver couldn't give them to me over the phone because the doctor was just about to start treating him.
Where is he now?
He's at Central Hospital. I'm going over there now to see him, Mike. Look, why don't you stay here and see if anything comes in on that alarm on the truck, huh?
Okay.
As soon as I'm finished with the driver, I'll be back.
Here's a little gadget which should find its place in the kitchen of every home. Let me show you a few of its features. See the handy action?
Danny.
Yeah?
What are you doing?
Watching a television.
Note the compact size.
What's this?
This guy goes shopping for things. It's real interesting.
Here we have the 4 stowaway shelves, an invaluable aid to all housewives.
Why don't you tune in a fight?
The fights are only on at night, Al.
In the daytimes, it's this guy?
Oh, no. Sometimes it's a woman shopper.
Turn it off.
Okay.
We still got a dozen sets to paint yet.
Think we'll have any trouble getting rid of them?
Kid, we don't get rid of them. We rent them. That's the whole idea.
For saloons and stuff, you mean?
That's right. First thing we do is cut up the town.
How?
In the districts, the way we used to do it in the old days.
Oh.
Then we put a guy in charge of a territory. It's his job to see that our television set goes into every saloon in his section. He's like a lieutenant.
Uh-huh.
Over them, you gotta have captains. And over the captains, you got 2 guys running the whole thing. That's us. And once we get the television racket running, we'll move in and take the horse room business. We'll really operate, kid. We'll have big apartments, dames, banquets, and Hey, speaking of banquets, we better eat something. Go out and get us some hamburgers, kid.
You got any dough?
No.
Neither have I.
Put the guy on the cuff for it.
Okay. Hey, where do you think we ought to plant the first set?
What's the name of the place where I met you?
Pete Craig's.
He gets the first one.
Sorry I got tied up in court, Jim.
Oh, that's all right, Mike.
My calendar's pretty clear now.
Good. Oh, did you happen to go by the teletype room?
Yeah. Nothing's come in on that truck, if that's what you're looking for.
Yes, it was. So you were in court when I heard from Washington, weren't you?
I guess I was.
Now, you remember my going to the hospital to get a description from the driver of that truck?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I sent the description he gave me of one of the bandits to our ident section, asked them if they had anything that would help.
And they did?
Well, they sent back 5 photographs from the general appearance file. I took them up to the hospital, and the driver identified one of them as one of the bandits.
Who was he?
A man named Al Harrison.
Oh, I don't think I know that name.
There's no reason why you should, Mike. He's been in jail for the past 20 years.
Oh.
He used to drive a beer truck during Prohibition.
What did he get sent up for?
Bank robbery and attempted murder. He shot his way out of a trap one night and wounded a policeman. Fortunately for him, the policeman lived. So a kind-hearted jury convicted him with a recommendation for mercy.
Uh-huh. Anything in Harrison's record that'll help us in this case, Jim?
Oh, I'm waiting for the file room to send it in now. As soon as it gets here, let's both study it and see if we can get a lead.
Yeah, the only customer Pete Craig had just left.
Good. Let's take the set in.
Okay.
I can handle it.
Okay, I'll hold the door.
Right. Let's go.
I'll go ahead and get the saloon door.
Right.
Come on. Hello, Pete.
What are you doing back here?
We brought you a new set.
What? Here's a television set to take the place of the one I busted. I put it on the bar, huh?
How do you like it, Pete? Better than the other one, huh?
I must say, I didn't expect this.
What do you mean?
I was swearing a warrant out to you guys. Yeah, I'll call it off now. Let me buy you a beer.
Okay, Pete.
You got any brandy?
New television set? Sure.
We'll hook it up for you, Pete.
No, don't bother. One of my customers is in the business. He installed the other set. You pay him a service charge, and he keeps it in shape for you.
We'll take that job off his hands.
What do you mean?
We're the guys that service this set. That's part of the deal.
Now, wait a minute. You just gave me the set, didn't you?
Sure. But we charge by the week for keeping it up.
Yeah, I might have known. Well, take it out. I don't want it.
You got no choice. Either you take the set, or tomorrow you got no saloon.
Well, who do you think you're scaring?
Hey, Al, maybe we should make it easier, huh?
I'll handle this, Duke.
You'll handle nothing. Now, let me tell you something. I had all I wanted you guys 20 years ago. Times have changed now. You old-time has-beens can't get away with it.
Has-beens, huh? Come on, get up and give us the first week's payment in advance.
Al, he cracked his head pretty hard.
You feeling sorry for him?
No, but I don't think he's going to pay us.
Why not?
Because he ain't breathing. When you ain't breathing, you're dead.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI protects American citizens and American homes. Now, another type of home protection. A typical case from the files of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Let Mr. and Mrs. Ralph Ormond tell you about it.
About 4 years ago, I had to spend 2 months flat on my back in the hospital. Well, you know what that costs these days. Ralph, that's my husband, didn't know where he was going to get the money to carry the mortgage on our home.
Then one day I was talking to Ed Newcomb, my Equitable Society representative. Ed tells me that's what the cash fund in my assured home ownership plan is for, to help out in emergencies that threaten home ownership. Well, that cash fund really saved our home for us.
The Ormonds didn't have just an ordinary mortgage. Their Equitable Society Assured Home Ownership Plan combined a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. A growing cash fund was created, which can be used whenever sickness and unemployment threaten home ownership.
That cash fund can also be used to pay off the mortgage way ahead of schedule.
Right. Many 20-year mortgages have been paid off in about 15 years. Furthermore, under the Assured Home Ownership Plan, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society not only cancels the mortgage, but also returns to the widow every dollar her husband had paid to reduce the principal. Finally, during its life, the mortgage draws interest at only 4%, and there's a liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. So, for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, Apprentice of Larceny.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation has cooperated in bringing this dramatization to you tonight because it wants to make sure that you are not among those who favor the popular misconception that the gangster, as we in the United States knew him in the Prohibition era, is an extinct animal. Nothing could be further from the truth. He not only lives among us today, but in some places, he is present in even greater numbers than before. In great measure, the job of exterminating these gangsters belongs to the various law enforcement agencies. But in some part, the responsibility for getting rid of them is yours, too. For you, the law-abiding citizens, are the ones who comprise our juries, the ones who tell our judges how severely you want criminals dealt with. In recent weeks, a man resisting capture killed his wife and 3 police officers before being killed himself. A review of his previous record showed that he had been tried once before for murder, had been convicted, and had been sentenced on recommendation of the jury to a term of but 3 years on the reduced charge of manslaughter. It is the duty of every citizen when called for jury duty to face the facts and be governed by the evidence. If he honestly thinks a man on trial is innocent, it is his bounden duty to so vote. However, it is wrong to let any false sympathy enter into his deliberation. If he feels that the evidence presented warrants it, then his duty to himself and to everyone else is to vote for one verdict and one verdict only: guilty. Tonight's file continues in the local FBI field office.
I was hoping you'd be back here, Mike.
Why, Jim? What's up?
I just got through down at the morgue.
What were you doing down there?
Well, the body of a bartender was found in a saloon at 9th and Adams. I'm pretty sure he was murdered by Al Harrison and his accomplice.
Oh, why?
Well, there was a new television set on the bar in the saloon.
Part of the loot?
Yeah, I had the set brought back to the lab. They examined one of the panels and brought up some serial numbers that had been filed off. I also got some prints off the chassis of the set. Ident said they belonged to Harrison.
Well, you've gotten a lot accomplished, Jim.
Yeah, not soon enough to save that bartender from being murdered, though.
I got a lead on who Harrison's accomplice might be.
Oh, how'd you do that?
I looked up Harrison's record and found out where his regular hangouts were before he went to jail.
Yeah?
Most of them were closed, of course, but a few of them were still running. I checked and found that he'd been back.
With his friend?
Yeah. I got a description of the friend and looked up the local police records.
Oh, did you find anything?
No, not at first. Then I remember that one bartender told me that Harrison had called his friend Duke.
Hey, how about our nickname file?
Yeah, that's where I went.
Oh.
I found the description fits a young hoodlum named Duke Albright.
Duke Albright? Well, his father was a gang leader back in the 20s.
Yeah, I know.
Well, all we have to do now, Mike, is find young Albright and Harrison.
Hey, Al.
What is it?
Come on in, look at the television.
What's on now?
Them are puppets.
Oh. Where's the shopping guy?
He comes on after the puppets.
Sometimes I wonder why we stole these things. Turn it off, kid.
But I want to see how it comes out.
Look, that's the last set. As soon as we get it back in the crate and out on the truck, we move.
Move? Where?
Out of town.
But what happens to the territories?
Huh?
The districts with the lieutenants and the captains.
Well, we work that again in the next place.
Again? We never even got started here, Al.
Look, do you want to stay partners?
Well, sure, but I don't...
Well, then don't start any trouble. Give me a hand with this set.
Where are we going, Al?
We'll head west. There's a lot of good towns at the other end of the state. We'll move the sets into a place, divide the town up into territories, and then we have lieutenants and captains.
And we're the head of the whole thing.
That's right, kid.
I'll go out and get the hamburgers now, Al.
Special Agent Drew speaking.
Jim Taylor, Mike.
Oh, hi, Jim.
Anything come in on the alarm?
Only one thing. That was a maybe.
Oh, what was that?
A man called in a little while ago. He said his boy told him he saw the truck.
The one we're looking for?
That's right.
Where?
On 12th Avenue and 58th Street. The boy is very young, Jim, so there's no telling whether he's trying to attract attention to himself.
Mike, I think the boy might be right.
Oh, why?
Well, I'm at Danny Albright's apartment now.
How'd you get there? I thought the address in his record turned out to be a vacant lot.
Well, I took a chance and went down to police headquarters and checked their file on traffic violators.
You found Albright's name there.
His name and correct address.
Good. Did you find anything at the apartment?
Well, nothing that looked like a lead, by itself, but added to what you got, I think we might have something.
What is it?
Well, I found a book of matches here. They're from a beanery at 59th Street and 12th Avenue.
That's 1 block from where the boys saw the truck.
That's right.
Sounds like they kept the truck near there, huh?
Yeah. Mike, can you meet me right away?
Sure, where?
Oh, I'll pick you up in front of the office in, say, 10 minutes.
I'll be waiting.
Then we'll go up to that neighborhood and check every garage.
Last garage on this block, Mike.
I know.
Looks like it's a private garage, too.
If it is, we're probably out of luck.
I'm afraid so.
Don't look like there's anybody around.
Well, come on, let's go in. Go ahead, Mike.
Thanks.
Anybody here?
Doesn't sound like it, Jim.
No. Let's take a look around.
Okay.
Mike, I think we came to the right place. Here's some sales tags, and every one of them is from a television set.
Jim, I think we just missed them.
Oh, why?
These oil spots here on the floor. No dust in any of them.
Yeah.
How about sending out a new alarm on that truck?
Hey, wait a minute.
What?
Let me see the description of that truck again, will you?
Yeah, here it is. Yeah.
Thanks. Yeah, that's what I thought. Come on, let's get out to the car, Mike.
Where are we going?
I think I know which road they took. Come on.
Well, Duke, we got nothing to worry about now. We're out of the city. These country cops ain't going to give us any trouble.
How do you know?
I know the road. This is the one I used to drive when I was delivering beer for your old man.
Oh.
Hey, you see that house up ahead on the right?
Uh-huh.
Fred Smith, the bookmaker, used to have his office there. One night, my brother Harry decided to crack Smitty's safe open. So I let him ride with me, and I waited for him. Pretty soon, I see Harry coming out the front door. And he's wheeling the safe in front of him.
What'd he do that for?
He couldn't get it open, so he took the whole thing. We put it in the truck and took it along.
How'd he finally open it?
He called Smitty and told him he had the safe and made a deal with him. If Smitty would tell him the combination, he'd bring the safe back.
Well, did he?
Sure. Safe was worth about a G. We delivered it the next night.
Hey, what are you slowing down for?
That's a weighing station up ahead.
What's that?
Well, they weigh the truck.
Why?
There's a law. You ain't allowed to have more than a 20,000-pound load.
What do they do if you're over?
Give you a ticket.
All right, Harrison. Come on down. You too, Albright. We're special agents of the FBI, and you're both under arrest.
Although arrested for larceny from interstate shipment, both Al Harrison and Danny Albright were turned over to local authorities. They were tried and convicted on the more serious charge of murder. The two criminals in tonight's case from the files of your FBI were apprehended because Special Agent Taylor knew that the only road by which the truck could travel was Route 11. Every other road leading out of the city had either a railroad or a highway overpass, which was too low to permit passage of that big a truck. He also knew that Al Harrison had once driven a beer truck, and that he would know about Route 11 being his sole avenue of escape. Because the two special agents had no way of knowing whether or not Harrison and Albright were armed, and also because they did not want to risk a possible gunfight in which an innocent person might be shot, they decided to wait at the weighing station. And so, two more criminals who joined forces after a chance meeting, a meeting which resulted in the death of the bartender, had their illegal careers ended.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, one last word to homeowners about the kind of mortgage you get in the Equitable Society's Assured Homeownership Plan.
First,
It's a mortgage that's practically foreclosure-proof.
Right. If the owner dies, the mortgage is automatically canceled. During his life, the cash fund protects against emergencies such as illness and unemployment.
Second, it's a mortgage that draws interest at only 4%.
So, what are you waiting for? See your Equitable Society representative soon for full information about the Assured Homeownership Plan designed for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A graphic account of the exploits of an escaped convict. Its subject, Manhunt. Its title, The Swampland Fugitive.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Whitfield Connor, Hal Dawson, Herb Ellis, Tony Hughes, and Ed McDonald. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Swampland Fugitive on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This Is Your FBI. The official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. A-H-O. A-H-O. All over America, thousands of families now own their homes free and clear because they found out the meaning of the letters A-H-O. They stand for Assured Home Ownership, a money-saving, home-saving plan created by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. This plan combines a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. In just 14 minutes, the Equitable Society will give you further information. Please listen carefully for more details on this ideal plan for homeowners offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Swampland Fugitive.
The number of criminals in this country is constantly increasing, and it climbs so fast that it is impossible to bring you an up-to-the-minute count. For instance, even as you sit listening to this program, a major crime is being committed somewhere. In a few seconds, still another major crime will have been committed, and the great probability is that at least one of those crimes will be committed by a person with a previous arrest record. For more than half of those people arrested last year proved to have been more than mere novices. The fact that many of these people with records were free to commit another illegal act is due to an over-leniency on the part of many local parole boards. An over-leniency that adds considerably to the job not only of your FBI, but also of your state and municipal law enforcement agencies. Another contributing factor to making their job the difficult one, and nothing can be done about this.
is the fact that crime knows no geography. It can happen anywhere, in the heart of a big city. Or, as in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, in a desolate wilderness. Tonight's file opens in the middle of the swamp country. It is early evening, and a small group of men is being led through the marshes by bloodhounds who are straining at their leashes. The dogs head toward a small frame house on stilts, and one of the men in the posse makes his way to the front door.
Sorry to bother you, Miss Jackson.
That's all right.
We're checking on a dangerous convict who escaped a little while ago.
I know.
You do? How?
You're late.
He's been here?
And gone.
When?
An hour ago.
Oh.
He took my dinner.
Where did he go?
Don't know.
Take anything else?
Will's little boat and outboard motor.
Oh, where is Will?
Not home yet.
When's he due back?
Later.
Well, maybe he'll see the prisoner down creek.
Maybe.
If he does, he'll recognize his own boat.
Order.
Do me a favor, will you, Miss Jackson?
What?
If he comes back this way, call the sheriff.
Glad to.
Thanks. Good night.
Night, Mr. Hill.
Here we are. I still got strength enough to shoot this gun. I got it.
Meanwhile, in a small office located at the edge of the swamp, FBI Special Agent Jim Taylor is approaching the desk of Sheriff Tom Leonard.
Sheriff Leonard?
That's right.
Jim Taylor, FBI.
Oh, yes, Jim.
Any word yet on Paul Rutledge?
Not yet, but we got searching parties covering every finger of the swamp. If he's still in it, we might find him.
How'd he get away this time?
Now, one of my men arrested him at a local saloon last night.
Uh-huh.
We knew he was dangerous, so we didn't want to keep him here in our little jail. We decided to put him in the state pen till you came to get him.
Well, what went wrong?
The deputy who was going to take him relaxed for a minute. Rutledge grabbed the gun out of the deputy's holster.
Did Rutledge shoot him?
Yeah. Wounded him critically. He's in the hospital now.
Oh. Well, then what?
He took the car the deputy was going to use and escaped. We recovered the car a little while ago.
Oh, where?
A little way from here, where the road into the swamps comes to an end. That's why we're pretty sure he's in there.
Your deputy isn't the first man to be shot by Rutledge.
Yeah, I know.
Did you recover the deputy's gun, Sheriff?
No. Rutledge must still have that with him.
Oh. How about ammunition?
He took the deputy's belt with 24 rounds on it.
Well, that's going to make him a little harder to take.
I'm afraid so.
Have you had any leads on him at all?
Just one.
Oh, what's that?
One of the posse saw something move quite a way down creek. They fired at it, made their way down to see what it was.
And?
When they got to the spot, they found bloodstains.
You think they wounded Rutledge?
Yeah. They came back and got bloodhounds. They're out with them now.
When do you think you'll hear from them again?
Oh, maybe any minute now. As soon as we do, we can start giving them a hand.
Where is this?
You're still here.
Oh.
Take this soup.
Huh?
Soup. Take some.
You're the woman.
Yep.
What happened?
You passed out.
Huh? What about that posse?
They went long ago. Now take some soup.
Thanks. You got a phone here.
Yep.
Why didn't you call the posse back?
Decided not to.
Why?
I tended that wound of yours. Put a clean cloth on it.
That don't answer my question. Why didn't you call?
'Cause I want you to get away.
You're on my side?
I'm on anybody's side who can get out of here.
Oh?
You ever lived in a swamp?
No.
You wouldn't know what it's like then.
How long you been here?
Since the day Will and me got married. Over 20 years.
It's a long stretch.
Wasn't so bad at first. Things were new to me then. But year after year, seeing the same things, hearing the same things, doing the same things, I hate it.
Why don't you get out?
Where would I go?
Look, lady, maybe I can get you out of here.
What?
Maybe I can make a deal with you.
What are you saying?
If I can get out of this swamp, I'm in the clear. I can head for one of those big cities up north. You know these swamps, don't you?
Sure.
You know all the paths and creeks?
That's right.
And here's my proposition. You come with me. Lead me out of this swamp, and I'll take you along up north. How's it sound to you?
Up north. What? That's my husband's boat.
Huh?
It's Will. He's coming home.
Hey, I better do something. Where can I go?
What?
I don't want any more trouble. Where can I hide so he don't see me?
There's a lean-to back. Go out there. I'll come back later.
Sheriff, anything come in that alarm?
One thing, Jim.
Oh, what's that?
A deputy with one of the posses called in. Said they went to the cabin of a man named Will Jackson. They interviewed Mrs. Jackson, and she told them they missed Rutledge there by an hour.
She know where he went?
Well, the story she told is that he took her husband's outboard motor in his small boat.
Uh-huh.
Well, the posse found the boat a little while ago.
Oh, where?
It was tied up outside the cabin of a man named Douglas. He says he borrowed the boat from Mrs. Jackson's husband 2 days ago.
Oh. You think this Douglas might be hiding Rutledge?
Oh, no, I grew up with him, Jim. He's as honest as any man in the county.
Uh-huh. Well, how about this woman, then?
Well, she's lived here with old Will Jackson for a long time. There's never been any word against her.
What does Jackson do?
He's a fishing guide.
Do you think it's possible that Rutledge might steal a boat and not have the owner miss it for a while?
Not likely, no. The folks around here know every boat in the swamp and who owns it. If they was to see a stranger in a boat they knew, they'd call us first thing.
Oh, I see. Well, there's only one thing left for us to do, Sheriff. Now, Rutledge is known to have been at the Jackson cabin, right?
That's correct.
Then that's the last place we know anything about for sure. Let's check out there and see if we can find any leads the posse might have overlooked.
Yeah,
Where you been?
outside.
You cut your motor 5 minutes ago.
I used the searchlight.
What for?
Looked around under the house. A dangerous criminal escaped Elizabeth. We're supposed to be headed this way.
He's been here.
In the house?
Yes.
When?
An hour ago. Posse was here, too.
When?
After he went.
Did he stay long?
No.
It's for us. I'll get it. Hello? Yep. Uh-huh. Dick? No. I'll find out. Yep. Uh-huh. Bye. Elizabeth, that was the man from the FBI. He said you told the posse the man took my other boat. Did you?
Yes?
Why?
He did.
You couldn't have. Lent it to Gene Douglas 2 days ago.
Oh.
You knew that, Elizabeth. You was here when Jean came for it. You was standing right there. Why'd you tell the posse a tale?
Guess I was mixed up.
What mixed you up?
Thought Jean was bringing back the boat, not taking it.
You went and got him a can of gas, Elizabeth. What'd he need the gas for if he were bringing it back? I'd better call the FBI man back.
What for?
He said he wanted to know how come you said what you did.
What you gonna tell him?
Nothing.
Then why are you calling?
So you can tell him yourself.
Don't pick up that phone.
Huh?
I got a gun here, mister. Just stay put.
You're the one they're looking for.
Yeah, that's right.
Elizabeth, you knew he was here, didn't you?
Sure she did. She fixed this bandage.
Elizabeth, why'd you do this?
I'm going away with him, Will.
What?
I'm leaving here.
Elizabeth.
Don't get upset, mister. You're coming with us.
What?
He's taking us out of the swamps. In his boat.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI protects American citizens and American homes. Now let's listen in on a brief conversation between Ted Sinclair and his wife.
Alice, come over here and watch me sign this check. Boy, what a thrill. It's the final payment on our assured home ownership plan.
Does that cancel our mortgage, Ted? Do we own our house free and clear?
Right. And don't forget, we've also got over $1,000 in our plan's cash fund.
All this happened because Ted had an Equitable Society assured home ownership plan. In this plan, a low-cost first mortgage is integrated with life insurance protection. Ted, suppose you tell us how it all worked out.
Well, thanks to the life insurance element in this Equitable plan, a growing cash fund was created. Each year it got bigger. Today it amounts to over $1,000. Now that the mortgage is paid off, I have my choice of continuing the life insurance in force or of drawing out the cash.
This cash fund has two other advantages. First, it can be used whenever sickness or unemployment threaten home security, or it may be employed to cancel a mortgage ahead of schedule. Equitable Society records show that many 20-year mortgages have been paid off in approximately 15 years.
And don't forget that if Ted had died during the life of this plan, the children and I would have inherited the home free and clear.
Last but not least, mortgage interest is only 4%, and there's a liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. So for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Swampland Fugitive.
We in this country are famous throughout the world for our tolerance. This is the land where every man is innocent until proven guilty, where the police work just as hard to prove a man did not commit a crime as they do to prove he did, where the government is composed of men of all political parties, all sections of the country, all races and creeds. Some of that tolerance on the part of the people, however, has been misplaced. Tolerance such as that exhibited by the woman in tonight's case. If this woman were the only one in the Federal Bureau of Investigation's history who had displayed that feeling toward a criminal, this file would not have been chosen for tonight's dramatization. Unfortunately, her attitude is all too widespread. In too many places is a criminal held in regard and even in awe, and invested with all of the finer qualities by his adulators. The truth is that no criminal has any of those qualities in any degree. If he had, he would not have turned to crime. For by its very nature, crime is a business in which the practitioner must be a parasite. The time has now come for you, the people, to wipe out any vestige of that regard in which any criminal is held. For only by a concerted effort on the part of an educated public
Can your FBI and other law enforcement agencies win the fight they are making for you? The fight against crime. Tonight's file continues as Special Agent Jim Taylor and Sheriff Tom Leonard make their way through the swamps, approaching the Jackson cabin.
Wouldn't walk here, Jim.
Oh, yeah. I don't see his boat around, Sheriff.
No.
I don't understand that. When I spoke to Mr. Jackson, he said that he'd wait here for us.
Well, let's try the house.
All right. Better cover me, Tom.
Okay.
It's open.
See anything?
No, not from here. Now, let's go in. Isn't anyone here?
Now, let's look around.
Oh, maybe we ought to check this room first. Tom, look. There's some bloodstains.
Where, Jim?
Right there.
Uh-huh.
Here's another. There's quite a few more over here.
They seem to lead into that next room.
Let's take a look in there. I guess the absence of the boat told the story.
Mm-hmm. They're gone.
Look, there's some bloodstains on the bed.
Yeah, I see them.
That means that Mrs. Jackson was lying when she said Rutledge came here, took some food, and then left in that boat.
We know she was lying about the boat, Jim.
And now we know the rest was a lie.
She never seemed like the type to put up a criminal. I don't understand it.
Well, if you don't mind a guess, and it's strictly a guess, I'll try to reconstruct what happened.
Well, go ahead.
Well, Rutledge probably came in, used his gun to make Mrs. Jackson lie to the posse. When her husband came home, Rutledge forced him to try and take him out of the swamp in his boat.
Well, even if that's all true, Jim, it doesn't help us catch him.
Yeah. Have you got a description of Mr. Jackson's boat?
Well, not on paper, but I know it like I know the back of my hand.
Good. Well, the first thing to do is send out an alarm on that boat.
Yeah, I'll call my office and have them do it right away.
I guess it's too dark to send up a plane, huh?
Well, we don't have one, even if it was light.
Sheriff, how many ways are there out of this swamp?
Maybe 100, and we got no way at all of knowing which way they'll try to go.
Oh. Well, why don't you make that phone call, Sheriff? Send out the alarm.
Okay.
And let's get back to your office. We'll work from there.
Elizabeth.
What is it?
I want to talk to you.
Go ahead.
Why do you want to do this? Why do you want to go away?
That don't matter.
To me, it does.
I'm sick of swamps.
You never said nothing to me.
You never listened.
That's not true.
You never took notice then. You didn't see what was happening.
I guess maybe I didn't. Is it too late?
What do you mean?
I don't want you to go, Elizabeth. Please.
I made up my mind.
Look, we can both leave the swamps.
You're taking me up north to the big cities.
Look, you can't go. You hear me?
What's the trouble?
She ain't going with you.
Take it easy. I still got this gun. Are we nearly out of the swamps?
Yep. Ocean's round next bend.
Good.
Where do you want he should drop us?
As soon as we hit the ocean, we'll keep heading north.
You won't get there.
Oh, why not?
Not enough gas.
How much you got?
Enough for maybe 2 more hours.
Where'll we be then?
Peninsula City.
Okay, we'll pull in there.
But I've been to Peninsula City.
Honey, from there we'll take a train north.
I see that map of the swamps again, Sheriff.
Oh, sure, Jim. Here.
Let's lay it out on the desk.
I called everybody in my half of the list, spoke to at least one person who lives in each of the canals that runs off to the left of the creek.
No luck?
None at all.
Well, that could mean that they're still in the swamps.
If they are, we won't find them tonight in this fog.
I think I'll try and get a plane from the Coast Guard in the morning.
That's a long time to wait, Jim.
Yeah, I know.
Especially when every minute might be the difference between life and death with a killer like Rutledge.
Sheriff, I just thought of something.
What's that?
Gasoline. We haven't checked the marine fuel stations. Maybe they've seen Jackson's boat.
Yeah. I got a list of the stations right here on my desk.
Good. Let's get back to those telephones. I hit pay dirt, Sheriff.
Good.
Let's look at that map again.
Sure.
I just finished talking to a man named George Simpson.
Oh, I know George.
Oh, well, then you know that he's got the station right here on this island in the middle of the creek.
Will Jackson's a steady customer of George's.
That's so he said. He also told me that his wife saw Jackson's boat go by the station about an hour ago.
On which side?
The left.
Uh-huh. That means they'll be headed north when they get out into the ocean.
Oh. Mr. Simpson said that Jackson was in yesterday morning for gas and filled both tanks. Carries 150 gallons.
Yeah, that's right, Jim. I know Jackson's boat pretty well.
Oh, what kind of an engine has he got?
Single screw bolt. Uses about 3.5 gallons an hour.
3.5 gallons an hour. That'll give him enough gas for, let's see. 3.5 gallons, 150 gallons. 37.5 hours. Starting yesterday morning at 8, that would give him enough gas until 8 to 8. And to 8 tonight until 9:30 tonight.
It's 7:45 now.
Well, that means that Jackson doesn't have too much gas left. My guess is they didn't stop for any more gas tonight because Rutledge wouldn't let them. Now, if they're out in the ocean...
Well, they got to be if they went out of that channel, Jim.
Uh-huh. Well, I know this part of the ocean coast pretty well. Sheriff, if I'm right about something, we've still got a chance to catch them.
We're inside the breakwater now.
How far's the pier?
We're right close to it.
Good. I better tell your husband to pull right up to the pier.
Will we get on a train right away?
Hey, you heading for the pier?
Yes, dead ahead.
I pull right up to it.
What about the train? When will we get on it?
Hey, there's the pier now.
I see it. Somebody keep the bow off.
I get it. Yeah, that's okay. Now, I want you to listen to me, both of you. I'm heading down that pier, and I don't want to hear any noise from either one of you.
Wait.
You understand me?
What about me?
You're staying here.
But you see...
Forget what I said.
But the train up north.
Now, what would I do with a tired old dame like you?
Oh.
Hold on. Thanks for the ride.
Stand where you are, Rutledge.
Huh?
Keep your hands up.
Who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. You're under arrest for attempted murder.
Paul Rutledge was convicted in federal court for kidnapping and given a life term, to begin after he has served the 25-year sentence from which he was paroled. The knowledge of the coastline which Special Agent Taylor possessed enabled him to decide to head straight for Peninsula City because he knew that that was the first place at which Will Jackson would be able to get marine fuel. He also knew that Jackson would have to stop there because he needed that fuel. And so, another dangerous criminal was apprehended by a special agent of your FBI. However, there was an element present in this case which is present in a great percentage of the files. And that is that Special Agent Taylor would not have been able to make the arrest if it hadn't been for the wholehearted and complete cooperation he received from a local sheriff's office. Cooperation of that kind from every local law enforcement agency throughout the nation has come to be the general rule. And the Federal Bureau of Investigation would like to take this public opportunity to thank those local police and to hope that the splendid feeling of mutual aid which exists now between them and your FBI continues in the future. For along that road lies defeat for the common enemy, the American criminal.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, a quick summing up of the advantages of the Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan, created to protect you against the two greatest dangers in home mortgages.
First danger, the death of the breadwinner.
In this Equitable Plan, the widow inherits her home free and clear.
Second danger, illness or hard times.
The Equitable Plan provides a growing cash fund that's always ready when emergencies threaten home security. For full information, get in touch with your Equitable Society representative without delay, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case revealing the cunning manipulations of a clever swindler. Its subject, robbery. Its title, The Bogus Bankrupt.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Jeff Corey, Joe Granby, Tom Holland, Paul McVeigh, and Laura Scott. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Bogus Bankrupt on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. A-H-O. A-H-O.
When my husband died, AHO saved our home for the children and me.
AHO stands for Assured Home Ownership. It's the name of a unique plan created by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. A low-cost first mortgage is combined with life insurance protection. So the homeowner gets extra security during his lifetime. And if he should die, his widow inherits her home free and clear. In just 14 minutes, the Equitable Society will give you further information. Please listen carefully for more details on this ideal plan for homeowners offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Bogus Bankrupt.
5 months of this year have run through their course. And so perhaps it is time to stop and examine what they have brought in the way of developments in the war against crime. Last year saw more major crimes committed in the United States than had ever been committed in the long history of the nation. And unfortunately, it is necessary to report to you at this time that while the figures are still incomplete, it is safe to say that there has been no cessation in the activities of the American criminal. He is still the scourge of the country, and by his cheating, robbing, and killing, he is costing the people a sum that runs into the hundreds of millions of dollars each year. Whether we can afford such a loss year after year is something for the economists to decide. But a fact has been revealed about the American crime bill, a bill paid for by each of you law-abiding citizens, which should give you some insight into its size. That fact is that in the past 12 months, the crime bill for this nation exceeds that spent for education. That is not a random comparison, for there is a definite connection between those two figures. Improve the facilities for education. See to it that teachers are not paid $500 a year, as some of them were last year. And you will have struck a blow against crime, a blow from which it would have difficulty recovering. Tonight's file opens in a dingy store located on a waterfront street in a large eastern city. Across the fly-specked window is written the single word, tattoo. It is late at night. An elderly man is seated in a battered chair, testing a tattoo needle.
Hi, Doc.
Yeah, what? Oh, Pete, will you stop sneaking in here? You're always creeping around, scaring people half to death.
I'll wear a bell around my neck.
Yeah, be a good idea.
You expecting a customer?
Nope.
What do you got the needle out for?
I just put a new one in. I wanted to see how it worked.
Oh. You like to try it out maybe on me?
I would not.
But as long as you're trying a new
There'll be
needle...
no more pictures on credit. The ink costs too much. Besides, I got a job to start tomorrow morning. I'm putting Washington crossing the Delaware on a man's back. It's worth $300.
$300? You call that money?
You invent a new name for it?
No, but I got a way we can both make more than $300 and we don't have to move.
How?
You know anybody can knock over a warehouse?
I got friends that have been in one once or twice when they wasn't supposed to be.
It's an easy job. One watchman.
I don't like that kind.
Why not?
I don't like to put my friends in those soft ones. Something always goes wrong. They get shot or arrested. And they take it out on me.
Doc, take my word. Nothing can go wrong with this.
What's in the warehouse?
Furs. It's loaded with them.
You been there?
I just walked by.
Where is it?
Right here on Water Street, 3 blocks down, 627.
How much do you want for the tip-off?
50%.
You know better than that.
Well, make it 40.
Nope.
30?
I'll give you 10.
Well,
10% and I'll finish the American flag on your arm.
Okay. Who you going to get for the job?
I have somebody.
Who is he?
Al Perkins.
I don't know him.
You never heard of Showboat Perkins, the guy who works off a barge?
Oh. Yeah.
Well, I'll see if he wants it. If he'll take it and we'll cut us both, then I'll make the deal. Call me later tonight and I'll let you know.
Is that you, Tom?
Yes, dear.
Oh, honey, we better hurry if we're going to eat and get to the theater on time.
Oh, let me relax for a minute, Ruth. We'll eat after the show.
Okay. You want a drink?
Well, I better not, with this stomach. Well, maybe one. A short one.
Sit down, baby. I'll carry it.
Thanks.
Where you been all day?
At the pool room.
Again?
Uh-huh.
Say when.
When?
Here you are, honey.
Thanks. Good. You remember I told you I planted the tip about the warehouse at the pool room?
Mm-hmm.
That it could be robbed so easily?
Mm-hmm.
I had to meet the fellow tonight that I gave the word to.
Did he bite?
Like a whale.
When are they going to rob the place?
Tonight, about midnight.
Oh, honey, that's wonderful.
I just happened to think, wouldn't they be surprised to know they're robbing my warehouse?
The next morning, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Ray Brown.
Hello, Ray.
Oh, hi, Jim. You're a stranger over in this part of the office.
Well, I won't be from now on. We're working together.
Fine. What's the deal?
Bankruptcy.
Oh, one of those, huh?
Mm-hmm. A man named Tom Hennison started a men's clothing store in the Midwest 8 months ago. He got $46,000 worth of stock on consignment, and shortly after the goods arrived, there was a bad fire.
That sounds familiar.
Yeah. Well, Henderson went through bankruptcy, and it wasn't until he was gone that the fire department reported that so far as they were able to ascertain, the store had been empty at the time of the fire.
Any of the clothes been recovered anywhere else?
No, not yet. The office out there is still working on that angle.
Yeah. How do we get in on it, Jim?
Well, the office got a lead that Henderson came here when he left town.
Have hotels and rooming houses been checked?
Well, they're being contacted now, but I doubt that we'll get anything right.
Why?
Well, if he came here to repeat his pattern, he'll take an apartment someplace or possibly rent a house. This build-up takes a little time.
Yeah, that'll make him tougher to find, all right.
Well, Ray, we've got a list of every real estate agent in town. Henderson may have rented a place to one of them.
Uh-huh.
So let's cut the list in half and start alerting them.
Showboat! Showboat!
Who is it?
Doc Jones.
Come aboard.
Where are you?
I have you up forward.
Oh. Hi, Showboat.
Hi, Doc. Pull up a beer case.
Well, I can't stay long. If you got my end of the take handy, I'll just...
I want to talk to you about that.
What do you mean?
Doc, you know me a long time.
That's right.
You know I don't like jokes.
Uh-huh.
Who gave you the tip on the warehouse?
Why, a customer.
Who was it?
A guy named Pete Webster.
Where'd he get the tip?
I don't know.
You should have asked him.
If you want references, Showboat, you better get another guy to steer for you.
You know where to get a hold of Pete Webster?
Sure. He practically lives in the pool room over on Broadway.
Get him to come over to your place. I want to see him.
Why?
Somebody double-crossed us. Those boxes I moved out of the warehouse were empty.
What?
Yeah. Maybe Webster can tell us something about that.
Well, Showboat, if I tell him there was no loot and he has no cut coming, he won't come down. He only moves for money.
Then don't tell him. Say I got 10 G's worth. Tell him you've got his 10%. Tell him to come and get it. Just see that he's in your place at 10 o'clock tonight.
I've just checked my list of real estate agents, Ray. No luck.
I drew a blank, too, Jim.
Oh, that picture we requested of Henderson came in a little while ago.
Good. Maybe that'll be some help.
Well, I spoke to the SAC about giving it to the papers. He put thumbs down on the idea.
Why?
Well, he doesn't want Henderson to know that we have any notion that he's here in town. It might scare him off.
I see. By the way, is Henderson married?
According to the report we got, yeah.
Is he traveling with his wife?
As far as we know.
How about a description on her?
No, we've got one, a bad one. All the report says is that neighbors described her as being a tall blonde.
That's not much help.
We might have a picture of her in a few days, though.
From where?
Well, the report said they were newlyweds.
So
I sent a request to the Office of Origin asking them to check all photographers on the chance that one of them took some wedding pictures.
That might work.
Ray, something else just occurred to me.
What's that?
If Henderson engineered that fire in his store and previously removed the stock so he could sell it elsewhere after his bankruptcy, he must have had some place to store the stock.
Yeah, I'll go along with that.
And now, if he's following the same pattern, maybe he's got a warehouse rented here.
That could be.
Okay, let's get a list of all the warehouses. See that the owners of every one of them gets a copy of Henderson's picture. Unless he's changed his appearance, we might get a break.
Hi, Doc.
Hello, Pete. You're early.
I'm always early to collect. Lay that G in my palm, Doc. I trust you on account.
You'll be paid in a minute. First, I want some information, Pete.
What kind?
Where'd you get the tip on that warehouse?
From a friend of mine.
What's his name?
Come on, Doc. Hit me with the dough, will you? I come down here to get paid, not grilled.
I have to get this info first. Otherwise, no payoff.
Who says so?
Showboat.
Showboat? Where does he get off telling me what to do? Look, Doc, you tell him that I made
Tell him yourself.
Okay, I will.
Tell me now, Pete.
Huh?
Well, go ahead. I'm waiting.
Look, Showboat, I didn't mean anything. Honest, I wasn't putting a knock on you. I was only saying
Stop
that...
talking.
About what?
Who gave you the tip?
I don't know his name.
You believe him, Doc?
Nope.
Neither do I.
I don't like guys with bad memories.
Well, I can't help it. I don't remember.
You told Doc he was a friend of yours. You mean you got so many friends you don't remember who they are?
No, I don't remember. Wait. I'll tell you.
Surprising how that helped his memory.
All right, let's hear it.
His name is Tom Gregory. He's from out of town. I don't know where. I met him 2 weeks ago at the pool room. We got to be friends. He told me about the warehouse, said he couldn't do it. It wasn't his kind of a job. He said it was easy. It was full of furs.
Well, it pays off like a slot machine once you get started.
Maybe he knows some more.
No. I swear, Shovel, that's all I know.
Doc.
What?
I might not be able to check on all this tonight. You got a place where I can leave him till I finish?
Well, there's a room in back of the shop.
Will it hold him?
There's no windows. If he gets out, it'll have to be through a crack in the wall.
That sounds okay.
Oh, now, look, fellas.
You got new quarters. You're staying in them till I check your story.
But you can't.
It ain't true, Pete. You better make arrangements with Doc to have him tattoo you a tombstone.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI protects American citizens and American homes. Now a word about a plan which not only safeguards the owner during his lifetime, but also continues to protect his widow if he should die. Here's a typical example. A widowed mother writing a letter to her boy in college.
Dear John, it was wonderful of you to offer to leave college so that you could help support your little brothers and sisters. But you won't have to. Your father had an equitable, assured home ownership plan on our house. I knew if he should die, the mortgage would be canceled and I'd own my home free and clear. But I didn't realize the Equitable Society also returns every cent. Your father paid them to reduce the mortgage during his lifetime. Today, I got an unexpected check for over $5,000. So you see...
Her husband didn't have just an ordinary mortgage. His Equitable Society Assured Home Ownership Plan combines a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. In addition to safeguarding a man's family, the Equitable Society's plan offers him many other advantages. First, a growing cash fund is created. It is there to use whenever serious illness or unemployment threatens home ownership. Second, this cash fund may be employed to cancel the mortgage well ahead of schedule. Equitable Society records show that many 20-year mortgages have been completely paid off in just about 15 years. Finally, the mortgage interest is only 4%, and there's a liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. So for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an equitable, assured home ownership plan, combining a low-cost first mortgage and life insurance. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative, or write the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Bogus Bankrupt.
In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, you meet 5 criminals. From the standpoint of society, they are all equally reprehensible, for each of them is contributing to or directing the commission of a crime. And yet, an examination of the past records of these 5 people reveals something which your FBI has pointed out many times on this series of official programs. Their records show that each of them came from a different background. Each of them underwent a different process of growing up. The strains and stresses of living as part of a community attacked these people from different angles. And yet, at this particular segment of time, they are met and joined together in crime. The fact the Federal Bureau of Investigation wishes you to take away from this program is that any 5 criminals chosen at random from the millions upon millions of records in their criminal fingerprint files could easily prove to be 5 equally dissimilar people. There is no such thing as a criminal type. In appearance, in background, in speech. This quintet has little in common, except for one thing. One thing they share with every person who tries to break the law. That common possession is a grim future. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Ray, a photographer was found who had taken some pictures of Henderson's marriage ceremony.
Oh, good.
Our office back there took the photos to their local police gallery. They found her picture.
She had a record, too.
Yeah?
What for?
Oh, petty larceny, mostly.
Did you get a copy of her picture?
It's being sent on airmail. We should have it in the morning. Oh, any word in on the distribution of Henderson's picture to the warehouses?
No. Jim, you suppose that men's clothing store bankruptcy was his first job?
Oh, I'm inclined to doubt it. He worked everything too smoothly to be an amateur. Hey, I just thought of something.
What?
When that picture of Henderson's wife comes in, we can check milk companies, all outfits that handle home deliveries. Mm-hmm. If they're living in an apartment or a house, they must be getting things delivered.
Yeah, I'll check on that first thing in the morning, Jim.
Oh, pardon me.
Yeah, sure.
Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, that's right. Yes, Captain. You did where? Wait till I copied on that address, huh? There, got it. Yeah. Memorial Hospital. All right, thanks very much. I'll get right over there. Yeah, bye. That was Captain Ryan at the 9th Precinct, Ray. They found the warehouse.
Where is it?
627 Water Street. We're a little late, though. The place was held up last night and cleaned out.
Oh, fine.
Watchman was slugged. He's at Memorial Hospital. Ray, why don't you go over to the warehouse now, see what you can find?
Okay, Jim.
I'll go over to the hospital and talk to the watchman. I'll meet you back at the warehouse.
Doc. I'll be right with you, showboat. I've got a customer I'm working on.
Get rid of him.
I can't right now.
Why not?
Well, I'm putting Niagara Falls on his chest, and I haven't got the water on it yet.
Tell him to wait.
Yeah, okay. I'll be with you in a minute, Mr. Johnson. Bye.
Tell me, where's Pete?
Oh, he's still in the back room. You want to see him?
No. Leave him there.
Well, how did you make out?
I went to the pool room, asked about this guy, Gregory. He'd been around all right.
With Pete?
I couldn't find anybody who'd seen them together.
Did you get any dope on Gregory?
No, not in the pool room. But I called the warehouse. I asked for him.
Was he there?
No. And I found out that he rented the joint.
He rented it? Then he tipped us off to stick the place up?
That's right.
Well, I don't get it.
I do now.
What do you mean?
Well, it bothered me that a guy should want to rob himself. Then I remembered an old angle of bankruptcy touch. A pal of mine worked it out of Cleveland.
What is it?
Well, you get yourself robbed or have a phony fire. But before you do, you have the real stuff that's in the warehouse stashed away someplace else. Then you declare yourself broke.
And go bankrupt?
That's right.
Well, how do you know that's what this guy did?
I had somebody check on who's gone bankrupt. Gregory's name was on the top of the list.
Well, he really put one over on us.
No. He just thinks he did. I'm not playing sucker for anybody. We'll catch up with the guy.
How?
I don't know yet, but we're going to dig it. Look, get rid of that customer.
But I've got to finish with him first.
Tell him to come back.
Now, showboat, that would be very unprofessional.
Tell him they put a dam on the falls. Tell him it's dry this year. Just get rid of him.
Tom?
Yeah, honey.
Who was that on the phone?
The mechanic of the garage. There's a customer over there waiting for me.
To buy the furs?
Uh-huh.
What are you asking for them?
20,000.
Oh, honey, those are beautiful numbers.
Well, according to the mechanic, the guy is loaded with cash.
Well, that means a quick sale.
Right.
How did he know about the stuff?
I got to a couple of fences. I told them I was looking for discreet customers. Will it take you long to pack?
To get out of this town? I should say not.
Well, get with it then. We'll leave town right from the garage.
Oh, honey, that's pressing it close. I tell you what, why don't you go over, close the deal, and then pick me up?
Now, honey, let's do it my way now. Go on, start packing.
All right. In here, Jim.
Oh. Boy, this warehouse is really locked up. I tried 10 doors before I hit one that was open. Well, we find anything?
No. Gregory apparently kept no files here, or papers of any kind. How did you make out at the hospital?
Well, I talked to the watchman. We're now looking for 2 men instead of 1.
Oh, what was his story?
He was alone last night, then sometime between 11 and 1, a truck pulled up at the front door. He went to see who it was and got slugged.
Did he get a look at the man?
Yes, and for a change, we got a complete description.
That's good.
I took it back to the office and asked the folks in our file room to check descriptions of hijackers.
Could they help?
Yeah, they had quite a few men answering the description, so I got a picture of all of them and went back to the hospital. The watchman went over them. He picked out a picture of a thug named Al Perkins.
I don't think I know him.
Well, his alias is Showboat. He's in our files. He was arrested for breaking into a government warehouse earlier this year.
And he's out walking the streets?
Oh, he was acquitted for some strange reason.
Have we any idea where to locate this Perkins?
Well, the police are trying to help us in that now. The watchman also said that he looked into one of the packing cases just before the robbery. And there were no furs inside.
That follows Gregory's pattern.
Yeah.
But our checkup showed he didn't rent a second warehouse to hide the stuff.
I know, Ray. And he certainly would have had to use some of the space. He would have had to move the furs. Hey, Ray, wait a minute. Let's get to a phone.
You want me to come in with you, honey?
No, you stay here.
Okay.
I'll try to make this a quick deal.
Just bring out that cash.
You, Mr. Gregory?
That's right.
My name is Perkins. I came here about the furs.
Oh, glad to meet you, Mr. Perkins. I think
Hello,
you'll find...
Gregory.
What?
What's the matter, Mr. Gregory?
What's he doing here?
Pete? Oh, just brought him along to make sure.
Of what?
That we had the right guy.
You pulled a cute one on me, didn't you? Well, you ain't gonna get away with
Pete. Let the bravery department to Showboat.
We ain't gonna let...
Shut up. Now we can get down to business.
I'm afraid I'm not interested in doing business with you, Mr. Perkins.
I think it better be. We went to a lot of trouble finding you. Lucky you asked Pete to call you here one day. With a little digging, he remembered the number.
That doesn't interest me.
It should. You see, I'm the guy who stuck up your warehouse. I'm the guy who fell for your plant. I want to get paid, Mr. Gregory.
Why? Because you were stupid enough to fall for the plant?
Well, you can call it that if you want to.
I'm not giving you anything.
Gregory, I'm making the deals here, not you.
I'm not impressed by muscle.
Oh, no? Well, we'll try some. Anyway! Would you like to get up and try some more?
All right, stay where you are.
Okay, what?
I hope you're from the police. These men were robbing me. And you'd prefer it the other way around. And right, Gregory?
Hey, who are you?
I'm a special agent of the FBI. You're all under arrest.
Tom Gregory and his wife received a sentence of 10 years for bankruptcy fraud. Doc Jones, Pete Webster, and Al Showboat Perkins received 5 years each for conspiracy to violate the bankruptcy laws and 25-year prison terms in state court for robbery. Special Agent Brown, after placing Mrs. Gregory under arrest, brought her into the garage. And so, all 5 criminals in tonight's case were apprehended on the waterfront garage. What led the 2 special agents there was Agent Taylor's reasoning that in order to move the furs, Gregory would have used at least 1 truck. He knew that Gregory would be unlikely to make an investment of enough money to buy a truck, so he called every truck rental agency in the classified phone directory. One of them revealed that they had rented a truck to a Tom Gregory and had delivered it to a garage of his for which they supplied the address. And that is the type of superior investigation for which the Federal Bureau of Investigation has become justly famous. Investigation which seldom makes the headlines, but which in its thoroughness is unparalleled. As unparalleled as are the results. Results which have made the mention of Special Agent, G-Men, or FBI enough to strike terror among the enemy, among the army of criminals.
just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, a word to the wives. Let's consider the Equitable Society's assured home ownership plan from the woman's point of view. While her husband lives, the home she lives in has extra protection from the plan's special cash fund, which can be used if sickness or unemployment threaten home security. If her husband dies, the mortgage is automatically canceled. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative without delay, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A case revealing the cunning manipulations of a gang of expert swindlers. Its subject, fraud. Its title, The Hungry Wrestler.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett, George Baxter, Wally Mayer, Charles Maxwell, Charles McGraw, and Sidney Miller. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Hungry Wrestler on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting...
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. A-H-O. A-H-O. In a few minutes, two Equitable Society policyholders will tell you how A-H-O saved them from a mortgage foreclosure.
A-H-O means Assured Home Ownership.
It's the name of a home-saving plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society. It combines a low-cost first mortgage with life insurance protection. So listen carefully to the Equitable Society's middle commercial. You'll get full information on this ideal plan for homeowners offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Hungry Wrestler.
One of the first axioms a child learns in school is that honesty is the best policy. It is unfortunate that as those children grow older, they become more cynical and begin to doubt the inherent truth behind the maxim. The proof of that is contained in the figures gathered by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Figures which showed that the people of the nation were swindled out of millions upon millions of dollars last year by confidence men of every description. It is a saying among those confidence men that you cannot swindle an honest man. That has been found to be true because every swindle is predicated on one thing, one buildup, which is that the ultimate victim is led to believe that he is getting something for nothing. Your FBI, therefore, offers one piece of advice. Advice which can well be used as a yardstick. If you are approached and asked to make an investment on which you will receive a tremendous return without any labor on your part, examine it carefully. And through your examination, remember one important thing. In return for nothing, you get nothing. Tonight's file opens in a shabby second-floor gymnasium located in a large eastern city. A man stands beside the ropes of a practice ring while a wrestler works hard trying to get into condition.
How's them points, Professor?
Oh, not so good, Carl. Do it the way I told you, boy. From the diaphragm. The diaphragm.
It ain't easy.
Look, you've got to sound like you're hurt, like you're dying.
Like that?
No, boy, no. Emote. Don't just lay there. Scream. Grab your leg or your head and pretend it's coming off.
Well, I'll try.
Hi, Professor.
Oh, hello, Ralph.
Good I find you up here. What goes with this?
You mean, how do I happen to find myself in this temple of torture?
Yeah.
That large, ungainly boy there happens to be my property.
Him?
Yes. You are beholding the horrible hussar.
Well, he looks horrible, I'll give you that. How did you come up with him?
That last tent show I was with ran into an embarrassing situation. Payday came and there was nothing in the damper. I was offered my choice, a dozen cracked Cupid dolls or him.
You didn't have much choice.
And made the wrong one. What a behemoth. He wakes up hungry, he's hungry all day, and he goes to bed hungry.
Well, why don't he eat?
Oh, dear boy, that's in spite of eating.
Oh. Well, what's that he's doing now?
Practicing.
Wouldn't it be better if he practiced with somebody?
Oh, he might get hurt. I have learned through bitter experience that the horrible hussar is only a threat when holding a knife and fork.
Why don't you just walk out and leave the bum?
Ralph, look at that face. And tell me if you could walk out on him. Those eyes like a frightened St. Bernard.
Look, forget him.
But I've got an investment in him.
How much you stuck?
Everything I possess.
Then maybe I'd come along at just the right time.
Well, what do you mean?
I come here because I got a proposition for you.
Financial?
Yeah. You remember Al Adams?
Oh, vaguely.
I'm working with him.
At what?
We got a touch. We got $9 grand apiece from it on our last job.
Well.
You, interested?
Well, that depends on the proposition.
Well, Al can give it to you better than me. Well, why don't you come along with me and see him?
Oh, right now?
Yeah.
Well, that was excellent, my boy. Excellent. Look, I have to make a business call. I'll be back presently. Keep practicing, boy. Try to make all your screams like that last one.
Well, that would be kind of hard, Professor.
Why?
Well, that time I bit myself.
Meanwhile, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is in the teletype room when Agent Tony Webster enters.
Hi, Jim. Oh, hello, Tony. You get my note?
Yeah. What's up?
A new swindling case.
Oh?
Come on, let's walk back to my desk. I'll give you the dope on it.
All right. What kind of a swindle, Jim?
Oil.
Oh, where?
Out west.
Well, how come this office is in on it?
Well, the Oklahoma City office apprehended a man who confessed to being part of the trio that put over this swindle. When he was questioned by our agents, he gave them the names of the other two men and said that they were headed this way.
Who are they?
Well, one of them is named Al Adams, and the other is a Ralph Hudson.
Any descriptions?
Yes, complete. And they've both got previous records.
I assume you've already sent out an alarm on them.
Just a few minutes ago.
Well, what's the story on the swindle, Jim?
Oh, I haven't got the details yet. I was waiting for another teletype on that. The Oklahoma City office said they'd send one on as soon as they finished the questioning.
Oh?
Look, instead of waiting around here for some word, Tony, let's go out and see if we can find them ourselves.
Ralph, get the professor a chair.
Okay, Al.
Have a drink, Professor?
I never imbibe before discussing any financial matters.
That's a good idea.
Here you are, Professor. A nice, comfortable one.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks. Yeah, Ralph told me you had a proposition that might prove mutually advantageous.
That's right. How much did you tell him about the deal, Ralph?
Not a thing.
Well, then, let me give it to him quick. Professor, you pose as a professor.
Pose?
I'm sorry. You go to a small town upstate and visit the local library.
Logical place for me.
You ask the librarian if she has any very old books about the beginnings of the town. Usually they've been stored down in the cellar with a lot of other junk.
Yes?
You go down there and plant a book I give you.
What kind of a book?
I'll give it to you before you leave.
It'll be a book about the early history of the town. You leave the book in the library and then go out and buy a certain piece of property a little way out of town.
Oh, I'm afraid you've overestimated my resources.
Oh, I'll put up the money.
Oh, splendid.
Now, after you've bought the property, Ralph goes around and spreads the rumor that you found a book in the library that told you where there was oil.
You see, Professor, the book says there's oil on your property.
Oh, very clever.
And just to make sure of the score, I come to town and say I'm from the Federal Bureau of Geology. But I've heard about the oil and I want to check. I check and I say it's there. Then you sell and we leave town.
How's it sound to you, Professor?
Yes, it's a wonderfully contrived idea.
Would you like to join the act?
Well, I'm not sure that I can at the present time.
Why not?
I can't travel.
Why?
You met the reason earlier. The horrible huzzah.
What's that?
A wrestler, my wrestler.
Oh.
And if left unattended, I'm quite certain he would starve today.
Look, I'll advance you some dough, enough for him to eat on while you're gone.
Where will he live?
Professor, from what I've seen of that bum, you can board him in a kennel. Now, what do you say?
Well, if he's properly fed and sheltered, I'll accept the deal.
Hello, Professor. Al Adams.
Mr. Adams of the Federal Bureau of Geology?
Forget that. I'm alone.
Oh.
How's it going out there?
Oh, even better than you hoped. My telephone hasn't stopped ringing all day.
Sounds like Ralph did a good job planting the rumor.
Yes, indeed, yes.
What did your customers want?
Oh, some of them said they wanted to buy the house. Some of them said they wanted to buy the land.
But no mention of oil.
Not one. It's rather disheartening, Al.
What?
The dishonesty of the average citizen. Just proves the old theory. Legitimate people can't be trusted.
Yeah.
Al, when does this enterprise reach a monetary basis?
How many suckers would you say have called?
Oh, I guess about 50.
Tomorrow, you can accept deposits from all of them.
That's the whole story of the racket, Tony. They take deposits from everybody, and then they leave town.
Pretty smooth.
Yeah. Oh, the teletype gave some more details on the man they arrested.
Which part did he play in the swindle?
He was the phony professor. It appears that his Confederates double-crossed him.
How?
Well, his arrest came about from a supposedly anonymous phone call. It was traced to the Hotel Woodbury.
In Oklahoma City.
That's right. Well, after our office arrested the so-called professor, 2 agents checked at the hotel and learned that Al Adams and Ralph Hudson had been staying there.
I guess they wanted a larger share of the profits, huh?
Yeah, sounds like it.
Well, what do you think we ought to do now, Jim?
Well, my guess is that if the 2 of them came this far, they're probably here to work.
That's logical.
Now, on the previous job, they set up the swindle in a little town outside of Oklahoma City.
Mm-hmm.
They'll probably follow the same pattern here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the thing to do is send the alarm out to every small town in this area. So let's do that now, Tony, and maybe by morning we'll get some results.
Come in.
Hello, Professor.
Carl.
That's right.
What are you doing here?
Well, think you're going to ask me to come in?
All right, come ahead. How did you know where to find me?
Well, I went to where you used to live.
They didn't know where I went?
Oh, yes, they did.
How?
Well, you sent a package there to yourself, remember?
Yes.
Well, you put this address on a package.
Oh, good heavens. I double-crossed myself.
Well, ain't you glad to see me?
No.
I'm glad to see you.
Stop looking at me through those shaggy eyes.
I missed you.
No, that's very touching. Is that why you came here?
No, I was hungry.
Well, I can't do anything for you. I'm in the middle of a very important business transaction.
But I ain't had all day.
I can't help it. You'll have to go back home, Carl.
Well, I can't until I tell you.
Tell me what?
What I come here for.
I already know you're hungry.
Well, I got something else to tell you. It's more important even than being hungry.
More important? Well, yes, I want to hear. Sit down, old faithful one, and tell me your tale.
Al, did you tell the professor we were coming out to see him?
Yeah.
How much has he collected so far?
$11,000.
It's a very happy number.
Yeah. Yep, he worked out okay.
Good enough to keep in the act?
No, not that good. It's still better cutting it two ways.
When do we blow a whistle on him?
As soon as we collect the money.
I don't like that part.
Collecting?
No, calling the cops. It makes you feel kind of crummy.
Huh? Would you like to give him half of your cut?
No.
Then we turn him in.
He ain't at the house up ahead there?
Yeah. Better let me do all the talking.
What for?
Then we'll be sure to get that 11,000. Come on.
I'm staying here.
Oh, stop sulking. You can talk, too. Come on.
We should have brought a bag.
What for?
To carry the money.
Oh, that's the least of our problems. Hey, what is this?
Huh?
This door is locked.
Maybe a sucker showed up. Maybe he's out showing the property.
Wait a minute.
What?
There's a note stuck on the door. It's addressed to us.
Well, what's it say?
Wait till I open it, will you?
Well?
Dear Alan Ralph, I've been chewing a pencil seeking a suitable proverb. I've tested and discarded such tried and true proverbs as bread upon the waters, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Instead, have coined one of my own, namely, never undersell a horrible hussar.
What's he talking about?
I don't know. This faithful illiterate, weak from hunger, bird-dogged his way here to tell me a story he'd picked up about your previous partner who, due to your deceit, found himself languishing as a rather permanent guest of the law. I checked and found this tale to be true. Fearing that history might repeat itself, I hastened to dissolve our partnership.
What?
Inasmuch as I was the only partner present at the time of the dissolvement, the horrible hussar, voting as your proxy, deeded me the $11,000. Farewell.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's file, which shows how your FBI protects American citizens and American homes. Now, a word about another type of home protection, a typical case from the files of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. Let's hear what Mr. and Mrs. Harry Freeman have to say about it in their own words.
Last winter, my employer went out of business, and I started to pound the pavements looking for a new job. Things were a little slow then in my line, and it took me almost 3 months to get located.
In the end, we didn't know where the money to meet our mortgage payments was coming from. I was worried sick.
And then suddenly I remembered that my mortgage was different. It was an assured home ownership plan. And I'd forgotten all about my cash fund that had been building up for years. That cash fund was more than enough to meet the payments.
That cash fund is one of many security features in the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan, in which a low-cost first mortgage is integrated with life insurance protection. Thanks to this insurance element, a growing cash fund is created, which can be used, as Mr. Freeman just explained, whenever sickness or unemployment threaten home ownership.
And don't forget, that cash fund can also be used to pay off the mortgage way ahead of schedule.
Right. By using this fund, many 20-year mortgages have been paid off in about 15 years. Furthermore, under the Assured Home Ownership Plan, if the owner dies, the Equitable Society not only cancels the mortgage, but also returns to the widow every dollar her husband had paid to reduce the principal. Finally, during its life, the mortgage draws interest at only 4%, and there's a liberal allowance to cover title search, lawyer's fees, and other closing costs. So for many reasons, a man may consider himself lucky if his health, age, income, and the location of his home enable him to qualify for an Equitable Assured Home Ownership Plan. For full information, see your Equitable Society representative. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Hungry Wrestler.
Tonight's case from the files of your FBI is illustrative of 3 important facts about crime with which you, the decent citizen, should be familiar. The first and most important is that crime is not confined to big cities. In the long list of places where the 1.5 million major crimes of the last 12 months took place, it is safe to say that no city, no town, no village, no crossroads hamlet is absent. The second important fact about crime for you to know is that, as you have seen, there is no particular criminal type. There would be no way of pointing to any one of the people in tonight's case and saying, here is a criminal. The only thing that makes any person a criminal is the fact that he commits a crime, and his appearance is not a contributing factor in that. No case from the FBI files better shows the third fact, that there is no such thing as loyalty among thieves. That axiom, which has come down to us through the years, has only one thing wrong with it. It simply isn't true. Remember those 3 things, and your FBI will feel well repaid for having helped to bring you this program tonight, because knowing them will help you fight in the war that must be won, the war against crime. Tonight's file continues at the FBI field office.
Hey, Tony, what are you doing here? Huh? Oh, I heard you had a touch of flu and had gone home.
Well, I do feel kind of rocky, Jim, but I wanted to check with you before I left. Anything come in on that alarm?
Yeah, I got a call a little while ago from the chief of police up at Old Medford.
He caught the swindlers for us?
No, not quite, but they've been there.
And worked the racket.
Yeah, they left shortly before he got our alarm last night. Chief up there investigated every possible angle, but he couldn't find any trace of them.
Did he have any idea of who they used as a third man this time?
Well, all he could find out so far is that the man posed as a professor. The chief's interviewing people who saw him now so he can get us a good description.
I wonder if Adams and Hudson double-crossed this professor, too.
Well, from what the chief at Old Medford could learn, the professor double-crossed them. He said that a customer came to the swindler's house last night and found Adams and Hudson yelling about being clipped by the professor. He also heard Adams say he won't get away with it.
Didn't the customer suspect anything when he heard that?
Well, not immediately. He called the police this morning, however, and that's how the swindle was discovered.
Well, what should we do now, Jim?
Well, you're going to take care of that flu and go home and go to bed. I'll follow through with the chief of police up at Old Medford.
Another steak, Carl?
No. I have enough steak.
Then order anything else you like, boy. Since your act of simple devotion, anything I have is yours.
I'll maybe have order chicken.
Good for you.
With some baked potatoes.
Any particular number?
Oh, maybe 4.
Well, that'd be a good start. Anything else, my boy?
Yeah.
Well, name it.
Well, I like to wrestle somebody.
Right now?
No, I mean like in a ring.
You mean you want to resume your career, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that should be very easy, my boy. In fact, it coincides with something I already have in mind.
What are you talking about?
I've been mulling over what to do with the $11,000. And I've decided to return to my first love, a carnival.
Yeah, you gonna buy one?
A piece of one.
And I can wrestle in it?
Indeed you can, lad. We'll get a tent and you can take on all comers.
You mean wrestle people from the audience?
Exactly. And what's more, we'll give prizes.
Oh.
Yes, that's exactly what we'll do. We'll offer enticing gifts to any person that you are able to defeat.
Ralph, did you make those calls?
Yeah.
Any word?
Nah. No, the Jims have seen the professor for a month.
How about that wrestler of his?
He ain't been around either.
Oh, that's bad.
Al, I'm tired of hiding out from the cops for a job I didn't get a quarter out of.
Look, it was your idea to get the professor into this, so you find him. Who's there?
Mr. Jenkins.
Who?
The guy who owns the motel. Come in.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just got a message on the phone for either of you gentlemen.
Well, what's the message?
Wait now, I wrote it down on a piece of paper. Here it is. He said to tell you his name was Barney.
That's the guy from the gym.
What did he say?
He said to tell you he got a letter from the Huzzah.
Any more to the message?
Yes. He said to tell you that the letter was from Thomasville.
Where's Thomasville?
Do you know Mr. Jenkins?
Oh, about 60 miles north of here.
Mr. Jenkins, how soon can you have our bill ready?
In 5 minutes.
Good. Ralph, start packing. We're getting out of here.
Well, welcome back to the office, Tony.
Well, thanks, Jim.
I checked with the doctor. He said you'd be in today. How do you feel?
1,000,000% better.
Ah, good.
I'm sorry I had to leave you all alone on that swindle case.
Oh, you can still work on it. It's not closed yet.
Oh, fine. Do you mind bringing me up to date on it, Jim?
Well, no, not at all. The chief up at Old Medford got a good description of the professor for us.
Did that help?
Yeah, as soon as we got it, we went through the local police files and came up with the right man.
Who was it?
Well, his name is William Drexel, but that's as far as we've gone.
That name is familiar, Jim.
Yeah, he's been arrested quite a few times.
No address on the local police report?
Yes, but it turned out to be a furnished room, and Drexel had checked out, or at least a friend of his had checked out for him 10 days ago.
Wait a minute, Jim. Was the furnished room on 28th Street?
Yeah, that's right.
I thought I remembered that name. I questioned that Drexel in a case I handled last year.
Oh?
He'd just come back from touring with a tent show. And he told me he'd been with him all his life, and his ambition was to buy one someday.
Oh. And maybe he's taken this money and satisfied that ambition.
Oh, yeah, but there must be a couple of hundred tent shows, Jim.
Yeah, I know, but I just thought of something. Hand me that phone.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, on the inside, come in and see the horrible hussar, that monster of the Midway. He claws, he fights.
Hey, Al, do you see what I see?
Yeah. Come on over before the crowd closes in.
Okay.
He will meet anyone in the
Hello, Professor. Surprised to see us?
Yes, I am. Though I'm always pleased to run into old friends. Something on your mind you'd like to discuss?
Get a load of him.
Well, perhaps it would be better if we all step back into my tent. Right through here.
Okay. You lead the way, Professor.
Be careful here, gentlemen. There may be holes in the ground where we've stuck tent poles.
Just keep going, Professor, and worry about yourself.
Yeah, here we are, gentlemen. Step into my canvas castle.
After you, Professor.
As you like. Now, Mr. Adams, exactly what was it you cared to discuss? Perhaps another business venture?
No, not a new one. The one we just finished.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's past. And it does no good to reminisce. The future is all that's important.
Professor, you know what we came for.
If you want complimentary tickets, I'm afraid they're all gone.
We want that money.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Adams. It's been invested.
Al, should I do what we said?
Wait. Before you contemplate violence, I shall have to warn you that I looked into your scheme quite carefully and found that you violated a federal law when you posed as a government official. I could notify the authorities.
I'll save you the trouble.
Yes. Young man, I'll thank you to mind your own business.
Oh, this is my business, Professor. I'm a special agent of the FBI.
What?
You're all under arrest.
Al Adams, Ralph Hudson, and William Drexel, alias the Professor, were given 10-year sentences for violation of the National Stolen Property Act. Special Agent Taylor was able to locate the Professor because he knew that there was a magazine which devoted itself almost exclusively to the doings of tent shows, circuses, and carnivals. A long-distance phone call to that publication brought him the information that William Drexel had purchased a half interest in the Sunflower Carnival. He was also able to get the route of the carnival, and a quick plane trip brought about not only the apprehension of the Professor, but also, as you have seen, of the other two criminals. And so, two special agents of your FBI, combining their knowledge, were able to close another file. Besides knowledge, which is always the most formidable weapon in their arsenal, these special agents also were helped by the close cooperation they received from a local police department, by observing citizens who were able to furnish an accurate description, and lastly, by their perseverance in continuing to work day after day, even when their efforts appear to be producing nothing. All of those things put together are what led to the desired result in tonight's case, to the defeat of the criminal.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, one last word to homeowners about the kind of mortgage you get in the Equitable Society's Assured Home Ownership Plan.
First, it's a mortgage that's practically foreclosure-proof.
Right. If the owner dies, the mortgage is automatically canceled. During his life, the cash fund protects against emergencies such as illness and unemployment.
Second, it's a mortgage that draws interest at only 4%.
So, what are you waiting for? See your Equitable Society representative soon for full information about the Assured Home Ownership Plan, designed for you by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A story of big city crime and corruption. Its subject, homicide. Its title, The Runaway Corpse.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Tom Brown, Ted DeCorsia, Bill Hallop, Bill Johnstone, Joe Vitale, and Roland Winters. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Runaway Corpse, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Yesterday or this morning, did you receive a postcard from a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society? A postcard suggesting that you listen to the middle commercial on this Equitable Society radio program. Equitable Society representatives sent out tens of thousands of such postcards because this middle commercial has a very important message. It describes the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan, a practical, workable plan for people who want to be independent in their 60s. I'll be back in approximately 14 minutes to give you full information on this special plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Gentle Killer.
It is unfortunate, but true, that the average citizen does not look upon the current crime wave as something which can and does affect him. It is part of his mental pattern to hear something about crime, some statistic or observation, and to regard it as a fact about another world, a world in which he is not a citizen, but a rather distant observer. He hears, for instance, that more than 1.5 million major crimes are committed every year in the United States. And if he has any feeling at all about that statement, it is probably one of detached sympathy for the various and sundry victims. The greater probability is that he doesn't really feel one way or the other about it. The Federal Bureau of Investigation would like to correct that feeling of widespread apathy about the crime wave. No one in the nation, wherever he may be, is distant from the activities of the country's army of criminals. They operate 12 months a year in every corner of the land, and no hamlet is so secluded that it knows no crime. Every crime committed anywhere ultimately affects you, for it is like a pebble thrown into a lake, and unless stopped by some barrier, the ripples move outward and ever outward as crime spreads when it is not checked. Your FBI urges you, the decent citizen, to stop those ripples from spreading ever further, to help fight the crime wave with every weapon at your command. For this war against crime is total war. There can be no conditional surrender. Either decency wins or the criminals take over. The important thing to realize is that this war can be won if the forces of law and order receive some needed support. Support from you. Tonight's file opens in a railroad station in a large eastern city. It is early evening, and in one corner of the station, a telephone operator sits at a switchboard waiting for travelers to place their calls.
Pardon me, miss.
Yes, sir, may I help you?
Yes, I want to call Centerville, Vermont.
What number, please?
Centerville 734.
734. You may take this in booth 5, sir. Pay as you leave.
Thank you.
Long distance. Calling Centerville, Vermont.
Right. Hello, sir.
Johnny.
Yeah.
Johnny, where did you come from? Where have you been?
I can't answer any questions now, Mary.
Oh, but I want it.
Look, I'm in trouble.
What?
I'm in trouble, sis.
Can I make a local call here? Yes, madam. Booths 20 through 30 are for local calls.
Do you have 2 nickels, please?
Yes, ma'am. Here you are.
Thank you.
Johnny, are you in trouble with the police?
No.
You're sure?
Yes.
Well, then what?
I need a place to hide. Where are you living?
Well, I have an apartment.
Where?
Well, on First Avenue.
You gotta let me use it, Mary.
Well...
You've got to.
Well, wait a minute. I'll get you the key.
Centerville.
Calling Centerville 734.
734. Thank you.
Here, Johnny. Here's the key.
Thanks.
The address is 788 First Avenue.
788 First Avenue.
And I'll be home about 5:30.
Okay.
Oh, wait, Johnny.
What?
If you're not hiding from the police, who are you hiding from?
A man named Al Norman. He's going to kill me.
It's me, Johnny.
Oh. I thought maybe it was him. Did anyone follow you?
No.
You didn't see anyone in the lobby?
No.
Good.
John, what is it all about?
I told you before. A man named Al Norman wants to kill me.
Why?
Well, he thinks I sent him to jail.
How?
By telling the cops where he was hiding out.
Did you?
Well, not really. You see, we robbed a place down south together.
Johnny.
I was in a saloon. I was drunk. This fella asked me if I wanted to pick up some easy money. I said, sure. I went to this grocery store. Al had a gun. I didn't know it. When we were running out, he shot one of the clerks.
Oh.
We both got away. I came back up here. Al went out west.
You came back here and didn't even call me?
I stayed up in Franklin Falls. It was safer.
Well, why does this man Norman think you sent him to jail?
Well, I was doing...
Tell me.
I drank too much one night. Talked about the job. About how Al shot the clerk. A friend of his heard me. Al was picked up by the cops a little while after that, and he figured they picked him up because I talked. It wasn't true, Mary. I didn't turn him into the cops. Anyway, he was convicted. Got 20 years.
Then how can he be looking for you?
He just broke out of jail.
But, Johnny, why don't you call the police? Oh, they'd protect you.
Protect me? And send me away.
Then what can he do?
I've been sitting here thinking. There is a way to get me out of this.
Oh, what is it?
Al Norman knew where I was living in Franklin Halls. That's where he'll go. I want you to call the police up there. Give them the address of the place I lived. Tell them that Norman will turn up there. Will you do that, Mary?
Well...
Please.
All right.
I don't want you to call from here.
Well, why not?
They could trace the call. Go down to the corner, use the payphone. And don't tell the police who you are. If this works, if they get Norman, I'm clear.
The following afternoon, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is at his desk when Agent Walter Bedford approaches.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, hi, Walt. I guess you got my note, huh?
Uh-huh. What's it about?
Another escaped prisoner?
Federal?
No, he escaped from a state prison, but we had a detainer on him.
Anybody I might know?
His name is Al Norman.
Dapper Al?
Yeah, that's right.
I was in the San Francisco office when we arrested him out there.
No?
He was turned over to local authorities someplace down south.
And was convicted of armed robbery and attempted murder.
When did he escape?
2 days ago.
As far as I remember his record, Jim, this town was never one of his hangouts. How come we've got the file?
Well, one of Norman's cellmates who escaped with him was captured. He told the prison authorities that Norman was headed here.
Any idea where?
Probably Franklin Falls.
Why?
Well, the local police at Franklin Falls called in this morning and said that they got an anonymous tip last night saying that Al Norman would come to a certain address there sometime today.
What would he be doing there, Jim?
Well, according to that same cellmate, Norman was sure that his old partner tipped the police off on his arrest. Norman swore that one day he'd break out of jail, find the partner, and kill him.
What was the partner's name?
We have no idea.
So we'd better head off Al Norman, and we'll have a murder on our hands.
That's right. Oh, Walt, how clean is your desk?
I've got a deposition to take in the Johnson case, then I'm free.
All right, you take your deposition and get that out of the way first, huh?
Okay.
I'll run up to Franklin Falls and see if I can help trap Al Norman.
Who's that?
It's me, Johnny.
What are you doing home?
Well, I've been calling you all morning.
Oh, it was you. I let it ring.
Al Norman wasn't caught by the police in Franklin Falls.
How do you know?
Well, I heard it on the radio during my 10-minute break.
What happened?
They didn't say.
That's bad. He'll come here.
Well, he doesn't know where I live.
He knows I've got a sister. He knows you work at the railroad station.
Oh.
I'll have to get out of here. Have you got any money?
Well, about $10.
Let me have it, sis.
Well, are you leaving right now?
No, I'll wait till it gets dark.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Well, you can't just... What'll I do?
Answer.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Who is this?
It's me.
Who are you?
Don't you know?
Answer me.
This is Freddie.
Oh.
I had your phone for a minute, didn't I? What are you doing tonight, Mary?
Oh, I can't talk to you now.
But I've got
Call me some other time, Freddie.
Who was that?
Oh, friend. Look, Johnny, I've got to go back to work.
Okay.
Here's the $10.
Thanks.
I'll give you the number of the switchboard. It's Meriden 8181 here. Now, we're not supposed to get incoming calls, but wherever you go, call me. Let me know where you are.
We almost closed that Al Norman file, Walt.
What do you mean almost?
You been near the teletype room this morning?
No, Jim. I've been working on his deposition.
Oh, well, Norman showed up in Franklin Falls, all right, and just about on schedule.
And he wasn't captured?
No, the police knew that he was coming to a certain address up there, so they surrounded the building. They spotted him coming out, were about to start shooting when they saw that he had 3 small children with him. They belonged to one of the tenants.
I guess he spotted the cordon.
Yeah, he knew he wouldn't fire or follow him as long as he had the kids.
The police have any idea where he headed?
Well, the local police here just gave me the answer to that.
Oh?
They just got a report from a man who was heading here down the Franklin Falls Highway.
Norman flashed a gun, commandeered his car, and made him bring him all the way into the city.
Then he's here in town right now.
Yeah. Here with a loaded gun. Hello?
Oh, hello, Johnny.
Oh, hello, sis.
Oh, I'm so glad you're still there.
Why?
Well, there was a man here looking for me while I was out to lunch.
What did he want?
Well, he told the other operator he was no friend of mine.
Did she say what he looked like?
Well, he was tall and dark, very well dressed.
That's Al Norman.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I'm getting out of here right now.
Well, do you know yet where you're going?
No, not yet. I'll call you when I light someplace.
All right.
So long.
Goodbye.
Hello?
Hello, John.
Al?
That's right. I didn't expect to get to talk with you this quick.
Where are you?
Close enough to come over and kill you.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, here's an invitation to all members of this audience. An invitation to share in the benefits of the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. Independent 60s means exactly what it says. Financial independence when it's time to retire. Members of this equitable group are determined that they'll never have to ask for charity. They intend to be self-supporting and self-respecting. When they reach retirement age, they often move to sections of this country where the climate is mild and pleasant all year round.
Take me, for instance. I've got a little orange grove on the west coast of Florida. Boy, what a life.
People with Equitable Society Independent 60s plans have plenty of opportunity for travel, time for hobbies.
I've caught more fish in this last year than in all the rest of my life put together.
Naturally, everybody wants to join in the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. Then what holds a man back from joining?
He makes the mistake I went on making for years. He thinks you have to be rich to belong.
How did you find out the truth?
From my Equitable Society representative. He showed me how a comparatively small investment in life insurance would do the job.
That's right. Social Security gives the average man a big head start towards Independent 60s. What's more, your Equitable Society representative will show you how to integrate your present insurance into the plan. Only a small amount of additional insurance may be required to put you in the class of men who look forward with complete confidence to Independent 60s.
A few extra dollars a week did it for me.
In any case, why not see your Equitable representative without delay? Phone him soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Gentle Killer.
Tonight's case offers an illustration of an important fact about the various investigations handled by the special agents of your FBI. In this case, a vicious killer is loose and stalking his victim. The two special agents assigned to the case know that the man he intends to kill is himself a wanted criminal. It would be easier for those agents to adopt the attitude that the loss of that criminal would be negligible so far as society was concerned. And yet, they do not adopt that attitude. They work as hard to protect this man as they would any decent member of the community.
The reason for this is not, as you might suspect, that they have the slightest sympathy for the criminal who is being hunted. Because it is not a part of their job to convict anyone. The job of the special agent is to investigate the violations of approximately 120 federal statutes, and, where possible, to make the arrest of the victims and criminals involved. Those men arrested are then entitled to their day in court. And it is the job of a prosecuting attorney to secure the conviction. The only part of aiding in getting that conviction that falls to the lot of the special agent is as a witness at the trial. And so in tonight's case, these agents do not allow themselves to prejudge the hunted man, but work to protect him. Possibly that is why the name of the department under which the Federal Bureau of Investigation functions is called the Department of Justice. Tonight's file continues at the local FBI field office.
Anything come in on that Al Norman alarm?
No, Jim, they haven't located Norman, but we did get one new fact.
Oh, what's that, Walter?
The Franklin Falls police called in and said they checked the description of the man Norman came to kill.
His old partner?
Yeah.
They get anything?
Yes, they found that the name he uses is Johnny White. I assume you didn't get anything while you were out.
No, not much. I spent most of the time interviewing a man named Bert Turner.
Who's he, Jim?
Oh, he's the man whose car was commandeered by Al Norman on the highway outside of Franklin Falls.
Oh.
He told me Norman kept talking most of the way in.
What about?
Oh, Norman told him to be sure and see tomorrow morning's papers.
Why?
He said he was coming here to kill a man. That it would be on the front pages tomorrow. Oh, he boasted about the fact that he was going to get so much publicity.
Tomorrow morning's papers, huh?
That's right, Walt. That means he's going to try and commit that murder tonight.
Oh, miss.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
I'd like Central 4245, please.
That's a local call. Booths 20 through 30 are for local calls, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Pardon me.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Yeah, I'd like a little information.
Oh, well, if you go to booth 9, I'll connect you with information.
I mean information from you.
Huh?
I'm not trying to get fresh. I'm just trying to find out where I can get in touch with him.
Who are you talking about?
The fellow's picture you've got framed there on your switchboard.
Well, I don't know him.
You keep a picture of a guy you don't know?
Well, it belongs to one of the other girls.
No, it don't. That's your brother, Miss White. I phoned your place a little while ago. I spoke to him there.
You called my...
Yeah? Then I went to see him. But he was gone. I'm an old friend of your brother's, Miss White. He said in case I couldn't find him when I got to town to see you.
Pardon me. 8181.
Mary, this is Johnny.
We don't give out that information. I'm sorry.
Huh?
I'm sorry. It's against the rules.
Listen, I got a room.
You may speak to the chief operator if you like, sir.
I'm at 23 Oak Street. It's a rooming house.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. I shall connect you.
You, just disconnected.
Oh, I guess I did.
New custom, huh?
Well, what do you mean?
Well, you never get incoming calls on these switchboards. That is, unless it's somebody special you gave the number to.
Oh, well, that was the wrong number.
Oh, I see. Well, if you hear from Johnny, miss, will you tell him his friend Al was looking for him?
I will.
And tell him not to worry. I won't leave town without seeing him. Tell him he can count on that.
Got some action on that Al Norman alarm, Walter.
You mean he's been caught, Jim?
Not quite, but at least we know where he was.
Where?
I was just leaving my desk when the phone rang. It was the railroad police.
They see him this afternoon?
Yeah.
How long ago?
Within the past hour.
Are they sure?
Yes. When those pictures of Al Norman we sent up there arrived, one of the railroad policemen recognized him. He'd been wandering in and out of those stores that they have in the concourse.
Waiting for a train to leave.
I don't know. But the railroad police have notified every train that left here within the last hour to conduct a car-by-car search for Norman.
Good.
You know, the only thing that bothers me is that if he is on a train leaving here, that means he's already committed the murder.
That's right.
Well, let's get over to the railroad station. Maybe the station master's office will have some word from those outgoing trains by the time we get there.
Okay.
In any event, we can interview the clerks in every store on the concourse. If there was any purpose to his wandering in and out of them, it might hasten his arrest. Excuse me, miss.
Yes, sir. May I help you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm a special agent of the FBI. Here are my credentials.
Yes, sir.
Now, will you please take a look at this picture, Miss...
White.
Miss White? Has that man been around here?
Well, I don't think so.
It would help quite a bit if you could remember for sure.
Well, you see, I talked to so many people.
I understand.
I'd like to help you, Mr. Taylor.
Yes, I'm sure you would. Well, if this man should come here, would you call the FBI office here in town?
Oh, yes, sir.
Oh, by the way.
Yes?
That picture there on your switchboard. Who is that?
Oh, that belongs to the operator who comes on to relieve me. I think it is yes, it's her boyfriend.
I see. Well, thank you, Miss White. And remember, if the man whose picture I gave you comes around, please call us.
Mary?
Yes.
Come on in. Anybody see you come in?
No.
Good.
Johnny, I saw Al Norman.
Where?
He came to the station.
When?
An hour ago.
What did he want?
You.
What'd you tell him?
Well, I said you were out of town.
Tomorrow you'll be right. I'm leaving.
For where?
I don't know any place but here.
I'll get some money.
Thanks.
If I can do anything else.
Al!
Hello, Johnny. Hello, Miss White. You're a tough guy to catch up with, Johnny.
Get out of here.
Oh, now, look, I put in a hard day's work finding this guy. First, I had to locate you. Then I had to tail you here.
What do you want?
I already told you on the phone, Johnny. I'm going to kill you.
No.
I won't cat and mouse you, kid. I can get it over with right now.
Oh, wait, please. Put away that gun.
Nice shooting, Jim. You knocked it right out of his hand.
Throw the cuffs on him, Walter.
Right. Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI. Both you and Al Norman are under arrest.
Al Norman was returned to prison to serve the remainder of his 20-year term. John White was tried and convicted in state court. And when the facts developed that his crime was caused largely by the influence of Al Norman, his sentence was reduced to 10 years. Special Agents Taylor and Bedford divided the stores on the railroad station concourse so that no time would be lost. In questioning Mary White, Special Agent Taylor recognized the picture of her brother on the side of the switchboard. Recognized it because your FBI had been given a complete description by the police department down south where the original robbery had taken place. Agent Taylor also knew that the intended victim's name was Johnny White, thanks to investigation by still another local police department. He therefore realized that Miss White was not telling him the truth, and he determined to keep a surveillance on her when she left work that night. As he and Agent Bedford started to follow her from the railroad station, they saw Al Norman and realized that he was doing the same thing. Rather than arrest him on the street and so possibly warn her that she was being watched, they determined to let both Mary White and Al Norman lead them to the hideout. As you have seen, that is exactly what happened. And as a result, another FBI file was closed. Closed with the removal of a dangerous killer from our midst.
just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, two final questions on the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Mr. Keating, I'm 35 years old. Is that too young to start one of these plans?
No, your Equitable representative will show you that the younger you are when you start, the lower your yearly cost will be.
Well, what income can a plan like this give me in my 60s?
Your Equitable Society representative will give you the exact figure, geared to what you can afford to pay now and to your future needs. Ask him to drop around for a friendly visit. Phone him soon. Or send a postcard, care of this station, to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A story revealing the expert workings of a gang of professional swindlers. Its subject, fraud. Its title, The Rocking Chair Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Alice Backus, Harry Bartell, Herb Ellis, William Hawes, Tom Holland, and Charlotte Lawrence. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. The Rocking Chair Shakedown on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. During the past few days, representatives of the Equitable Life Assurance Society have been busy sending out postcards to their neighbors. Perhaps you've received one yourself from your own Equitable man. If so, you know that these postcards simply ask you to listen to the middle commercial on this Equitable Society radio program. Equitable representatives have gone to the trouble because this commercial has a very important message. It describes the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan, a practical, workable plan for people who want to be independent after they're 60 years old. I'll be back in approximately 14 minutes to give you full information on this special plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Rocking Chair Shakedown.
Future historians may well refer to this as the age of the million. For we have come to be a people who think and talk about a million as if it were an ordinary number. We have come to the point where we feel no shock when we learn that the fingerprint arrest records on file at the Federal Bureau of Investigation number more than 7.5 million. Let us stop for an instant and examine that figure. How big is 7.5 million? Divide it into our total population, and you'll learn that virtually 1 out of every 20 people in the country, including women and children, has such an arrest record. A recent study of those files showed that better than 50% of the cards represent people who have been arrested more than once. People who have anywhere from 2 to 50 arrests. They form the core of the army of American criminals. Criminals who continue to operate despite their many arrests. They operate because of one thing. Too many communities have outmoded local ordinances which have not been rewritten or overhauled in recent times. Those laws were adequate to serve under past conditions, but times have changed in crime as well as in everything else. If you would do your part in preventing the criminal from going free after too short a sentence, see to it that your local criminal code is brought up to date, fixed so that at long last the punishment fits the crime. Tonight's file opens at an attractive resort hotel located near a large eastern city. On the spacious porch of the establishment, 3 elderly women are seated in chairs rocking briskly. A young couple walks by them.
Look.
Is that the one you told me about?
Yes. She's been walking by here with a different man ever since breakfast.
Well,
Sister?
Huh?
How many men has she been by here with?
Oh, dear.
That one with the frizzy hair.
Was she coming?
She just went by.
Oh, I was resting my eyes for a minute.
Then you were sleeping.
I was not, Priscilla.
Oh, my heavens!
Look out, young man! Oh!
What? That boy's going to kill somebody with that tricycle yet.
You'd think his mother'd tell him not to ride on the porch.
Oh, have you seen her?
No.
She's the blonde who was in the movies with the manager last night.
Oh.
We were sitting right next to them. Weren't we, sister?
Huh? What?
I said that was the little boy's mother.
The woman with the frizzy hair?
Kate, will you stay awake and pay attention?
Priscilla, I was just resting my eyes. Oh, goodness. Is my watch right? The 3 o'clock?
Oh, I have 10 minutes out.
Oh, my nephew's coming by to take me for a ride.
You going to the village?
Yes.
Oh, I wonder if you'd pick me up some yarn. I have a sample. It's right here. So let me see. Have you got it, sister?
What?
Have you got it?
Oh, yes. Yes, it's the little boy's mother.
Sister, I'm talking about the yarn.
Oh, here it is.
Oh, well, just give it to Mrs. Carter.
Surely. Here. Thank you.
Oh, isn't that your nephew coming up the stairs?
Yes, it is. Freddie?
Oh, hello, Aunt Abby.
Hello, son. You've met Mrs. Morgan and her sister, Miss Adams.
Oh, yes. All right. You ready, Aunt Abby?
Yes. Well, I'll see you later, lady.
You won't forget the yarn, Mrs. Carter.
No, indeedy not.
Oh, have a nice ride.
Thank you. Fred, I want you to hear something.
What?
One more session with those two, and I turn in my suit.
Oh, now look,
I
Abby.
mean it.
Well, you won't have to put up with it much longer. Charlie's in town.
When to get here?
This morning. I'm taking you to see him now.
Not directly. We're making a stop off first.
Where?
Any place I can get a double jolt of rye.
Meanwhile, at an FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor is seated at his desk when Agent Dave Milton approaches.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, hi, Dave. Welcome to the office.
Thanks.
You found a place to live yet?
No. Mary saw an apartment she liked yesterday, but when she mentioned we have 2 children, the landlord shook his head, said sorry.
Well, I suppose it would have been all right if you'd had 2 Great Danes.
Yeah, I guess so. What's this case we're on, Jim?
Oh, have you seen the SAC?
Yeah, he told me to check with you.
Oh.
What's it about?
We're looking for a trio of swindlers. 2 men and an old lady.
I assume they've got records.
As long as you're right on.
What's their swindle?
They pull the old wallet gag.
Oh, yeah. Do we have any lead on where they might be now?
Well, the only thing we have to work on is a tip from the local police at the last place they pulled their swindle. They said they were headed for here.
Any pattern to their method of finding victims?
Well, they seem to concentrate on resorts.
That gives them a pretty big choice in this area.
Yeah.
How about sending out an alarm?
No, I was just getting one ready with complete descriptions on all 3 of them.
Good.
As soon as it's finished, let's send it to the local police at every resort in this area.
Good morning, Mrs. Morgan.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Carter.
Good morning, Miss Adams.
Wake up, sister.
I'm just resting my eyes.
Yes. We were wondering when you would be down. Did you enjoy your ride yesterday?
Oh, yes, it was lovely. But I'm sorry to tell you, I couldn't get your yarn. I went to the store, but they just weren't able to match it.
Oh, that's all right. Look. See him?
Yes.
You remember the little boy on the tricycle yesterday?
The one whose mother went to the movies with the manager?
That's right. And do you remember the girl with the frizzy hair?
The one with all the fellas?
That's right. Well, last night she danced half the time with the young man who just passed here and half the time with the manager. And the little boy's mother, who'd been with the manager the night before at the movies, danced all night with another young fellow.
My, how spicy.
Sister? I was just telling Mrs. Carter about the dance last night.
Oh, yes. Yes, it was. Mrs. Morgan.
What?
Look down there beside your rocker.
Huh? What? What is it?
It's the man's wallet. My goodness.
Well, now, let's see. Must belong to someone who was sitting here before us.
Well, open it, Priscilla. Find out who it belongs to.
Oh, I hate to look into anyone else's purse.
It's not as if you were prying.
My Lord. Look at all this money.
Does it say who it belongs to?
Well, there's some cards in this little pocket. Let me look at them. Oh, Mr. Charles Thompson. There's his golf club membership card and his driver's license. And
Pardon me, please. I believe that's my wallet.
Oh, really?
Yes, my name is Thompson. I'll identify the contents, if you like.
Oh, no, that won't be necessary. Your name's on all these cards. Oh, here, please take it.
Thank you very much. Now, if you ladies will allow me, I would appreciate being able to give you a reward.
Oh, I couldn't accept anything, thank you.
Neither could we.
Oh, no.
Oh, but you've done me a great service. Would you accept a gift?
Oh, no, Mr. Thompson.
No, we couldn't take anything.
Well, may I at least do you a favor?
What kind of a favor, Mr. Thompson?
Well, I happen to be on my way to my broker's office. I'm buying some stock that I received encouraging information about. With your permission, ladies, I'd like to get a few extra shares for you.
Oh, but that'd be the same as taking a reward.
Well, then will you just take the profits?
Well, I don't see anything wrong with that. Do you, ladies?
No.
Then you'll let me do it for you?
Well, yes, thank you.
Oh, splendid, splendid. I'll buy the stock, and tonight at dinner I'll let you know what your profit is.
Special Agent Milton speaking.
Hello, Dave. Jim Taylor.
Hi, Jim. Where are you?
Down at the railroad station. That trio of swindlers we started to look for last week has been here and gone.
How do you know?
I found a porter who remembered the old lady in the act.
How long ago was she there?
Sometime last week. Porter isn't sure exactly which day it was.
Does he know what train he took her bags to?
Yeah, but unfortunately it was a local that stops at about 25 different resort towns.
Were they all on the list of the towns we alerted?
Yeah?
Well, then we got a chance of catching up to them.
Yeah, we might...
Pardon me, Jim. Thank you very much. It's a message from the teletype room. Wait till I take a look at it.
Okay.
It's about the old lady, Jim.
Oh, what about her?
Well, this is from the chief of police of a place called Greenwood. He saw her in town this morning.
Oh. Dave, how soon can you get down here to the railroad station?
Oh, in about 10 minutes?
Fine. There's an overnight train leaving here at 6:35 for Greenwood. Let's be on it.
Abby,
What is it?
come here a minute, will you?
What do you want?
Well, Charlie's been figuring out the profit on those stocks.
Yeah. The way I figure, you and the two old crones each have a paper profit of $3,700.
Have you put the build-up in yet?
Oh, no, that's your routine, Abby. Why don't you get him on the phone?
Right now?
Yeah.
You know what to tell them?
Fred, I was fronting for this kind of a touch before you forged your first report card.
Operator.
Would you please connect me with Mrs. Morgan's room?
Yes, ma'am. Hello?
Mrs. Morgan?
That's right.
This is Mrs. Carter.
Oh, yes, Mrs. Carter.
I just got a call from the man whose wallet we found, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, what about our stock?
He says we each have a paper profit of $3,700. What's more, he's doing something else for us.
What?
It seems it's something called a new issue of stock, and he has some inside information on it. He'd like to buy it for us, but it might embarrass him if his name were used, so he wants to buy it in our names.
Oh, how nice.
Because of that, we'd have to put up our own money for this. Of course, he'd see to it that it was returned to us.
How much would we have to put up?
$5,000 in cash.
Oh.
I told Mr. Thompson he could count on me, but I couldn't speak for you and your sister.
Well, it's a little more than I'd want to... Well, let me tell you something. I couldn't possibly get that much money until tomorrow when the bank opens.
But you are interested.
Yes. Yes, I think I am.
Oh, splendid. I'll tell Mr. Thompson that we'll meet him here with our money tomorrow morning.
Now, that must be the old dames now.
Should we put out some candy?
Fred, you're trying to clip them, not romance them.
Well, let them in, Abby.
Just a minute. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning, Mrs. Carter.
Good morning.
Mr. Thompson just got here.
Hello.
And you remember my nephew?
Hello again.
Of course. Mr. Thompson was just explaining to me that he has to get back to his broker's office in a bit of a hurry.
That's right, ladies. I would appreciate it if we could get right down to business.
Oh, of course.
Mrs. Morgan, I understand that you know about the arrangements.
Well, I think I do.
Each of you puts up $5,000 so I can buy the stock for you.
Oh, yes,
Well,
yes.
I have my money right here, Mr. Thompson.
Oh, that's fine, fine. And how about you, Mrs. Morgan? Did you bring cash?
Well, not exactly. I brought this gun instead.
What?
Mrs. Morgan.
Hey, what is this?
I think that's rather obvious. Sister?
Yes, Priscilla?
Pick up Mrs. Carter's money from the table.
Will one of you take that gun away from her?
I'd advise you not to. My sister's really an expert shot.
Oh, yeah?
Well, she ain't gonna...
Freddie!
I just creased your hand, young man. Next time, I'll hit something solid.
Oh, Freddie, let me...
Priscilla, that shot may disturb the hotel.
Now, don't let that concern you, dear. Just tie these people up.
Very well. You first, Mr. Thompson.
Look, I don't know
I
what...
would advise you to cooperate.
Okay.
That's better.
What is this all about?
Mrs. Carter, did you ever hear of a confidence man named Artful Artie Morgan?
Yes.
He was my husband. He passed away this winter. He didn't die a wealthy man, but on his deathbed he left a legacy of advice. Tie his feet too, sister.
Oh, yes. Yes, of course.
Artie said to me, Priscilla, you're too old to go hustling after larceny anymore. Why don't you sit down and let larceny come to you? Saves a lot of work. And besides, when you steal from thieves, you have no fear that they'll go to the police. That was his advice to me. Well, this is the first time I've tried it. And bless him, it seems to work fine.
We will return in just a moment to tonight's exciting file, which shows how your FBI protects this country against criminals and evildoers. Now an invitation to you personally to take advantage of another type of protection. The Equitable Life Assurance Society invites you to share in the benefits of its famous Independent 60s plan. As the name suggests, Independent 60s means comfortable financial independence for you when it's time to retire. Independent 60s means that you won't have to ask help from anyone. You'll be self-supporting and self-respecting. Maybe you'll decide to move to some section where the climate is mild and pleasant all year long.
That's what I did, Mr. Keating. Bought a little ranch in the foothills of the Rockies, just the sort of place I'd always wanted to own.
And that's only part of the story. With an Independent 60s plan, you can afford to travel. You've time for hobbies.
My wife and I go on camping trips.
And there's mighty good hunting around here when the season opens.
Of course, everyone believes in the aims of the Equitable Independent 60s plan. Then why doesn't everybody join?
Well, because most people do not seem to realize that you don't have to be rich to belong. I was that way myself.
How did you find out the truth?
From my Equitable Society representative. He pointed out that my Social Security and the life insurance I already owned gave me a big head start towards Independent 60s.
Right. In many cases, only a small amount of additional insurance is required to enable a man to look forward with complete confidence to Independent 60s.
A few extra dollars a week did it for me.
So why not see your Equitable representative without delay? Phone him soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Rocking Chair Shakedown.
The fact that the criminals in tonight's case from the files of your FBI range from the young man who operates as part of the trio to the three elderly women may possibly come as a surprise to you. If it does, then you need only be told that they are typical of the people arrested in the past 12 months. According to figures gathered by the Federal Bureau of Investigation, more than 10% of all arrests involve people 50 years old and over, and some of them were so old they had grandchildren already enrolled on the police blotters of half a dozen states. Nor should the fact that 3 of the 5 criminals in this case are women surprise you. For in that same crime survey made in cooperation with local police departments in every section of the country, it was found that more than 10% of all people arrested were women, a total number of arrests that runs to almost 77,000. Roughly, that means that more than 200 women were arrested every day throughout the past 12 months. And the list of their crimes runs the full gamut, from larceny to murder. Your FBI makes these facts known to you, so that in the future, you will not be victimized by criminals who have fooled you because of their age, their sex, or their appearance. For none of those things has any part in the determination of why one person is a criminal and another isn't. There is only one thing all 5 of the people you have met tonight have in common. That is their business. The business of crime. Tonight's file continues early the next morning at police headquarters in the resort town of Greenwood. Special Agent Taylor has just entered a small room to meet Agent Dave Milton.
Well, Dave, the trio has been here. I found out that much.
How?
Well, when I was checking the local hotels, I found one where the old lady and her Confederates stayed.
You mean they've left already?
Yeah, about a half an hour ago.
Oh, fine. That probably means they flipped somebody else.
No, I don't think so.
Why not?
One of the bellboys took their bags out to their car, and he told me he heard them muttering about being clipped by 2 old women.
Any idea who they might be?
Yeah, I checked at the desk, and I found that 2 elderly women, a Mrs. Morgan and a Miss Adams, had checked out a little earlier this morning. Oh, I also got the names that the trio used here, Dave.
What were they?
The old lady was posing as a Mrs. Carter. The 2 Confederates as Fred Johnson and Charlie Thompson.
Did you get a description of their car?
Yeah, come on into the wire room, will you, and we'll send out an alarm on it.
The light is green, Charlie. Go ahead.
Okay. Abby, are you sure those 2 old dames went to Seaview Heights?
I'm positive.
Why?
Mrs. Morgan used to give me her letters to mail all the time.
Uh-huh.
Well, before I mailed them, I used to open them and read what she had to say.
So what?
One of the letters she gave me was to a hotel in Seaview Heights asking for a reservation.
Oh, I got a big score to settle with that one old dame, creasing my hand like that. Why, she...
What's that?
Oh, the tire. This is a great time for that to blow. Well, it's worse than you think, Charlie. We've got no spare.
Don't worry about it. See that sign up ahead?
It says BAR. They don't sell tires, Abby.
I know that. But we're close to Seaview Heights. We can call a cab and leave the car.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And while we're waiting, I may pamper myself and have a few drams of rye.
Special Agent Milton speaking.
Hi, Dave. Jim. Anything come in?
No, Jim. Not a word.
Well, I haven't had much more luck.
No one saw Mrs. Carter?
Oh, plenty of them did.
But they still can't help.
No, she didn't cash any checks, send any packages, or do anything that would give us a lead. Hey, I wish you could see the places she's been to.
What do you mean?
Well, the first place that remembered her was a saloon. Bartender said she never missed a day. Next place was a corner cigar stand.
Don't tell me she smokes cigars, Jim.
No, she came up to the stand to find out if the man would take a bet on a horse running in Chicago.
Oh, fine.
She also used to come to the pool room and the bowling alley, sit around and watch the players.
Well, I'm surprised she didn't bowl a few herself.
Oh, I also checked at the perfume store and the dress shops. They had never seen her, of course.
Naturally. Have you finished checking all the stores?
Not yet. I've got about a half a dozen more. As soon as I finish, I'll see you back at headquarters.
Boy, you know, it's a pleasure to get in out of that sun.
Don't get too comfortable, Jim. We'll be going out again in a minute.
Huh?
We had an answer on that alarm.
Oh? Was the trio arrested?
They weren't, but their car was found on the outskirts of a town named Seaview Heights.
Another resort.
Uh-huh. The local police there checked and learned that they called a cab and apparently abandoned the car, but they can't locate the cab driver. You got anything, Jim?
Yeah, I did find one store she went to that you'd expect a little old lady to patronize.
Where's that?
A knitting shop. She was in to see if she could get a ball of pure French yellow Angora yarn.
Sounds like she knits between races.
Well, she left a sample at the store. Asked them to see if they could get some of it for her.
Have you got that sample?
Yeah. It's in my pocket. You know, Dave, if they're in Seaview Heights, this little piece of yarn might lead us right to them.
Sister? Hey? I thought you'd be down on the porch, dear.
Well, I was just resting my eyes.
Who do you think I saw down there?
Who?
The mother of the little boy who rode the tricycle.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Who do you think she was with?
Who?
The girl with the frizzy hair.
Goodness.
And they were both talking to the manager of this hotel.
Well, I certainly don't want to miss the dance tonight.
Oh, I'll get it, sister.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Morgan.
Mrs. Carter.
Go ahead in, Fred.
No.
You too, Charlie.
You can't come in.
Stand aside, Mrs. Morgan.
Who is it, Priscilla?
It's me, Miss Adams.
Good heavens.
And this time I've got a gun. And I'm warning you, I shoot just as well as your sister does.
Now, no dueling, please.
Let's get down to business, Abby.
Yeah, where's the dough?
Would you like some refreshments?
We want our money. Where is it?
May we come in?
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI. Oh, Dave, would you relieve that sweet little old lady of her gun? And we'll take them all down to headquarters.
Priscilla Morgan, Catherine Adams, Abby Carter, Fred Johnson, and Charles Thompson were convicted in federal court for violation of the National Stolen Property Act and given 10-year sentences. The sample of yarn left at the store in Greenwood supplied the clue which led Special Agents Taylor and Milton to the hotel in Seaview Heights where the 5 swindlers were arrested. Upon their arrival in Seaview Heights, the 2 special agents checked at the only yarn store in that resort town to see whether or not anyone had been in looking for pure French yellow Angora yarn. The clerk remembered that a Mrs. Morgan had asked for such a yarn and that she had asked the clerk to call her at her hotel when it arrived. And so, another case from the files of your FBI was closed, this time through the alert investigation made by 2 special agents and the close cooperation of 2 small-town local police departments. The apprehension of these 5 lawbreakers did not in any great measure reduce the number of criminals still free, but it did reduce it by 5, and any reduction is an improvement. Besides, your FBI does not press its investigations according to the number of criminals involved, but rather according to the order in which the files are opened. For only in that way can you, the decent citizen, get the greatest possible protection.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, 2 final questions on the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Mr. Keating, what happens if I start one of these plans and then die before I reach the age of 60?
Your widow receives the full amount of the life insurance issued under the plan.
Well, just what income can I look forward to when I'm 60?
That figure is governed by your present income and your future needs. You and your Equitable Society representative can work it out together. Phone him soon.
or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A story of crime in the Western Wastelands. Its subject, Escape. Its title, The Runaway Guest.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight, the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were B. Benaderet, Bill Conrad, Lois Corbett, Peter Leeds, Charles Maxwell, and Peggy Weber. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Runaway Guest on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting...
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Did you ever stop to think how a little thing like a penny postcard can change your whole life? Take this case, for example. Tonight, thousands of people are listening for this Equitable Society radio program's middle commercial, all because some Equitable Society representative took the trouble to mail out postcards inviting them to do so. This commercial will bring you a special message about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. A practical, workable plan for people who want to be completely independent in their 60s. I'll be back in approximately 14 minutes to give you full information on this special plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Runaway Guest.
The first important study of the criminal as a human being and of the factors which go to make him a criminal was undertaken some 75 years ago in New York. The result was a report which gave to the English language the word jukes, out of which has come such words as juke joint and several others. That study made the point for the first time that heredity and environment were important factors in the formation of the criminal. Other studies have been made from time to time on the same subject. Sociologists are still trying to determine the factors that turn a person into an enemy of society. Those factors are, of course, many and varied, and scientists are no closer to a definite solution to the problem than they are to finding all the reasons for people falling in love. However, one factor does keep appearing in case history after case history. One factor that seems to be the dominant reason for a man becoming a criminal. That factor is greed. Like hate, greed is a consuming evil, and ultimately it must destroy the person it possesses, for it drives him to constantly increasing wants. Wants which can only be satisfied by cheating, by stealing, by killing. Tonight's file opens on the great American desert. It is nighttime, and two rather elderly men on equally ancient burros are slowly riding along a dusty trail.
Ike, look at those stars.
Yeah.
Look close enough to touch.
Uh-huh.
Glad all those folks from the city can't see a night like this. They'd all come here. Spoil the whole thing.
Yeah.
You know what a fella at the water hole told me about that silver train goes by here every night?
What?
Says it goes 100 miles an hour.
Not very likely.
That's what I said. Sure don't go that fast coming up the grade.
No.
Let's get across the tracks before it comes.
No reason to, Floyd. Let's wait. Whoa.
Whoa. Wonder where it's going.
Dangerous to start thinking that way.
Why?
Next thing you know, you'll be wanting to get on it to find out. Another one of them silver ones.
Look at the folks in there, all crowded together.
Wouldn't like that.
Well, I guess it's all right if you don't know no better.
Say, Floyd, you see that?
What?
Something fell off.
Off the train?
Yeah.
Where?
Back there.
You sure?
Uh-huh. Let's go see what it is. Get up. Come on.
What did it look like?
Couldn't rightly tell. Too dark. Come on, Jeff.
I see something up there.
Yeah.
Looks like it's a man.
Uh-huh.
Whoa.
He dead, Floyd?
Don't think so.
He hurt bad?
Only thing I can tell is he's bleeding bad. Grab his feet, Ike. Put him on my burro. We'll take him back to the cabin and fix him up.
Early the next morning, at a nearby FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor meets Agent Dave Gibson in the hall.
Hello, Dave.
Oh, hi, Jim.
You just signing in?
Uh-huh. Been over to police headquarters on that Thompson case.
Oh?
They thought they had a lead, but it didn't work out.
Well, we're on one now that's tougher than the Thompson case.
Another escaped prisoner?
That's right.
What's the dope on this one?
You ever come across a file on a Leo Newton?
I don't think so.
He shot a policeman out on the coast.
Well, how do we get in on it?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, he was picked up back east as a suspect in a robbery case. His gun was sent to our lab by the local police. The unidentified ammunition file revealed that Newton's gun was the one that was used to kill the policeman.
I see.
Extradition was requested and granted, and Newton was being transferred to the coast for trial on the murder charge.
In our custody?
No, a local sheriff. Well, while the train was going through the desert last night, Newton asked the sheriff to take off the handcuffs while he undressed to go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the sheriff did. Newton slugged him and jumped off.
Anybody see him?
Not that I can find out.
When did we get the report?
This morning when the sheriff came to. Oh, he reported that when Newton slugged him, he fell against the compartment and broke his wristwatch.
Newton must have really lowered the boom on him.
Yeah, I guess he did. The watch stopped at 8:46. I checked with the railroad to find out exactly where the train was at that time. It had passed a little town in the desert named Aurora at 8:16.
30 minutes before the slugging.
That's right. The engineer said that he was doing 20 miles an hour on that upgrade, so that would put the train about 10 miles out of Aurora.
West of there?
Yeah. Dave, I'm going out there now and see if I can find Newton. If I get any kind of a lead, I'll be in touch with you.
Floyd?
Yeah?
He just moved. No. It looks like he's coming to.
About time.
Hello, young fella.
Where am I?
In our shack. Oh, no, don't get up.
Who are you?
Ike Mason. This is Floyd Edwards.
How'd I get here?
We picked you up after you fell off in the train.
Oh.
What's your name?
Leo. Leo Newton.
You remember falling off in the train?
Uh-huh.
How'd it happen?
Well, it was hot. I wanted some air. I walked out to the platform. I guess I got dizzy. All I remember is I started to fall. I couldn't stop myself.
You're lucky I seen you. You might have laid there for a month.
How far is it to town?
Depends what town you mean.
Anyone.
Aurora's the closest. About 18 miles.
You're pretty far from anything out here.
We like it that way.
How do you live?
We do a little prospecting.
For gold?
Uh-huh.
Find anything?
Enough to get our food, water.
They got a mine?
No, we ain't.
But
we just pan for the stuff.
Been lucky, huh?
Look, mister, asking questions can make you real tired. You'd better get some rest.
Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Hello, Jim. Dave Gibson.
Oh, hi, Dave. I tried to get you before.
I know. I got your message. Find anything?
No, not too much.
Have you been to where Newton jumped off the train?
Yeah, and he must have hurt himself. The sand was soft there, but I found a pretty big blood stain.
Uh-huh.
I also found some burro tracks leading away from where Newton fell.
You think that was a rendezvous point with some Confederates?
Oh, I doubt that. This section of the desert has quite a few prospectors in it. And all my guess is a couple of them found him and took him back to the cabin.
Maybe you could have the local radio station broadcast an alarm.
I've done that, Dave, but according to the police down here, not many of the prospectors have radios or telephones, so I doubt that'll be much help. I'm afraid I'm going to have to spread this alarm by word of mouth.
I assume you couldn't follow those burro tracks.
Well, not very far. They led to a salt bed, and I couldn't pick them up on the other side.
Jim, you think a plane might help?
Oh, I doubt it. After all, it's 17 hours since he jumped.
That's true.
Dave, your desk clean?
It can be in a little while.
How about grabbing a train and getting down here?
I'll leave within an hour, Jim.
Good. I'd like to find Newton as soon as we can. Until we do, whoever picked him up is in real danger.
Working hard?
Huh? What are you doing here?
I was feeling better. I took a walk. Saw you come in here. Never know from the outside this was a mine. Where's your partner?
Went to the springs to get water.
Why'd he say he didn't have a mine? Why'd he tell me that?
You'll have to ask him, mister.
How you doing here?
No good.
No gold at all?
Just enough to buy grub.
You fellas must be awfully hungry.
Huh?
Doing all this work for just grub.
Mr. Newton, you're feeling lots better, ain't you?
Some.
If you got strength enough to walk from the cabin to here, you got enough to ride into town. I think tomorrow morning you ought to get set to be on your way. Huh? Oh, howdy, Ike. It's fixing to blow pretty hard.
Where's Mr. Newton?
Back inside the cabin, sleeping. Why?
I ran into Pete Roberts at the spring. Pete told me the police are looking for a fella who escaped. Describe the fella. It's him.
You sure?
Positive. Pete said the police said the fella escaped by jumping off the train.
He's a crook, then.
Seems so.
I knew it this afternoon.
What do you mean?
He followed me to the mine. Asked a lot of questions.
Does he know we've got gold?
No. I told him we was taking him into town tomorrow. When we get to Aurora, you excuse yourself and go call the law.
No, you won't.
Huh?
You're not calling the law.
How long you been spying on us?
Long enough.
Better put that rifle down, Mr. Newton.
I need it to get information.
What do you mean?
About where you keep your gold.
We ain't got none.
You didn't have a mine either. Now, look, I know you got a stash someplace. Now, get it up, or this rifle goes off twice.
return in just a minute to tonight's exciting FBI file. Tonight, on the 1st of July, with Independence Day only 2 days away, seems a specially appropriate time to invite you to take advantage of the Equitable Society's famous Independent 60s plan. The Equitable Society created this plan for self-reliant Americans who want to keep on being independent after they're 60 years old. For men and women who want to be self-respecting and self-supporting, able to do what they choose and live where they choose.
My wife and I bought a nice little 7-acre farm. We keep our own cows, chickens, and have a big garden. That's one way to beat the high cost of living.
I can well believe it.
We have a deep freeze so we can have our own fruits and vegetables all winter long.
Every time I talk to a man who's retired on an Equitable Society Independent 60s plan, there's just one thought that comes to my head. Why doesn't everybody have a plan like this?
Many people make the same mistake I made for years. They think you have to be rich to afford a plan like this.
What opened your eyes?
My Equitable Society representative. He showed me that I was already halfway towards Independent 60, thanks to Social Security and the life insurance I already own.
That's a fact. In many cases, only a small amount of additional insurance is required to enable a man to look forward with complete confidence to Independent 60s.
A few extra dollars a week did it for me.
So why not see your Equitable representative without delay? Phone him soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Runaway Guest.
The criminal, despite what you may have heard or read elsewhere, is not a breed apart. He is, except for a notable flaw in character, exactly like any one of you now listening to this program. In tonight's case from the files of your FBI, for instance, you meet a known killer, a man who has taken another human being's life without a second's worth of remorse. That killer does not talk out of the side of his mouth. He is distinctly not the average murderer you meet in fiction stories. He is articulate. He buys his clothes in the same stores you do. And he might even have gone to the same school as you. He is, in fewer words, not one who can be recognized from his speech, his face, or his clothes, any more than any other criminal can be recognized from those things. The only thing that distinguishes the criminal from the law-abiding citizen is his engaging in crime. The fact that crime of almost every kind is increasing to the point of establishing new high water marks each year indicates to many serious students that the national character is undergoing a change for the worse. That each year the moral fiber of our people becomes slightly weaker, slightly less capable of withstanding the temptation to commit some illegal act. Whether that is true or not is something the Federal Bureau of Investigation has no way of knowing. But what is true, beyond any question, is that crime in this nation is at an all-time peak. And that means virtually every crime, from arson to murder. Tonight's file continues at police headquarters in Aurora. Agent Gibson has just arrived to join Special Agent Jim Taylor.
Anything come in on Newton, Jim?
No, not a thing.
Quite a storm blowing up.
Yeah, I know, Dave.
I was hoping you'd get Newton before I got here.
Well, so was I, but he hasn't come into town since he jumped the train.
I see.
I've posted pictures of him around town, and the editor of the local weekly is going to run his picture. Most of the people around here get the paper.
When does that come out?
Well, that's the trouble, Dave. Not for 3 days.
I spent some time studying Newton's record while I was at the office, Jim.
Oh?
With a gun in his hands, he's a potential killer every minute. He gives no warning when he's going to start shooting. He just levels the gun and lets go.
That's why we've got to get him as soon as we possibly can.
Are there any leads at all?
Well, not much. No, one of the burros has a cleft on the right front hoof. I'm going to check on that now.
Where?
Over at the assayer's office. If I'm right about the owners of those burros being prospectors, maybe the assayer can help us find out which ones they were.
pull that floorboard up all the way. Hey, listen to that wind. Maybe it'll blow the joint over and save us a lot of hard work. Now, let me have a look.
There's nothing under it.
I'll see for myself. Well, we'll just rip up someplace else.
Look, mister, I'm tired.
We'll tear this whole shack down if we have to. I'm going to find that gold. Now, let's try underneath the bed. Slide the bed out of the way.
It ain't there.
Move the bed.
Very well.
Start with the bottom board in the corner. You hear me?
We ain't ripping anymore.
Get to work.
No.
Maybe I'm getting too close, huh?
We done enough.
Okay, I'll work on this patch myself. You two guys get back over there. Go on. Don't try to jump me. I'll have the rifle within reach.
Wait. Don't.
Stay back. Well, look what I found.
Leave that gold alone.
Easy, Pop.
Floyd.
Now, you stay put or you'll get the same treatment.
But
You go get the burros. I'm taking this gold and heading for town, and you're coming with me to show me the way.
I can't leave Floyd.
Yes, you can.
But the storm.
We'll take a chance on that. Now, go get the burros ready. As soon as dawn breaks, we're getting out of here.
Dave, maybe we can get someplace with this map.
What do you got?
Well, the assayer's office got up this list of all the prospectors for us. Here, take a look.
Not as many as I thought there'd be.
No, that's one break we got, but... Here, wait till you get a look at where their cabins are.
Is that what those marks on the map are?
Yeah, that's right.
But the only line running through that territory is this black line representing railroad tracks, Jim. There are no roads.
I know that, so let's split the list in half. I'll take everything this side of the tracks.
But how do we travel?
That's already been taken care of. I went by the ranger station to make arrangements to use their jeeps, and they had some walkie-talkies. We've got a pair of them. They'll also give us any other cooperation they can.
Fine.
Then we can check with each other, say, every half hour. And as soon as either one of us finds anything, we'll get together. Yeah, Dave, where are you?
I'm at a ranger substation. It's located at G7 on the map.
G7. Yeah, I see it.
I didn't get a thing over in this half. You find anything?
Yeah, I located the prints of that burro, the one with the cleft hoof.
Where?
You got your map?
Yeah.
I look right about H8. You see where the railroad tracks curve?
Yeah, I found it. Were you able to follow them?
No, the storm has pretty well covered up most of the prints. Oh, I also found a blood-stained shirt, partly buried. Newton's initials were monogrammed on the left sleeve.
Oh, pardon me, Jim. The phone over here is ringing.
Oh.
Special Agent Gibson. Uh-huh. You have? Where? Who told you? Uh-huh. When? Yeah. Yeah, sure. Thanks. So long. Jim, that was the ranger station in Aurora. They took a chance and called here.
What'd they want?
A man named Pete Roberts just called the police and told them that Leo Newton is at a cabin belonging to two old prospectors named Edwards and Mason.
Where's the cabin?
At G9 on the map right near Navajo Pass.
Wait a minute. G9, Navajo Pass. Got it. Let's meet at the cabin as quick as we can.
Jim?
No, I just got here myself. All right, cover me, Dave.
Okay.
I'm moving in. There's nobody here.
Empty, huh?
Hey, Dave, look. Over there in the corner.
One of the prospectors.
Yeah. He's still alive. Dave, get that water bucket over there, will you? I'll see what we can do for him.
Okay, Jim.
You His head's bleeding. He must have been slugged.
Yeah. Here you are. Here's a rag.
Oh, thanks.
It's a pretty nasty cut.
Yeah, isn't it?
It looks like somebody was trying to tear up the floor of this place.
Yeah. Dave, what do these old fellas prospect for?
Gold.
Oh. Well, Newton was probably trying to find it.
I suppose he's headed for town.
Yeah. Some town.
We'd better notify all surrounding areas to be on the lookout for him. He must have commandeered the other old prospector to act as a guide.
Hey, Dave.
What?
I just found this note in the old man's hand.
What's it say?
Just, dear Floyd, I'll be back.
I guess the other old fellow wrote it, huh?
Yeah. Come on, let's get out to my Jeep.
What?
I said how much further to town?
Not fur.
What do you call this kind of a storm again?
A sigh move.
Sure blows the sand around. How long they last?
No telling. Maybe a day, maybe a week.
Picked a good time to get out of here. Any water left?
No.
Hey!
What?
It's a cabin up ahead.
I see it.
You come to the edge of town?
That's a cabin, ain't it?
Wait a minute, That's your cabin.
Huh?
That's your cabin.
Well, what do you know?
You've been taking me around in circles.
I guess maybe I have.
It's quite a joke, and I got one that tops it, and this one's going to be on you.
Put down that rifle.
You're getting it, Pop.
You all right, Mr. Mason?
Oh, thanks to you, I am. Good shooting, mister.
I just knocked the gun out of his hands. All right, come on, Newton. You're not hurt.
Who are you?
We're special agents of the FBI. We're arresting you for attempted murder.
Leo Newton was turned over to local authorities on the charge of killing a police officer. He was found guilty and sentenced to be executed. Special Agents Taylor and Gibson waited at the cabin instead of attempting to pursue the fugitive because of the note found in the unconscious prospector's hand. The note which said, "I'll be back." Agent Taylor's reasoning was that it would have been obvious to Floyd Edwards that Ike would return, and therefore the note must have had some other and greater reason for being left. It could mean he was returning with Leo Newton. Taylor's decision to wait outside the cabin for Ike to lead his man back to where they had started ended with results which you have already witnessed. And so 2 special agents were able to apprehend a dangerous killer before he added another victim to his list. In this case, the allies of your FBI with the courage and ingenuity of a citizen. And those 2 are deadly weapons which, if given enough use by every citizen, when he finds himself in a position to employ them, will ultimately lead to the conquering of the crime wave, to the defeat of the American criminal.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, 2 final questions on the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Mr. Keating, did you say Social Security and my present life insurance will help get one of these plans?
Very definitely. In many cases, the 2 combined take care of the major cost of the plan.
Well, about how much do you think I'd get each month when I'm 60?
Well, that depends, of course, on your present earnings and your future needs. You and your Equitable representative can work it out together. Give him a ring any time. He'll be glad to drop over for a friendly visit. Or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A factual history of 2 international criminals. Its subject, homicide. Its title, the Trans-Atlantic Shakedown.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's program was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Harry Bartell, Herb Butterfield, Frank Lovejoy, and Paul McVeigh. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, the Trans-Atlantic Shakedown on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. Tonight we have in our radio audience thousands of people who will be listening for the middle commercial, all because of a postcard. Yes, a postcard they received in the mail this morning from a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society. But whether you received a postcard from your Equitable man or not, the Equitable Society and its representatives urge you to listen to tonight's middle commercial. It's an important message describing the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. A practical, workable plan for people who want to be independent at the age of 60. I'll be back in approximately 14 minutes to give you full information on this special plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, the Trans-Atlantic Shakedown.
In the old days, before there was such a thing as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, crime was a localized affair. It was possible in those days, if the crime was discovered soon enough, to isolate an entire community until the criminal had been apprehended. And even in those instances where he made good his escape, the criminal could not get very far because the means of transportation at his disposal were meager, even if he lived in one of the nation's largest cities. Today, however, all of that has changed. In this age of jet propulsion, it is possible for a man to commit a crime in one city and for him to take refuge in another city 3,000 miles away before the very crime has been discovered. It is true that the progress made in transportation has also made it easier for the special agents of your FBI to cover a tremendous amount of territory. But the greater advantage has come to the criminal, for he and he alone is the one who decides the exact moment at which a crime will be committed. Because he is by occupation an opportunist, he chooses that moment which will afford him the greatest lapse of time between his crime and the beginning of the search for him. Tonight's case from the files of your FBI, for example, is international in scope because of that ease of modern-day travel, and takes us first to the city of eternal gaiety, Paris. Tonight's file opens in an elevator which is slowly climbing to the top of the Eiffel Tower in Paris. The elevator operator also acts as guide.
Le temps est clair aujourd'hui. Et quand nous arriverons au premier étage dans un instant, vous pourrez voir jusqu'à 30 kilomètres. À votre droite, vous voyez la plus ancienne cathédrale de
Isn't
Paris.
this a beautiful view, Mother?
Et à votre gauche,
Yes, Paul,
les cantons
but-
de Saint-Cloud.
but what?
À 5 kilomètres d'ici.
I don't understand all this.
Our coming here?
Yes.
I have a very special reason.
Droite devant
I'll
vous,
explain it
vous
when we get
voyez
to the
Montmartre,
top.
où se trouve
Very
le
well.
vrai cabaret de nuit. Vous voyez également les basiliques du
Look
Sacré-Cœur.
there. There's our
là-bas,
hotel.
Arc de Triomphe.
Oh,
L'Arc de
of
Triomphe
course.
se construit
Goodness,
au
I'd
temps de
forgotten how
Napoléon
clearly
Ier.
things could be seen from here.
Maintenant, mesdames et messieurs, si vous voulez bien me suivre, je vais vous montrer d'autres merveilles de Paris. Par ici, s'il vous
Wait
plaît,
there.
mesdames et
Let's go
messieurs.
this way, where we can be alone.
All right.
Well, Mother, take a good look. You may not see Paris again for quite some time.
What do you mean?
We're leaving.
For where?
The States.
Paul.
I've got to go back to see Don Jackson.
But you just went to London to clear up the Jackson matter.
I went to London to see Mr. Jackson's representative.
What happened?
He wanted to settle my entire claim against Don Jackson for $5,000.
Why, that's ridiculous.
That's what I told him.
And?
He got very angry. He threatened me. And, well, I was forced to use violence. That's why I've got to go back to see Don Jackson in person.
Just because you had a fight with his representative?
Mother, I killed him.
A few days later, back in the United States, in an FBI field office, Agent Keith Thompson approaches the desk of Special Agent Jim Taylor.
Jim, I just got your note.
Oh, hi, Keith.
What's this stuff about a closed file?
That's what we're working on.
A closed case?
That's right. Closed since 1945.
Well, at last. This is the case I've been waiting to work on, one that's already been solved.
Oh, it's not that simple, Keith. This is a file on a man named Paul Black.
Uh-huh.
The first entry we have is dated July 11th, 1935. Now, on that date, we received a complaint that Paul Black had possibly swindled two old women out of some real estate in this city.
What kind of real estate, Jim?
They owned the terminal building here.
Oh?
By the time they discovered that Black was a swindler, he had sold the property to a man named Don Jackson. Now, Jackson swore that he bought it in good faith, so the only chance the women had to recover their money was to ask the courts to intervene and set aside the transaction.
And I assume that when prosecution was started, Black was among the missing.
Mm-hmm. We made a rather complete search for him, but no lead turned up for 3 years.
Which would have been 1938?
That's right. Well, at that time, we found that he'd gone to France. In some way, he had managed to get himself a passport.
In his own name?
No, he used an alias. We notified the French Sûreté, but they had no success in locating him. Then came the war, and early in 1945, we got a report on Black from the Army.
Our Army?
Yeah. As they were moving through France toward the German border, they found the body of a man who carried the identification papers of Paul Black. The body was terribly mutilated, but the identification papers carried his picture, so they sent that picture back to this country.
Or was it identified as Black?
That's right. Well, they buried him. We made a notation on his file that he was dead, and the file was closed.
I don't understand what we're doing with it now, Jim.
2 days ago, Washington got a routine report from Scotland Yard to check some fingerprints, Keith. Those prints belong to Paul Black.
How could that be?
Well, that's what the SAC wants us to find out. Here's the whole file right here. Let's go through it again and see if we can find an answer to that.
Is that you, Mother?
Yes, dear.
How was your walk?
Very enjoyable.
Fine.
Have you spoken to Don Jackson yet?
No, I called, but he wasn't in.
Oh.
His secretary said she'd have him call me.
Paul, you'd be amazed at the way things have changed since we left.
Really?
New buildings, new stores. Say, do you remember that bank that was closed and somebody turned it into one of those speakeasies?
Uh-huh.
It's a bank again.
Oh, splendid.
And you should see the place right across.
Oh, pardon me, Mother.
Oh.
Hello?
Is this Elmwood 69171?
That's right. Hello, Don.
Who is this?
Paul Black.
Paul Black. Oh. I didn't think it would be very smart to leave my name at your office, so I just left the number.
I see.
I'd appreciate your canceling any appointments you have for the next hour or so, Don.
Why?
Because I'm going to pay you a visit. And I think you'll want to see me alone.
Keith, I just got that report from Scotland Yard.
On Paul Black?
Indirectly, it was about a man named John Ross.
Who's he?
An American who was found dead in a London hotel room 10 days ago.
Oh.
Paul Black's fingerprints were found in that room.
Was this Ross murdered?
Well, apparently. One thing that hasn't been found yet, though, is his passport. You know, I think Black might attempt to use it.
How about notifying immigration?
I already have. They're going to be on the lookout for him.
I ran down a lead myself.
Oh? What was it?
Well, I checked on Black's wife. I tried to find some indication on whether she left the country with him.
Any results?
Yeah. I found a bank account in her name at the Security National. The last deposit was made shortly before Black disappeared. He left in a hurry, didn't he, Jim?
Yeah.
Well, if she left the account, that would indicate that she went with him. And I'd say we could assume that if he's coming back, so is she.
Mm-hmm. Keith, why don't you call the bank and ask them to call you if Mrs. Black shows up for the money?
I've already covered that.
Oh, swell. Oh, our records also show that she also had a favorite beauty shop and a favorite dressmaker. You might check on them, too.
Will do.
Meanwhile, I'll wait here for some word from the code room.
What's doing up there?
They're decoding a message that came in from the Paris Sûreté a little while ago.
On this case?
Yes, and as soon as that message is decoded and translated, we should have a lot more information on Mr. Paul Black.
Mr. Jackson?
Yes, Miss Crawford, what is it?
And Mr. Black to see you.
Have him come in.
Yes, sir. You may come in, Mr. Black.
Thank you, miss. Hello, Don.
Hello.
It's good to see you again. My, you haven't changed a bit. I was just saying to my wife this morning, I wonder
Paul.
if Don still...
Paul, let's get this over with as soon as possible.
Oh, very well.
Did a representative of mine contact you from London, a man named Ross?
Yes, I saw him.
Did he offer you a cash settlement?
Yes, but I turned the offer down.
Why?
$5,000 isn't a very fair settlement.
Paul, you've been blackmailing me for 14 years now. Just this morning, I compiled my payments to you. They total more than $55,000.
Your figures are very accurate.
Then how much more do you want from me?
Well, let's explore my assets. I don't have to remind you that if I were to let the police come into possession of certain papers...
You'd go to the police?
Oh, I could do it without revealing my own identity. And if I did, this building would not only be returned to those two old ladies we acquired it from, but you'd be in jail. Do you realize that, John?
Yes.
Splendid. Then I'd say I want another $50,000.
$50,000?
That's my price.
That's a fortune.
That's why I want it. And I want it in cash by tomorrow afternoon.
Keith, I think I found something that might help us.
Well, we can use it.
I started to check into the background of John Ross.
The man who was murdered in London?
Yeah. Well, I found that he used to work for a man here in town named Don Jackson.
He's the one who owns the terminal building.
Mm-hmm. And as you recall, he bought it from Black.
Oh, that's interesting.
Well, I called Jackson's office a little while ago, but he was in conference. His secretary said that she'd contact me as soon as he was through.
Good. Jim, I've just finished going over this report from the Paris Sûreté. And we know now for sure that Paul Black is back in this country.
How?
They located the missing passport of John Ross.
They did where?
In the hands of a black market passport operator in Paris. And under questioning, this operator admitted that he made a deal with Paul Black.
Oh?
He took the Ross passport from Black and gave him one in the name of Howard Poole.
That pins the murder on Black, but why do you say we know that he's back in this country now?
Because I checked immigration, and their records show that a Howard Poole flew from France to New York this week. That was Paul Black, of course, using the forged passport.
Oh, excuse me, Keith.
Yeah.
Special Agent Taylor speaking.
Hello, Mr. Taylor. This is Miss Crawford, Mr. Don Jackson's secretary.
Oh, yes, Miss Crawford.
Something terrible has happened. Mr. Jackson just committed suicide.
We'll return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Tonight, on the 8th of July, when we stand midway between America's Independence Day, July 4th, and France's Independence Day on July 14th, seems especially suitable time to invite you to take advantage of the Equitable Society's famous Independent 60s plan. The Equitable Society created this plan for self-reliant Americans who want to keep on being independent after they reach the age of 60, who want to be self-supporting and self-respecting when it's time for them to retire. Many Equitable members who have cashed in on this plan live in spots where the weather is ideal all year long.
My wife and I make our home in Asheville, North Carolina. What a climate. Cool all summer. Never cold in winter.
People who have retired on Equitable Independent 60s plans can afford to travel. They've time for their hobbies.
My hobby is my workshop down in the basement. You ought to see some of the furniture I've built since I retired. And to think that for years I thought I couldn't afford a plan like this.
What do you mean?
I thought you had to be rich to go in for an independent 60s plan.
What opened your eyes?
My Equitable Society representative. He showed me that I was already halfway towards independent 60s, thanks to Social Security and the life insurance I already own.
That's a fact. In many cases, only a small amount of additional insurance is required to enable a man to look forward with complete confidence to independent 60s.
A few extra dollars a week did it for me.
So why not see your Equitable representative without delay? Phone him soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, the Trans-Atlantic Shakedown.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation has under its jurisdiction the enforcement of some 120 federal statutes. Statutes which cover crimes ranging alphabetically from arson to willful murder. All of those crimes are prosecuted with equal vigilance, for no crime can be said to be less serious than another, when any of them might and frequently does involve the lives of decent human beings. However, it is doubtful if the special agents take as much personal interest in apprehending any criminal as they do in bringing to justice the most despicable of the lawbreakers, the extortioner. Here is a man who preys on the weaknesses of his fellow human beings, and who in almost every instance is more ruthless than even a professional killer. As you have seen in tonight's case from the files of your FBI, there are no lengths to which the extortioner will not go. No crime he will not commit to maintain his point of vantage. In tonight's case, it so happens that the extortion victim was himself a criminal, but that is rare. For the most part, the victim is a decent but thoroughly frightened citizen. If by any chance you are being victimized by a blackmailer, your FBI advises you to take the only course of action that is open to you. The only course of action which will free you and at the same time defeat the blackmailer. That course of action is to call your local police. Tonight's file continues in the apartment of Mr. and Mrs. Paul Black.
Paul?
Yes, Mother.
Oh, I didn't see you. Why, you're not dressed yet.
I know.
But you said to hurry home so we could go to dinner and a show.
Mother, the roof has fallen in.
What?
I called Don Jackson's office this afternoon to find out when to pick up the money.
Didn't he have it?
He'd committed suicide.
What a dreadful thing to do to you.
You don't know how dreadful. We spent all our money to get over here, Mother. We haven't enough left to get even one of us back to Paris.
Oh, don't worry about that.
Mother, if anyone finds out that we're in this country...
I have a way for us to get back to Paris.
How?
Well, I was going through my trunk today. I found all sorts of old things. Stationery I hadn't used. A list of people we sent Christmas cards to in 1934.
Mother, how does that get us back to Paris?
I also found an old bank book. An account that I have at the Security Bank. Don't you remember that account?
Oh, yes, I do. How much have you got in it?
A little over $1,100.
Splendid. As soon as the bank opens tomorrow morning, go down and get the money. We'll be on our way back to Paris tomorrow night.
Well, Jim, I thought I was going to be the first one in this morning.
I beat you to it, kid.
Anything come in overnight on Paul Black?
No, I'm afraid we're getting cold again.
Do you suppose it's possible that Black would return to this country without coming here?
Wouldn't think it was very probable that he would.
Oh, Jim.
Oh, yes, George.
I have a message for you.
No, what is it?
Mr. Hughes at the Security Bank called in.
Oh, hey, Keith, isn't that the man you went to see yesterday?
That's right, Jim.
What did he say, George?
Mrs. Black was in there about 15 minutes ago.
He say anything about a man being with her?
No.
Mr. Hughes tell you whether or not Mrs. Black left any address or phone number?
Yeah, here it is.
Hey, fine, thanks. Keith, this is what we've been waiting for. I'm going to pay a call on Mrs. Black.
Hello?
Hello, Paul. It's me,
Mother, where are you?
in a phone booth.
Where have you been?
Just doing a little shopping.
Did you get the money at the bank?
No, not yet.
Why not?
They asked me to come back at 1 o'clock.
Why?
They said the account had been dead for so long that they needed a little time to check on it.
That sounds like they were stalling.
They said they'd call me if they cleared it up before 1 o'clock.
How can they call you?
I gave them the telephone number.
Oh, Mother. You told them we were living here?
Yes.
That explains it.
Explains what?
I heard a man at the door a little while ago.
Oh,
The bank was probably waiting for you. They must have called the police as soon as you left.
what can we do, Paul?
Well, they must be watching our place. I'll tell you what. You come on home.
Oh, all right, Paul.
By the time you get here, I'll have something figured out.
Just a minute, please.
Good afternoon. You Mrs. Mary Black?
That's right.
I'm a special agent of the FBI.
Oh,
Here are my credentials.
well, won't you come in, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, thank you.
Now, what can I do for you?
We're looking for your husband, Mrs. Black.
My husband is dead.
We have reason to believe otherwise.
Why, he was killed during the war in a little town about 100 miles from Paris called Compiègne.
Oh, we believed that story at one time, too. Now we have definite proof that he's alive.
Oh, no.
Have you seen him?
Why, not since the day he left this country 10 years ago.
You weren't in Europe with him?
No.
I'd say it's quite a coincidence that you should return here the same week that he did.
Mr. Taylor, I have proof that I was not in Europe with my husband.
Oh, what kind of proof?
Letters? Letters that Paul wrote to me from the time he went away until he was killed.
How did he know where to write to you?
Well, I moved a lot, but I always left a forwarding address.
May I see the letters, please?
Yes, surely. I have them right here in my trunk. Oh, if Paul were alive, he'd still be writing to me. I know he would. Yes, here are the letters.
Thank you.
Now, this one, dated January 23rd, 1945. This is the last letter received from him. That was written the day before Paul was killed.
I see.
He wrote beautiful letters.
Do you mind if I take these back to the office with me?
Will you promise to return them?
I promise, Mrs. Black. I'll return them as soon as I possibly can.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Paul?
Has he gone?
Yes,
Did you give him the letters?
I did.
Well, that should clear you. As soon as he returns them, you go to the bank and we'll get out of here. Mother?
Yes, Paul.
What time is it?
Almost 6. I won't be able to go to the bank now till tomorrow.
I know.
Did you make reservations?
Yes, our plane leaves tomorrow at noon.
Well, I hope...
Wait till I get to the bedroom.
Yes. Just a minute.
Good evening, Mrs. Black.
Oh, hello.
May I come in, please?
Surely.
Thank you.
I didn't expect my letters back this soon.
Men in our laboratory can work very quickly.
May I have them?
Yes, of course. Here you are.
I trust they were proof enough.
No, I'm afraid they weren't.
What do you mean?
Those letters weren't written by your husband on the dates indicated.
Oh, but they were. You can tell by the stationery. Some of it's so old it's beginning to turn yellow. Paul did write those letters.
Oh, I'm not denying that.
But you said...
You and your husband counted on the fact that we would be thrown off the trail because of the age of the paper. We tested it. It's quite true that the paper is as old as you say it is.
Well?
One thing you didn't know is that our laboratory keeps a standard of every ink that's manufactured in this country. The tests show the ink on these letters was made in 1949.
That's not true.
Mrs. Black, I want your husband.
What?
I know that he's here, so you might as well surrender him. And we can all discuss these letters together.
Paul and Mary Black were convicted for a violation of the National Stolen Property Act and sentenced to a federal penitentiary. Detainers were also filed for the extradition of Paul Black to England to be tried for murder. Evidence developed in the criminal proceedings was later used by the two women who were the original property holders to have the transaction by Jackson set aside, and thus they regained the property that was rightfully theirs. That the clue which led to the solution of tonight's case from the files of your FBI was supplied to Special Agent Taylor by the FBI Crime Laboratory will come as no surprise to anyone who has followed the progress made in the field of crime investigation. In that field, science has made tremendous strides, and its use of such machines as the spectrograph, the Geiger counter, the microscope, and every other scientific aid that man has yet devised is increasing daily. In the old days, it was a rare case when the crime lab helped on a case. Now it is an equally rare case when it doesn't. In addition to the lab, though, there was an added factor which helped in the solution of tonight's case, an added factor which is of equal importance. That was the close cooperation among 3 international law enforcement agencies: Scotland Yard, the French Sûreté, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Your FBI at this time wishes not only to thank those 2 agencies, but also to convey the hope that their future cooperation will continue to be as close as it has been in the past.
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, 2 final questions on the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
When I start one of these plans, what happens to the life insurance I now have?
Your Equitable representative will show you how to integrate it with your plan.
Well, how much in cash does this plan pay me after I'm 60?
You receive a check every month, the exact amount depending on your present income and your future needs. It takes only a few minutes to work it out, and your Equitable Society representative will be glad to do it for you. Ask him to drop around for a friendly visit. Phone him soon, or write care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A dramatic story of a criminal double cross. Its subject, murder. Its title, The Merchant of Death.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's broadcast was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris. Others in the cast were Grace Albertson, John Beale, Ed Begley, Jeanette Nolan, Gaylord Pendleton, and Don Randolph. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at the same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, The Merchant of Death, on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society presents This Is Your FBI. This is Your FBI, the official broadcast from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation, transcribed and presented as a public service by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community. When you opened the mailbox this morning, did you receive a postcard from a representative of the Equitable Life Assurance Society? This postcard I'm talking about was mailed to thousands of people by Equitable Society representatives yesterday, inviting everyone to listen to a brief but very important message in tonight's middle commercial. It will give you interesting details about the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan, a practical, workable plan for people who want to be independent after they reach the age of 60. I'll be back in approximately 14 minutes to give you full information on this special plan offered by the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. Tonight's FBI file, The Merchant of Death.
From time to time, the Federal Bureau of Investigation has reported the latest figures on the current crime wave to you through the medium of this, their official program. Now it is time to report on one facet of the latest survey, one fact which stands out like a beacon above all others. There is a person murdered in the United States every 40 minutes, day and night, throughout the year. These are shocking figures. But even if they fail to impress you in any way, your FBI asks you not to ignore their potential danger. The killing of that many people, more people than died in many of the big battles of World War II, is something that requires every citizen's attention, if only out of the selfish motive of self-preservation. The victims in some portion of the more than 13,000 murders which took place last year were criminals who happened to be killed by other criminals. Their loss to the community was negligible in most cases, and a boon in a few others. But the great majority of victims were decent, law-abiding people who merely happened by accident of fate to cross the path of a murderer, and who, because of that accident, were killed. Tonight's file opens in the attractively furnished private office of John Williams, a real estate broker in a large eastern city. A visitor, one Mr. Homer Cooper, has just been shown in.
Well, have a chair, Mr. Cooper.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting.
Think nothing of it. I'm a patient man, Mr. Williams.
Well, that's good. Now, what particular kind of property were you interested in seeing?
Oh, I'm afraid there's been some mistake. I didn't come here to talk to you about real estate.
Oh?
When I told your secretary this was a business matter, I meant my business.
Oh, I see. Well, what is your business?
That's a difficult question to answer, Mr. Williams. You might say I was kind of commission broker.
Commission broker?
Yes. I handle all types of unusual services. For instance, if you wanted to get a passport,
and you found you couldn't get it legitimately, then you might come to me. You understand?
Yes. Yes, I think I do. And I don't know what brought you here, Mr. Cooper, but I haven't any need for your services.
Let me finish. I came to see you about a commission I've just received. It concerns you.
How?
Someone has requested that I use my offices to have you killed.
Mr. Cooper, I don't like practical jokes.
Oh, I assure you I've never been more serious. This party came to me and said he'd pay me $2,000 if I'd hire someone to murder you. Oh, and incidentally, my client says no guns. This is supposed to look like a hit-and-run accident.
Mr. Cooper, if all this is true, and understand I'm not saying I believe a word of it, why are you telling me?
This is my business, Mr. Williams. You see, I thought it might be worth more than $2,000 to a man like you to stay alive.
Oh, well, now I get it. A very clever racket.
Oh, this is not a racket, Mr. Williams. Please believe me. Everything I told you is true.
But why...
Now, look, sir. You don't have to make any hasty decisions. We have time. Why don't you just think this whole matter over, and when you come to a decision, let me know.
And if I don't?
Then, sir, much as I regret it, I will be forced to go ahead with the original plans.
You mean...
Here is my card, Mr. Williams. You'll find my business address and telephone number on it. The price for your remaining alive, sir, is $5,000. For that sum, I'll reveal the name of the client who wishes you killed. If you wish to pay it, just come up to my office with the cash.
Otherwise?
Well, then, sir, I'll always remember you as the man who wouldn't pay $5,000 for staying alive.
John.
Yes, Anne?
What's the matter, darling?
Oh, nothing.
Tossed and turned ever since we went to bed.
Yes, I just can't fall asleep.
Something's bothering you. Come on, John, what is it?
Well, a man came to see me today. A man named Cooper.
And?
He told me he'd been hired to get someone to kill me.
John, I don't believe it.
I didn't at first.
Why, the whole thing is preposterous.
I know. It's so preposterous, Anne, that, well, I just can't help thinking it might be true.
Oh, darling.
I can't help thinking that, Anne.
Who would want to kill you?
I don't know. But this Cooper said he'd reveal the name of the man for $5,000.
John, he's just trying to get money out of you.
I accused him of that, but he swore that his facts were true.
I don't believe him.
But, Anne...
John, look, darling, try to get some sleep now. We'll discuss it again tomorrow.
Well, all right. I just hope tomorrow isn't too late.
The rhythm, please. The rhythm, please. Mr. Harper, the samba's the rhythm dance.
Ralph,
Oh, hello, Ann.
can I see you a minute?
Oh, surely. Pardon me. You just go on without me. I'll be right back. What is it, Ann?
Let's go to your office.
Well, I can't just walk out on the class.
Ralph, this is important.
All right. Come on. I'll be back. Now, Ann, what is it?
John knows about Cooper.
What?
Cooper went to see him at his office. Said that for $5,000, he'd agree to tell him who hired him.
Boy, that dirty chiseler.
Ralph, just how much did you tell Cooper?
About what?
About us.
Absolutely nothing.
Why didn't Cooper come to you if he wanted more money?
I don't know. Let's offer him $6,000.
Go to John and ask for $8,000.
Yeah, that's true.
I've racked my brain. I can't think of anything.
Does John want to pay him?
Wants to go to the police.
Well, that's just as bad.
I convinced him to sleep on it another night. What'll we do, Ralph?
You go on home, darling. I'll think of something.
The next morning, at the local FBI field office, Special Agent Jim Taylor approaches the desk of Agent Paul Mason.
Hello, Paul.
Hi, Jim. There's a switch in signals.
No?
I don't have to go to court.
Fine. As soon as you finish your report on that case, then we can go to work on this new one.
How much have we got so far?
Well, the body of a rather well-dressed middle-aged man was found on a government reservation where it now appears that he was murdered.
Who was he?
We don't know that yet. We're checking on the labels in his clothes. I don't think we'll have much trouble learning his identity.
Any word in the report on how he was killed?
Well, he was sapped with some heavy weapon on the back of the head and his body left on the highway.
That wouldn't seem to be a very good place to conceal a body.
Well, apparently this was supposed to look like a hit-and-run accident.
Oh.
There were skid marks in the road, and the body was very carefully placed right beside them.
Do we know for sure that it wasn't a hit-and-run accident?
Well, the victim's clothes didn't have a spot on them, Paul. If he'd been struck by a car that was going fast enough to leave skid marks, he'd have ripped something when he hit the pavement.
Yeah, I guess he would have.
Besides which, there was no identity in his pockets. Oh, I'm going out now to check on some of the labels that were found on the dead man's clothes.
Right, Jim.
As soon as we find out who he was, we'll go into action.
Anne,
Darling, I thought you went to the office.
well, I stopped off to see that Mr. Cooper.
Why?
I decided to pay him and find out what he knew.
What did he say?
He wasn't there. He's been murdered.
What?
He was murdered last night.
How do you know?
Well, there was a man from the FBI at his office. He told me all about it. He questioned me for quite a while about who Mr. Cooper was, how I met him, what I was doing at his office, a lot of things.
But what did you tell him?
Well, I lied. I told him I'd received a telephone call from Mr. Cooper yesterday to come and see him about a real estate transaction. I told him I'd never seen Mr. Cooper, that I didn't know anything about him.
Did he believe you?
I don't know.
What else went on?
Nothing, except they're searching for the killer.
They know who it is?
He didn't say.
Oh.
Anne, I've decided to go back to see him.
The FBI man?
Yes.
What for?
I was wrong. I shouldn't have lied to him. I'm going to tell him what I know.
John, that wouldn't serve any purpose.
But I want to...
This is a murder case. The tabloids will be filled with every detail. Do you want to be mixed up in that?
But I must do something.
Darling, go inside and lie down. Think the whole thing out very carefully. And I'm sure you'll decide then that the best thing to do is forget the whole thing.
Hold it. Will someone please take that record off? Thank you. I'm afraid you're just not watching me. Now, look. 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, 1 and 2, da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da. Now, that's simple, isn't it? All right, start the record again.
Ralph, I've got to see you.
Oh.
Can you excuse yourself?
Yeah. Pardon me, I'll be right back. Come on.
This is really serious.
Let's wait until we get into the office, huh? Go ahead.
Thanks.
What is it?
John just came home. He's been to Cooper's office.
So?
There was an FBI man there. He told John that Cooper was murdered.
Oh.
Ralph, did you kill him?
Yes.
How did it happen?
Well, I called him yesterday morning after you left here and asked him if he'd take a ride with me.
Yes.
He agreed, and we went out to the country. I started to question him about the double cross.
What did he say?
Well, he got mad and threw a punch at me. There was a tire wrench on the floor of your car, and I picked it up and hit him with it.
My car? You used my car?
Yes.
Oh, Ralph.
Well, it's back in your garage now. Nobody knows I took it.
We have no assurance of that.
Anne, look, how much did John tell you about what went on between him and the man from the FBI?
Why?
Well, do you know whether or not the FBI man asked John if he knew Cooper?
Yes, he did.
What did he say?
Said he never met him.
That's fine.
Why?
All you have to do is tell one small lie.
What are you talking about?
If the police should learn from some anonymous source that John was driving your car last night, they'll question you.
And you want me to say he was?
You say he was out all night.
What good does that do?
Darling, it hangs Mr. Cooper's murder right around John's neck.
We will return in just a minute to tonight's exciting case from the official files of your FBI. Now, here's an invitation to all members of this audience. An invitation to join a group of American citizens who have taken advantage of the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan. If you've ever been worried by the thought, what's going to become of me when I'm 60 years old, this plan is the answer. It provides for financial independence when it's time for you to retire. It enables you to be your own boss, to live as you like and where you like.
I retired to the little old town where I was born and raised. Believe me, my wife and I have a mighty good life now.
I'll bet you do.
Mr. Keating, our food bills amount to practically nothing. Eggs from our own chickens, fruit from our own little orchard, and believe me, I have one of the best vegetable gardens in town.
Whenever I hear a man talk like that, I say to myself, why doesn't everybody in America have an Equitable Independent 60s plan?
They make the same mistake I made for years. They think an Independent 60s plan is a proposition only a rich man can afford.
How did you find out different?
From my Equitable Society representative. He showed me that I was already halfway towards Independent 60s, thanks to Social Security and the life insurance I already owned.
That's a fact. In many cases, only a small amount of additional insurance is required to enable a man to look forward with complete confidence to Independent 60s.
A few extra dollars a week did it for me.
So why not see your Equitable representative without delay? Phone him soon. Or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Society.
That's EQUITABLE.
The Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States. And now back to the FBI file, The Merchant of Death.
The Roman Empire, which existed from the year 27 B.C., when it was established by Augustus Caesar, until the year 395 A.D., was the home of a civilization which reached heights the world had never before known. It contributed military leaders, artists, and statesmen to the pages of history, men who will be remembered as long as people study the lives of those who went before them. We know a great deal about these people who flourished almost 2,000 years ago. We know how they dressed, and how they spoke, and what the common axioms of their language were. We know, too, that even then, the criminal among them was a cause of concern, and that through the years he has not changed his habits very much. That can be said because one of the axioms that has come down to us through the corridors of time from those ancient Romans is as true today as it was then. A proverb which applies to tonight's case from the files of your FBI and which said, "Who is content with one crime only?" The answer is that no criminal is content with a single misdeed, not even when, as in the case portrayed this evening, that crime is murder. Tonight's file continues later the same day. Special Agent Taylor is just signing out at the FBI field office as Agent Paul Mason enters.
Jim, you going out on that murder case?
Yeah, Paul. We found out who the dead man was.
Oh, who?
A man named Homer Cooper. He was first arrested about 25 years ago. After I learned his identity, I went over to his office in the Bulletin Building.
Any leads there?
Oh, a lot of correspondence. I haven't read it yet. And there's an old dictograph machine in the inner office, but no records anyplace to be found.
Have we got Cooper's home address?
Not yet, but we may not need it, Paul. While I was searching Cooper's office, a man named John Williams came in looking for him. He seemed to be legitimate. I questioned him for a while. He said he'd never seen Cooper, so I let him go.
Uh-huh.
But then I checked at Williams' office just to make sure. His secretary said that Cooper was in there 2 days ago and spent quite some time closeted with her boss.
I wonder why he lied.
I think I have the answer. We got an anonymous phone call a few minutes ago. The person who called said that he didn't want to become involved in the case. But he said if we checked closely enough, we would find that John Williams was being blackmailed by Cooper.
That'd certainly give him a motive.
Yeah. Well, I'm going out now and pick up John Williams for questioning.
Just a minute. Hello, Ann.
Ralph, I've got some good news. The FBI picked John up for questioning.
I knew they would.
How?
I told them about him.
What?
Yeah. I called them and said that Cooper was blackmailing John.
Oh.
I didn't give my name, of course. How about a drink?
Yes.
Scotch?
Mm-hmm. They took my car.
Yeah, I figured they would.
Why?
Well, I told them I saw John riding in your car with Cooper last night.
Oh.
Here you are, darling. Let's drink a toast to John. May he stay in jail, and may we stay out.
Paul, this Cooper case is really breaking open.
What happened?
The lab just got finished examining Williams's car.
Oh, what's the dope?
The tires match the tracks that were found at the spot on the highway where Cooper's body was discovered. There are stains on the upholstery that turn out to be human blood, Cooper's type.
I'd say we had just about enough, Jim. What's William's story?
He says he was home all last night.
Well, that ought to be easy enough to check.
Well, I've got the switchboard trying to locate Mrs. Williams now. They tried her at home, but she was out. Oh, by the way, those dictograph records of Cooper's were found in a safe deposit box. Are being sent up here now.
Good.
We ought to... No, I'll get it, Paul. Special Agent Taylor speaking. Yes, Mrs. Williams. Yes, I just wanted to ask you one question, if you don't mind. Mrs. Williams, where was your husband last night? I see. You're sure now? Well, thank you very much, Mrs. Williams. Goodbye.
What'd she say?
She really hung it on him, Paul. Said she's sure that her husband wasn't home all night.
Well, that just about does it.
I'm not so sure. Something happened during that phone call that makes me think Williams might not be guilty.
All right, sir. We may consider the deal to be closed.
Good. And as soon as the job's done, you'll get your money.
Sorry you've had to listen to all these records by yourself, Jim. Did you find anything?
Yeah.
What?
This record on the machine now exonerates Williams.
How?
It's a conversation between Cooper and someone else, and Cooper is being hired to get someone to kill Williams.
Then your theory about Williams' innocence was right.
Yeah, but it was more than a theory, Paul. While I was talking with his wife, I heard a very unusual set of chimes start ringing.
So
I heard the same set of chimes a couple of hours earlier.
Where?
They were in the background when that anonymous phone call came in telling us that Cooper was blackmailing Williams. Switchboard is trying to locate the address that goes with the number where they found Mrs. Williams now.
I see. Now, about this record, Jim, can you recognize the other voice?
No, I can't. The quality just isn't good enough. This is pretty obsolete equipment Cooper was using.
Well, that's too bad.
Well, let's listen to it again. Paul, see if you can catch anything. I've done this so many times now I'm kind of numb.
I'll try.
Okay, I'll start it here in the middle. The first half isn't very much.
Oh, one other thing, Mr. Cooper.
Yes? What's that?
It must look as if Williams died in a hit-and-run accident.
I understand your position perfectly. You may rely implicitly on my discretion.
Now, I don't want this job too messy in any way, you understand?
I understand. Pardon me, I just can't help yawning. It's getting to be past my bedtime. Well, if you'll call me again, say day after tomorrow, I'll arrange for you to meet the young man I have in mind for the job. He's a nice youngster, and he's got just the right temperament for the assignment.
Paul, that's it! Oh, how did I miss it all those other times?
Miss what, Jim?
He said it was getting to be past his bedtime. Come on, let's check on something.
Ralph, where are you?
In your living room. I've just been admiring your taste.
Ralph,
These drapes
you've
are
got to
beautiful.
get out of here.
What for?
John's coming up the walk.
But he's in jail.
Only managed to get out somehow. Please, darling, you've got to go.
I'm afraid it's too late.
What'll we do?
Let me handle this.
Anne.
Tell him you're in here.
I'm in here, darling.
Oh. I thought for a moment that you... Who is this?
I'm a reporter with the Bulletin, Mr. Williams. I came by to ask your wife some questions.
Oh.
But now that you're back...
Just a minute.
Huh?
Don't go.
But,
Don't you want to ask me some questions? Don't you want to know how I happened to be picked up for questioning?
well...
I'll give you some very good items for a story. For instance, my wife here told the FBI that I was out all last night, and that wasn't true. Why did you tell them that, Anne?
I didn't, John.
Yes, you did.
Why, they must have misunderstood me. I said you were ill and up all night, not out.
Then how does it happen that there was blood on the front seat of your car? Wouldn't you like to know about that, Mr.
Brown?
Wouldn't that interest you, Mr. Brown?
John, I won't stand here and be questioned by you in front of a perfect stranger.
You'll pardon me, Mr. Williams. This looks like a family fight to me, and our paper isn't interested in that sort of thing. I must leave.
John, dear, you don't believe that I deliberately tried to get you in trouble, do you?
Anne, I don't know what to believe.
But why should I? Hasn't been a day since we were married that I haven't been in love with you, John. And you with me.
Mr. Williams, may I come in?
Why, yes, Mr. Taylor. Come right ahead.
Thank you.
Ralph.
And I've been arrested.
What's this all about?
This man is the one who hired Mr. Cooper. He also killed him.
Ralph, they can't prove that, can they?
I'm afraid we can, Mrs. Williams. I've got warrants here for the arrest of both of you on a charge of murder.
Ralph Brown was found guilty of murder in federal court and sentenced to be executed. Mrs. Williams was also judged guilty and sentenced to 5 years as accessory to the crime. When Special Agent Taylor heard Mr. Cooper's voice on the recording say that it was past his bedtime, he realized that he could learn the identity of Cooper's visitor. Checking the records kept in Mr. Cooper's office building of all visitors after 6 p.m., he learned that the man he was searching for was named Ralph Brown. When he later learned that the number from which the anonymous phone call had been made was listed in the name of Ralph Brown, things began to gel. The information that Mrs. Williams was a constant visitor of Brown's, plus the fact that a search of his apartment led to the finding of the tire wrench, which had been used as a murder weapon, was conclusive enough to bring forth confessions from both. And so, another crime was solved by your FBI, and the solution added further proof that the phrase "getting away with murder" is just a phrase and nothing more. Under the alert eyes of the law, the truth of another phrase has been demonstrated time and time again. The truth of the simple words, "Murder will out."
In just a moment, we will tell you about next week's exciting case from the files of your FBI. Now, 2 final questions on the Equitable Society's Independent 60s plan.
Well, Mr. Keating, now what's the best age to start one of these plans?
Any age. Your Equitable representative will explain that the sooner you start, the less your plan will cost you each year.
Well, what about the income? How much can I expect when I'm 60?
The exact amount depends on 2 factors, your present income and your future needs. In any event, your Equitable Society representative will be glad to work it out for you without obligation. Phone him soon, or send a postcard care of this station to the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States.
Next week, we will dramatize another case from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. A story depicting the short-lived careers of 2 vicious young criminals. Its subject, robbery. Its title, Three's a Crime.
The incidents used in tonight's Equitable Life Assurance Society's broadcast are adapted from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. However, all names used are fictitious, and any similarity thereof to the names of persons living or dead is accidental. Tonight's program was transcribed, and the music was composed and conducted by Frederick Steiner. The author was Jerry D. Lewis. Your narrator was William Woodson, and Special Agent Taylor was played by Stacey Harris.
Others in the cast were Jack Edwards, Bill Johnstone, Lynn Whitney, Roland Winters, and Donald Wood. This Is Your FBI is a Jerry Devine production. This is Larry Keating speaking for the Equitable Life Assurance Society of the United States and the Equitable Society's representative in your community, and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time when the Equitable Life Assurance Society will bring you another thrilling story from the files of the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Three's a Crime on This Is Your FBI.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company. Company.